Hello. Ooh, you can pop out that chat. That's super helpful. I wonder if I can pin it too. I think I can pin this chat somewhere. Enable large chat history. I don't know about that. Do we trust chat? I don't know. I want to trust chat, but whew, I don't know, dude. Let's close all that up. Wait, well, how is this? Oh, I just realized. Dude, by habit, I plugged my phone in, but I plugged it into the headset jack. I didn't know they were the same USB. I guess all USB-C or C minis. I did not know that. I just did it out of habit. That's crazy. Well, that works. I'll keep my phone charged sitting on the desk. That's awesome. As long as Mr. Headset doesn't die. Which platform? Let's run this guy. Oh, welcome to Calico. This one might be politically heavy. But I kind of want to play this at the same time, so I don't know. I wish I had a game to play in the background. There's a lot of videos, a lot of stuff to cover. I need to work on a YouTube video this weekend. I might have to do it in bite-sized pieces, because it's pretty big. Pretty big. But I need to get this little guy over where he needs to go, so I can have a good stopping spot. Welcome in, chat. I worked real hard to start early today, so we'll main screen it. Yeah, let's fly over to the island.
Let us get wet.
Actually, let's go over here real quick. I went to that island yesterday, but oh, yeah, that thing is an instant one tap on the entire party, actually. So we won't deal with him. Just like the one in the beginning game. Oh, speaking of that. Maybe I should go in there. Hold on, let's go this way. Yeah, let's go check it out over here. Is this the one I was thinking of? Yeah. Okay, I haven't obviously been here at all. Nah, I can't go through that. Yeah, it's Fancy Fridays. That's what the F for fancy means. It means it's on Friday. White tree. It depends on what people are in here, to be honest. This is a cutscene? Oh, shit. What the fuck?
Isabel of 36.
Okay.
Winter souls drift through the night and land soft upon the moonlit vale, whose snowy shrouds hold tight.
I never understood
the
poems, I'm
hope
gonna be
I'd
honest.
whispered
If the words
once,
don't
long
rhyme
ago.
at the end, I don't get it. I'm gonna be
Golden
honest, I just don't get
folds
it.
adorn the stems, a maze our eyes back to follow, a meditation of winding curves. Deep they flow to center, where lie the edges of another verse, another maze, of golden stamps and shadows.
Yeah,
A
I don't know.
sea of pebbles shifting.
Oh, Jesus.
A wave, a wave. A wave of rock and sand. As sand falls upon our heads, and our heads sink beneath the waves. Along the darkened shores we sink, a pebble in the sea. The rising wind rolls through fragrant stalks of feathergrass. Their delicate aroma, a balm, their gentle susurrus, a lullaby for
Well,
my
I do
aching
remember in
heart.
junior high school learning about a bunch of different poems. The only one I can even think of is a haiku, which is like a Japanese poem. And if they don't rhyme every other sentence, I don't get it.
This world
And I think
is
that's what
full
happened
of
there.
wonders.
Like, I literally
Everywhere
have no
we
idea.
go, we walk with death.
I mean, it sounds good, but...
Good stuff.
Honeymoon and Lumiere. Nice. Is this literally the whole area? It's kind of crazy the different angles they decide to do in different parts of the game. It threw me off in a good way, I guess. Alright, get me out of here. Unless I'm missing something. I mean, I could totally be missing something, but... Where's my little buddy at? There he is. He's clearly much quicker. Just this. The white tree. Now we can come back on the back side of this. Let's see how that works out for us.
Let us get wet.
I don't know what that dude. Now what we're supposed to do is go up here. That's main story. This looks locked. I don't think I have taken my time necessarily in this game. I mean, I went through and cleared everything, but... Uh-oh. But I think this game's relatively large. Like, we haven't even touched... I guess it depends how much of this is water, but I'm going to assume everything in this gray is mapped, so... I can't remember my IQ. Yeah, I know it exists. I couldn't tell you the structure, though. I guess that's my point.
Fastest ball.
There we go. Oh yeah, the main character died, by the way, and he got replaced by this guy, who looks an awfully lot like the main character, but that's currently where the story sits right now. I don't know. I guess if people didn't see yesterday's stream. The biggest part of it is, God, it's so tough. It's obscure on purpose is the problem. Well, it's not like a problem to understand. I don't think it's like a narrative problem. But the main character tried to kill the man in the white and ended up dying, and we kept his hand. And then this guy showed up who has way more context to what's going on than we're aware. Something about them being a family. The paintress and the man and the old man with the cane are like inherently connected. If the paintress dies, according to them, then the old man dies. So he keeps killing the expeditions that show up to the island. But somehow he's kept some of these guys alive, right? It's obscure on purpose. But really the main character died, got replaced with this guy. Well, one of the main characters. I use main character loosely, Gustav, yeah. I don't feel like he's dead because there seems to be some dimensional shift thing. Because the multiple times we've seen different versions, masked versions of these characters in like an abstract world. Like they push their soul out and it's their soul that's running around. I don't know. It's like I said, it's obscure on purpose. That's kind of it's a little confusing. That's kind of the pieces I put together. Okay, like it is what it is. But the biggest thing is he's gone for now. I don't think he's actually gone, but his body's gone for sure, and we have his hand. So now I get to learn how this guy works, which is similar to Gustav, but not exactly. Yeah, it's like a ranking system. Up on the top right, it says C. I can't point at it with my cursor because my cursor's inherently attached to the camera, but I think you're supposed to rank up to S to do as much damage as possible, but actually, did I even give him? I don't remember. Let's see after him. That probably was a good idea what I just did there. Just fire him. You think you can one-tap? Ooh, I don't know about that. I could try Ice Lance here. He's slowed.
Take cover.
No, it didn't help. Now we're gonna have to dodge this then.
Careful,
Attack. Oh wow, I haven't seen that guy attack, and I got 2 perfect dodges there. It's awesome. Good for me. I think you can kill him by just doing that. Yep, and you will. Take that. Oh, nice. Get your shield off, dude. You have a shit ton of points from that. Nice. I don't like. They're in a weird order now. They've flipped. I hate it. I want to flip it back. I want the mage, which is her in the middle. Are you weak to thunder, my dude? Dude, you have 9? Jesus. Wait, you don't have the fucking hand attack. Okay. Well, that's frustrating. What is leadership? Reduces current rank and gives 2 to 4 AP. Oh, that's kind of cool, actually. So if he gets up to, like, A, I can spend 3 AP to get, like, 7 AP back. But I think it uses his turn to do that. What is Quick Strike? Gives more perfection, which is the rank up thing. Okay. You have so many points. Yeah, I wanted to mark. And attack.
Danger.
Oh, you're not burning, are you? How does that not kill you, by the way? You have, like, no health to pull from when you do that sword thing. Instead, it's like... Just shoot him and go at him. Get him out of here. What is this?
Good stuff.
On healing an ally, also give 2 AP. Ooh, I like that a lot, actually. Let's be leveling that while we run around. Well, I guess this name's Verso. So tick those off. There. Actually, yeah, what is this? Deals extreme light damage to all enemies. Can break. I think I need... Okay, we need to clear his stuff, actually. Oh, I can't clear that. What is his main attack? These are all 3s. What about 2? Mark. Okay, I'll take Mark. I do want leadership. Actually, that's in the perfect slot for that. Phantom Stars. I need a breaking. The heal from fire, that's fine. Powerful is the same thing as Gustav. That leaves... critical hits, increased damage, or quick strike. This is a 2. I have a 2 here if you mark. Phantom Stars is 9, which is his, like, well, I would classify that as some sort of an alt. which we have. Powerful's here. I think it'll take us all 0. Okay. Skirt. Nah, go back to expedition. I don't know if I like you in glasses, to be honest. Let's give you artist hair. Cool. I don't mind that. Okay, we're good there. Oh, shoot, I pulled it out, didn't I? Oh, this is rough. I don't have a good setup for this. Well, I can figure it out. You just gotta give me a second. No, I don't need that. Think. Rev. Yeah, use that screen. Let's pull that over. Manager. Because I can put both boxes there. As long as this one gets pinned over here. Okay. We'll see if my peripheral's used to that. Forgotten monolith. Is there any other way through here? We came off the beach, yeah. Let me check this water thing before I run off. I wish I could mount a Squire earlier. There we go.
No.
Oh, can't. Okay, well, there's an underwater mechanic. He can't go underwater yet.
Let us get wet.
Oh, there's nothing. What is this? Oh shit, I almost missed it.
Well, that will help.
Oh, the whole reason I even pulled that up. Let's see. Was this? We need to level these. At death's door. Powerful revive. These don't help him at all. Exposing heal. But they can help the other people we get them. Oh, what's up, Noodle? A bow tie? Yeah, you asked for it, remember?
Swimsuit on.
Yeah, you have to wear a bow tie while playing this game every fourth time you load it up, so. It's like a rule. Okay, so we can't go through here. What is this? That's what I want to know. I just want to know what this is. I'll go through it one more time to look at it, but I'm assuming we can't get through there yet anyway. Oh, it's that thing up there. I don't know if we get up there, but I see it.
Swimsuit on.
Okay, I don't think we're supposed to be able to get up there yet, to be honest. Okay, it makes me feel a little bit better. Any 3-day weekends in chat? Don't forget your 3-day weekends. I guess you have to be American, though, I think, for that.
Time for a swim.
Unless other countries want to declare independence, I guess.
Time for swim.
Please, Artie? Yeah, I can't help it. I just work here. Alright, let's take this guy out of here. I want to do everything except go to the main quest, but This seems pretty well paced, and I don't think that's possible. Wait, is that a Tears of the Kingdom dragon? We can't get to that yet. Clearly, we're have to break through this coral somehow. Yeah, there's some Tears of the Kingdom dragons sitting up there being weird. What is going on? What's wrong with chat? Where's gaming, bro? Welcome in Jazz and Ham. You guys here to learn how the world works, or maybe next time? Did we go on this island? Oh, a public service announcement? Oh. I thought you guys were here for the games. I thought you guys were here for the commentary. Do we think that's a weak spot? Well, it doesn't matter because he got that anyway. No, he's hovering. He almost baited me. He would have just dodged it instantly. How much on fire are you? I think you're just one. Yeah. So that other skill's not gonna help. Oh, there it is. I heard it.
Sword is death. Let us stay.
Oh, I heard it again. Oh, God. Okay, I'll take a 2-hit combo because I can do this, I think. Yep, 1, 2, perfect, perfect, nice.
I'm ready.
Now this guy I hate. That's why. That's why I hate him. I should have just shot you to death. That's my bad, really. And then we're gonna use an item to get her back up. Okay. Oh, I get a shield, you piece of shit. Oh, I dodged it for the first time ever. Get the fuck out of here. I hate you so much. Just go at him. No, not you, him. Woo! A 3-hit, thank God. Oh my gosh, she has 58 health, I kept from dying there. I got hit once though.
Feel the burn.
Oh, it's gonna take a hot minute. Oh yeah, because our Gustav replacement doesn't have the correct items on him because we're leveling him. Wait, if I never have to sign another lease, yeah, it's the worst. No shirt, no shoes, no service, so I'm just following the rules, you know.
Ready to parry.
I'll take a 2-hitter. Woo! Woo! What does perfect mean? Is that good, chat? If it says perfect when I do a skill check, I don't know if that's good or not. I'm just wondering. You guys are the gamers around here. B, increased damage. Let's do it. I've never done this. Whatever this is. I hit pretty hard.
Nesso, dodge.
1 level? Yeah, probably 1 level underneath it, actually. Yeah, that's a good point. Take your shields off. I'm just gonna heal here. Not you. Why would I heal you? Wait, what? Heal yourself. Weirdo. Combustion, but that would only be 3. Let's do offensive switch. Low fire damage applies defenseless. The 3-hitter. Somehow, I always get hit by the middle. You have anything good? Whoa, whoa, whoa. Perfection A. What can I do with A? Powerful? Increased duration? Fuck. There's nothing for A. Phantom stars. Just attack. We'll save your points. And then you rain of fire. Just decent, this guy. Perfect. And we get 2 AP for that for having the perfect dodge check. Just put him on fire. Go attack anyway. Oh yeah, you heal when you attack.
Bring it on.
Probably should have done that.
Let's carve a path.
I need 9 AP for this. I could wait. The leadership. Oh, I can give it to somebody else. Interesting. Now we're just doing it again. Oh no! I forgot about his fucking shield.
Your sword is dead.
What a waste.
Feel the burn. Careful,
Not another
Berserk.
3-hitter. Oh god, bro. I don't know what the middle one is.
My sword is dead.
Ready to evade.
Dude, this guy's so fast. Pretty fast for a big one.
Time to end this.
Alright, now it's time. What is this? Phantom stars. Extreme light damage to all enemies 5 hits. Can break. Okay. That reminds me, what move was that? That was in Fantasy 16. That reminds me of Odin. Of Odin's attack. What is it? It starts with a Z. It's a crazy fucking word. So I want to say Suzuki, but I'm thinking of something else. Oh, is this the real life or is this the fantasy life? God dang it. Oh my god, this 3-hit shit. Oh, I did it. Woo! Well, now we're out of AP points, so. Just attack. Should be coming out yourself too.
Ready to
I'll take a
evade.
2-hitter. A game backlog. You should front log it. This guy gets to go every other turn. I hate it. At least we marked. That's nice.
Let's push forward.
Let's do a Thunderfall.
Lightning. Strike.
You're not on fire, are you? You are not. Yeah, you are. go twice. Oh shit. I fucked it up. Oh well.
Watch out, my Al.
That was almost too early. I was hoping to get a mark out of it. Do we go in on it? Do we have a... Wait, a headache? What? It's a 3-day weekend. We only can do 2 of those 3, so we can either be safe, make good choices, or stay gorgeous. Okay, he's gonna shield. Playing fire here, actually. I think we're fine. Oh, okay, he burned to death. Holy shit. Ooh, level 10 weapon, nice. Wait, no, that's Dennis's job. You can't do that. Sorry. Yeah, we already had Dennis in that time slot already, unfortunately. Let me know when Javs leaves so we can talk about some stuff. We didn't go in there, did we? That's something else. What is this thing out here? Are we pointed the right way? Yeah, what's this thing to the left? Oh, it's a thing in the sky. Okay. I don't care. I mean, I do, but I don't know what it is. We didn't even go in here either. Healing an ally also applies rush for 1 turn? Shit. Oh, those are some good pictos. We need to get them leveled up, though. Let's use our chroma elixir. We got 3 of them. So I'm gonna go in on these guys. All right. Who has a face? You have a face. Use half. Nice. Dude, that was a really good setup. Yeah, that might kill you too. What is the max I'm gonna get out of this? 5. So we'll shoot twice. And then we'll W it. I didn't know if that was a jump or not. By the time I realized that it wasn't, it was too late, so.
Let us stay now.
We'll take the heals out of there, though. A new weapon for Timo Gustav. Nice. Wish.com Stav. Oh, this is a portal. I've never seen painting workshop danger. The first time we saw something marked a danger, it literally one-tapped us. Oh my god. You're gonna tell me there's a jumping puzzle in this game? I hate it. I hate it so much, bro. Oh my god, dude. The danger wasn't because of Will Robinson. It was the mechanic that was warning me of. It knows I hate that shit. I've never found jumping in any game fun. Not like that. Like jumping in World of Warcraft, sure, okay, be bopping around, fucking around, but as a mechanic, I hate it. Wait, why are you guys back? I did that so we could heal, because, yeah. So they came back. Okay, I guess going in a portal, come back out, resets the open world. That's fine. No big deal. Let's go ahead and give you some vitality. We're just gonna make you a tank, to be honest. Luck. Yeah, you need to crit your pants off. Okay. Skills. 6. What is this? Deals high single target fire damage, 1 hit damage increase for each hit received since the previous. Ooh, yeah, you need that. Yeah, you need that. So I don't have a break on some of these other guys. Removes all staff effects from allies and applies them to Verso. Removes. And applies it to him? I'm sure there's a reason why that would be good. Wait. Damage increase for each health Verso is missing? Wait. But, okay. Berserk Slash. So if he has a whole bunch of stam... Can you make your own characters game? No, this is story-based. But it's pretty well done regardless. But usually I would prefer to make my own character. And unless the narrative and story is really well put together... Then I'm okay playing the characters, I guess. Also depends on the type of game. Like Path of Exile, I'd much rather prefer to make my own character, for example. It's not like really narrative driven. It's more of a power fantasy. It's an RPG, so it's role playing. What do they classify this one as? I'm kind of curious. Clair. They do say RPG as well. Fantasy, story-rich, turn-based combat. It's crazy because JRPG stands for Japanese role-playing game. The problem is I think a lot of people came into the gaming sector and did not understand where these terms even came from, and they saw so they looked at a game who put this tag and didn't really understand what it was on their game, and then when they went and made a similar game, they used a similar tag. And this thing, it's like that game of telephone in high school. Like they kept using the same, somebody accidentally or purposely or whatever used the wrong tag on the game, and then every game that was similar that came after it started to use the same tags, and that's why all these tags are confusing. Back in the day, they weren't really that confusing. Now, there's two reasons why. One is because the scope of games was way more narrow, for sure. And then two, a bunch of people piled into like gaming that didn't fundamentally understand how these worked. So that's like two avenues as why. So now everybody's so confused. Like, we actually need more terms here. This is actually a good case study on how languages work. Right? Because, like, if a language doesn't have a word for a situation, they kind of come up with their own thing. Like, there almost needs to be... there almost needs to be, like, an authority that, like, stamps game-specific things. Because, it's like, I can just go through and make my own game and just tag it as dark fantasy, JRPG, and then have people argue with me over it, but I can still do it. It's not like I'm getting, like, a passport stamp where it's official, right? Like, this is a role-playing game for sure, but like if we did like Path of Exile, for example, which these are like two totally different games. this is also an RPG. So this is where it gets really fucking confusing. So this is another RPG. Action RPG, right? Like, they're like, well, what's an action RPG? Like, why is there RPG and see, like, it just gets confusing quick. Like, even I'm confused. So, and then like, what's another one? Multiplayer, like is Stardew Valley really a multiplayer game? Not in the context in which I would tag multiplayer as one of the 4 tags in Stardew Valley. It has multiplayer, but its core gameplay, it is not a multiplayer game. Like, so that's kind of what I mean. It's like people just tagging stuff. There almost needs to be a redesigned system for this. This used to be helpful for people to understand what was in the game, but now I think it's more of a barrier than a help now. Like, I think it's become so bastardized, not really purposefully, and misrepresented, and people using the terms in ways that they really weren't meant for, that now tagging games like this doesn't really help literally at all, when it was literally used to be a tool to help people understand. Souls-like can have no clue. Yeah, I totally get that too, because it gets used a lot as well. Souls-like usually is defined by like an action game where you're like playing the actual character with action combat against other characters, like or NPCs that are very punishing, and have like a move set. So like Elden Ring is actually a Souls-like. It actually comes from the series Dark Souls, which I never played, which were usually kind of linear games where it'd be like a one-on-one you versus the NPC boss, and the NPC boss would be very punishing. And like 1 or 2 mistakes would mean that you died, and it would take, 5-10 minutes to kill the thing or something. Yeah, so Night Rain, which is the new Elden Ring game, which is kind of like this is a roguelike take on Elden Ring. And roguelike really just means that generally that you have 2 games. One game is your permanent progression. So it's kind of like you go into a map or you go into a world and you gather items and resources, and then you bring them back to your original version of the game. And you use that to upgrade that to make your next run into the map or into the world more powerful. It's really fundamentally what a roguelike is. You're like, Balatro is a roguelike, right? You start out with like nothing, but you will unlock things as you play through the round until you beat it. And then when you play a new one, you lose all of your stuff again. And it's a roguelike. But the word Souls literally comes from Dark Souls, because they were the first games to be like this. So like Dark Souls 3. Right. A character versus like a big boss NPC. Very punishing. As in, like, almost no room for mistake. Like, you get hit, you die kind of thing. It's going to show us gameplay in here. Yeah. So you'll see that when you're looking at a Souls-like, you're looking at, like, combat and game mechanics like this. Right. So you, the character, fighting some big, bad, punishing boss in action combat. Because you'll see that Elden Ring mirrors a lot of that gameplay-wise, right? See, dude on horse, you versus dragon.
Go forth.
You versus very mad Mongol warrior guy. So, you get the point. They are very tumultuous, yeah. These are generally niche games designed for hardcore gamers. The reason Elden Ring was incredibly popular is because it approached the Souls-like punishing genre in a way that made it a lot more approachable to more casual gamers, without jeopardizing the gameplay or watering down the mechanics. So kind of like a Zelda Tears of the Kingdom or something like that. Where or like Breath of the Wild, you can play it on master mode, or you can play it without, but you can still kind of like choose your own adventure almost. You can decide to go wherever you want. But that's why Elden Ring was incredibly popular, because they were able to kind of tweak things a little bit. The thing about Dark Souls is Dark Souls was very linear. So what it means is, like, if you got stuck at a boss, like, and you couldn't beat the boss, you were fucked. Like, you weren't going anywhere. In Elden Ring, they made it more open world. So, like, if you're stuck on a boss, you don't usually have to do that boss. You can go back out in the world and, like, level your character more, go get more weapons, go to a different area, and then come back when you're more skilled and more powerful. Dark Souls is not like that. It is like, you have what you have. Like, you can't generally out level anything, and you'll be stuck. But because of the open world nature and the leveling mechanics around Elden Ring, it made a Souls-like, which are very punishing, way more approachable to a wider audience. So the boss fights and things are generally relatively hard. But it gives the gamer a bunch of tools and mechanisms to counter it if they want. So you can use summons or not use summons. You can go out into the world and level for 3 hours, or you can decide to just go right after the boss in the beginning. You can actually take a level 1 character and beat everything. You can't ever get hit, which they're called like hitless runs. So, but that in my mind is like superior gameplay design, where it's able to be fun to different segments of gamers and approachable by those people as well. So anyway, there's a history lesson brought to you by Folgers. Taste the rainbow. I don't care about you, buddy. I'm sorry. I've never had to move my party. How do I move my party around? Can I do this? Can I drag? Oh, I can remove from party. I don't know if I can flip around that party. What is this? I hate having no background noise. Give me a second. I'm gonna play Lumiere. Oh, actually, we got a new one. This one, Honeymoon. I don't even think I know everything, and I've dealt with gaming since I was a kid. I like knowing things, but I definitely... There's never a scenario where I literally know everything. Even in World of Warcraft, I don't know everything. I've spent probably 2,000 hours in that game over the course of like 15 years. Now, a little bit different. World of Warcraft is every expansion, there's more information, new things changing, but still. It's like every time I deep dive into something, I realize how much I don't actually know. Like, I think we might go through a podcast later as my worldview gets shattered. It doesn't really get shattered again. It's more like the plate gets broken, and then like if my worldview is like a China plate, the military threw it on the floor and shattered it into a bunch of pieces, but there were still chunks of plate still there. And then I'll go engage with something, and somebody will come in and smash one of the bigger pieces of my worldview plate into more pieces. So that kind of happened to me again last night. I was like, God damn it, dude. Dreaming? No, I didn't warn anybody. I didn't know if I could pull off being here this early, so I didn't want to say anything. One of the biggest pieces of advice I can give people is to not discount the message because of the messenger. it's the easiest way to suppress a message is be like, oh, I don't like that person, so everything they say is wrong. And once I broke myself of my inherent, I would say ability, like tendency to do that, I've been able to learn way more stuff. But I went like half of a podcast yesterday where apparently this is going to sound crazy, but like I don't think it is. And the only reason it sounds crazy is because I think 99% of people don't even know how radio waves work. Which, like, why would they? Like, why would, like, where in your daily life would you want to, what would you need to fundamentally understand how radio waves worked? But according to this company's CEO, is like we have the ability to pretty much make satellites into massive solar panels, harness the energy of the sun, and send it directly to places. The reason it's being suppressed is because it would upend the entire electrical grid and electrical system. So, like, you would never have to plug anything in. You would never have to have power lines. You would never have to have coal plants. You would never have to have nuclear plants. And then it got me really thinking. It's like if I was living in the time of like a car or before a car or before an airplane, like how foreign would these or like a phone, right? Like a cell phone. How foreign would these concepts be and unrealistic to me back then? And then I take that and I go, okay, so what would be things now that are probably possible in the future that I'm massively discounting because they're weird or crazy in my mind theories, but are totally possible, just like I would have discounted the car or the airplane or the cell phone or the internet, like before it was like mainstream. Because people, this is like an entire like science history lesson. It's people always call those type of people that do things like that, like they're always crazy. It's always some conspiracy theory until it isn't. Submarines desalinate water all the time. That, like, so this is how a submarine. I think most ships do this, to be honest. I mean, I literally had to do an entire checkout on a submarine over reverse osmosis. Like, that's how submarines get their water. They need pure water, desalinated water. They need I literally just lost the term. Like, just pure water that doesn't have any of the shit in it. Anyway, it's not desalinated. Deionized water. Jesus Christ. They need deionized water. But, like, the only water that a submarine can pull from is literally seawater. So the submarines have an entire system designed called reverse osmosis, which takes water and shoves it through multiple screens and forces just the water out on the other side. I can't remember how it all internally works because it wasn't really part of my checkout, because the desalinization system actually works back aft of a submarine. And by that I mean it's in the area where the engines and the nuclear power plant is. And the submarine is split in half to the forward compartment and to the aft compartment. The aft compartment is full of all of your mechanically trained, nuclear trained engineers. And that's where it sits. And because of that, I was a forward guy. So all I needed to do was have a basic understanding on how the desalinization process worked. That's it. I didn't need to know all the little valves and all the little intricacies. I just need to have a basic understanding of it. But because of that, I can't really explain exactly how it works. I just have a basic understanding, if that makes sense. Whereas in other parts of the boat, I have a very more fine-tuned understanding. Like stuff that was part of my job versus stuff that I would only have to engage with during a casualty event. Obviously, I'm going to be way more knowledgeable of the stuff I was doing daily over stuff that I did 1 or 2 times in a year, right? Like. A tangent? You did. Charging your doorbell with your couch, yeah. So, I guess back to the original point is I'm consistently relatively open-minded, but I'm not so open-minded that my brain falls out, okay? But I am open-minded to the fact that, like, you know, pharmaceutical companies, it's in their best interest to constantly sell medicine and never to cure the disease. It is in the best interest of energy companies to always have you dependent on energy and never have a new form of energy in order to that would threaten their entire hierarchy. This is how the power structure works. People in power never want to lose their power. So, like, when I look at other instances of similar things happening, they always operate in the same way, right? The old guard never wants to relinquish power to a new system. And the thing is, like, I think I brought it up back a while ago, is like, I think I openly asked the question, why does it feel like all of our technological advances plateaued? Like, we have advances, but they're so slow. Like, they were so ramped up in, like, the 90s, like, early 2000s, and then they seem to have plateaued. Like, the iPhone never really gets better. Like, our electricity and electrical grid never really gets better. Somehow, right? Like things, it's purposely being slowed down. So I almost look at it like, we'll use a gaming analogy, like, you know, where games come out and they have, like, day one DLC. Like, they purposely leave out half the game so that they can drip it out to the player over the next 3 or 4 years, so they always have content. I fundamentally, I think, am coming to realize that's exactly how our technological advances are working. Is we have all of this stuff, but because people don't want to, the old guard doesn't want to relinquish power, it would threaten, like, massive amounts of industries. That's why it feels like our technological advances have plateaued. I would say plateaued to the public, but I actually don't think so anymore. Now, 100% the military and the government has things that the civilians don't have access to, 100%. Now, what you would have to argue is what's, like, how much further is the military government advances? What's how big of a gap is there between the military and the civilian, right? That would be the argument. I don't think there's a worthwhile argument to say there isn't a gap. There definitely is a gap between the technological advances that the government has access to and the technological advances that the civilian population has access to. But I don't know if that gap is as big as people think it is, because the thing that slows down everything is literally people. Like, idiots slow it down. The power apparatuses and mechanisms slow it down. Incompetence slows it down, right? It's really hard for me to really buy into this overarching theory that, like, one person or two people are running the planet because of how stupid people underneath them are. So I think it's like usually a combination of, like, I would say rogue, of people always acting in their best interest at the time, which is always going to look like inconsistency and corruption, because usually it is. The Lion King game was purposely hard so no one could beat it? Maybe. One of my core pillars is, if I look at a situation that I don't know, I will always assume that the person's going to operate in their best interest. That doesn't mean that every single time they are, but if we pull out that bell curve, generally people are always going to operate in their best interest. Always. They will say the thing that makes them look the best, all right into the point it actually affects them, and then they will work in their best interest from there on forward. Like, people, like that whole science project, or not science project, but study, though. Like, you can never argue that people wouldn't be willing to kill somebody else. It's just wherever your personal line is where you get to that point. Like, everybody's line before they start breaking the law and taking advantage of other people, everybody's line's different, but everybody will do it at some point. You know, in with some of the most extreme situations, when two people are drowning next to each other, they're both instantly shoving themselves under. They're both instantly using the other person to keep their head above water. It doesn't matter their religion. It doesn't matter where they grew up. It doesn't matter at all. When your body is in literal panic mode, and two people are drowning next to each other, they will do everything to push the other person down in order to keep their head above water. It's something that people don't want to internalize, that they're capable of doing that, but it's literally what happens. So, like, but my point is, everybody has a line up into the will that they will end up doing it. So I'm never going to argue, or yeah, I'm never going to argue that it doesn't exist, because it exists literally in everybody. People are designed to survive and work in their best interest. That's where the thing luxury beliefs come from. Like, people like to believe things that don't affect them, that don't directly affect them. So like when a CEO comes out and talks about an earnings report, you're never gonna have a CEO ever come out and be like, yeah, we suck, the leadership team sucks, we failed, you should replace us with other people. They're never gonna say that. So because you're never ever getting that half of the story, I'm never going to take what somebody says with really any seriousness at all. I'm going to take what they actually do and what's in their best interest is way more credible than what they're actually going to say. Wait, did he walk the line? I don't know, though. Oh, I gotta do RV, though. Don't go anywhere, chat, unless you got places to be, okay? Yeah, well, the thing I was looking at was, I guess this was an online conversation I was having with somebody else, like not on stream, is people made fun of Trump because of the Space Force. But the satellite warfare aspect is, in my mind, one of the biggest changing pivotal points, as big as, like, having access to fire. Like, if you're the first civilization, like, if you guys, well, not everybody's played, but Civilization, like, some technological advances supersede the size of your civilization. So, like, if you're the first civilization on the fucking planet that has fire, like, how big of an advantage is that? If you're the first civilization that has gunpowder, if you're the first civilization to have aircraft, right? It doesn't really matter how big your civilization has. England, like, having naval dominance. Like, they didn't have land dominance, which France had back in the 1700s. But because England had fucking naval dominance, they could shut down and take over all kinds of countries for hundreds of years. Because they had better tech and better operational control of the seas for hundreds of years, that they were able to take over India, take over, like, run their will in Africa. Like, they were able to do all this stuff. That I fundamentally think that whoever is able to actually win what would be a version of the space race, ends up coming out on top, like, civilization-wise. And if it's not like, I would rather it be the U.S. than anybody else. Like, I would rather it be the country that I live in, that I'm a citizen of, literally over than anybody else. Just like any other country literally thinks the exact same way. And if you don't think like that, you're literally just virtue signaling. You're saying that because it sounds good, but it doesn't affect you directly until it does. But they memed over the Space Force because people don't understand how big of a deal. Like, boil it down to, like, aircraft, okay? Like, aircraft back in, like, World War I, World War II. Like, how big of an advantage do you have if you have a massive air force over another country that has no air force? Well, obviously you have a massive advantage. Now, expand that to the globe. Imagine that type of stuff over your country way up in space, right? Like, I better not dot me Uwis for this. I won't. There's no dress code. It's just Fabulous Fridays. But I think one of the best things that that administration ever did was make a Space Force. Like, because it's something that you would have to put in the works in 20, 30 years in advance before another civilization does it to you. The thing is, like, Americans don't really fundamentally understand what it's like to be scared of another country because we've been on top for so long. But imagine if, like, another country was able to do what we've done to other countries. Go in there, install a government that's, like, pro-Chinese or pro-Russia or, like, you name it. Like, people can't even fundamentally comprehend what that's like because it's not even a reality in which they think is possible. So they never think, like, they're like, oh, America does it, it's bad. It's like, well, if it was done to us, like... The Golden Dome is another one of those things. I know people have no idea what the fuck they're talking about because they're memeing on it. Like, they literally have no idea. Like, I don't really expect them to have any idea, but I can always expect people to have what I call a fast food opinion on about anything. And what I mean by fast food opinions is it's cheap and fast to have, but long term it destroys you. I call them fast food opinions. They're acceptable to literally everybody. It tastes good initially when you eat it, but then you pay massive consequences 30 minutes later. That's what I look at. Like, so when I see people, like, making fun of the Golden Dome and stuff, I'm like, well, here's your typical fast food take on something again. Oh, what was I was gonna look something up and I forgot. Oh God, I was gonna pull Gronk for something and I forgot. The Golden Dome. Here, we'll just ask Gronk for chat, okay? I mean, I can explain it. No. No, the order. I think it's so new that Gronk doesn't know. Like, Gronk isn't like an all, like, know all be all. It's just a good tool like Wikipedia. I don't know why Gronk isn't getting it, but I think I was able to pull enough. Yeah, it's a proposed U.S. missile defense system announced by Trump January 27th. I don't know. It's in the news again. I forget why, though. I didn't know that he announced it 3 months ago. It aims to protect the U.S. homeland from ballistic, hypersonic, cruise missile threats through multi-layer primary space-based defense architecture. The system relies on hundreds to thousands of satellites for early detection, tracking, interception of missiles. A Defense Intelligence Agency assessment highlights growing missile threats with China possessing 400 intercontinental ballistic missiles, ICBMs, Russia 350, and North Korea. Hypersonic missiles and FOBs add complexity if they can evade current defense. The scary ones are the hypersonic missiles. What's a hypersonic missile, you ask? They're capable of going 3,800 miles an hour while maintaining high maneuverability and low altitude flight paths. And we don't have anything that we're aware of that there's a defense against hypersonic missiles. Who has these? Russia. China. The US. India. North Korea. Iran. The UK. France. Australia. Okay, so you get my point. We don't have a defense against something that a lot of our adversaries and current allies have in their weapons arsenal. There you go. Is China on the moon? China's not physically on the moon. Okay, bro. Okay, Gronk, thank you. China's not on the moon. Oh my god. Hello, is this the Krusty Krab? No, it's Patrick. Okay, thank you, Gronk. I hate it here, dude. I don't know the intricacies on the Golden Dome, but like the general point I'm making is like it's not a meme. It's actually needed, and it is expensive. It's a lot of fucking money. But I fundamentally believe the federal government's #1 responsibility is to is the safety of its citizenry, right? Like this is like one of the jobs the federal government should consistently be working on. Right, you have a United States, like, put as much power into the states for the states to control whatever, as many things as they can. But I look at the federal government like I look at the steel framework in a building. Like, I need the steel framework of that building to consistently be strong and supported. And the military, to me, is like a lot of that steel in that framework. I am a peace through strength enjoyer. Like, boil it down, like, super basically. Like, if somebody knows you have a gun in your house and they know somebody else in another house doesn't have a gun and they need to rob one of these two houses, well, which house are they going to go for, right? Like, and so I look at, like, nations' military strength kind of like that. There is an entire industrial complex, which is another side of that. But the Peace Through Strength initiative, that what I generally support is you have a very effective lethal military and you don't use it unless you absolutely have to. It's like a literal deterrent to keeping other people from conquering your civilization, from overwhelming your population, whatever it is. Okay, strategic context. China's lunar ambitions are part of its broader space strategy, which includes hypersonic missile development. Oh, imagine that. We just talked about the hypersonic missiles. That's crazy. So China's on the moon, which sounds crazy. But they have verified being on the moon, trying to install hypersonic missiles. That's kind of crazy. Man, where's the media when you need it? Instead of memeing around, downplaying stuff, calling the administration massively crazy, all they have to do is come in and do fucking 5 minutes of research. They know exactly what they're doing. They know exactly why they're doing it. Like, I don't think the mainstream corporate media. The problem is there's a lot of problems. The problem is the corporate mainstream media is still full of a lot of boomers, super upper end millennials that don't understand how the fucking internet works. that if you take 5 minutes of critical thinking on a subject and go poke around, all of their argumentation will instantly fall apart, and you will be like, what the fuck? And I can't even get people to go that far. Like, because the only tool that corporate media has is emotional manipulation. They get you emotionally invested in a subject, and it allows it hijacks your brain to shut down literally anything else. The poor grandma on their Social Security, the little kid at the border. You're gonna lose all your Medicare. Your Medicaid's gonna go away. There's a threat to democracy. Dude, how many of these fucking things on there? Trump ambushes, fascism, you just name it, right? Instantly, it instantly puts the average person on defense mode. They instantly kind of shut down and go, oh, well, if they're fascists, then like I shouldn't listen to them at all. Everything they say, right? And so you never engage with the message. You never look into the subject. You instantly go, oh, well, they're bad people, so I should never ever look at that. And it's massively effective. Now, it's becoming less and less effective because of the internet and alternative media, which is exactly why which is exactly why corporate media constantly clowns on and downplays YouTubers and alternative media, because it has nothing to do about the message. It's about corporate media's constant slip out of relevancy. It's literally a power dynamic. Corporate media has the power, and they're losing the power, and they're downplaying and using their power to obfuscate, to downplay, to delegitimize other sources of actual information. Because if they could stand on if the corporate media could actually stand on what they were saying, they would tell you, hey, go to YouTube, go fact check us. They never say go fact check us. In 30, 35 years of consuming corporate media, looking at it, I've never ever seen anybody ever go fact check us. I've never seen it. It's always, this is our opinion. We are the arbiters of what's true. Anything else is misinformation. It's different information. Don't even look at it. Those people are crazy every time. But when I engage with alternative media and what I view as like relatively reliable sources, while biased, they will generally always say to go fact check it. Like, generally, most of these people are operating off of facts and then coming to their own ideological conclusions, but they're still operating on a fact-based premise, right? Like an example would be, I don't think the military should be used at all unless it's like an emergency. And there's another worldview that's like neoconservatism that thinks that like we should go into other countries and preemptively kill and remove people before they become a threat, right? So we could both agree that like we need a very strong military, but ideologically, like we would come to two different conclusions on how to use it, which is totally fine. But like most conversation never gets that far because you never get like the fact-based stuff to even operate with to begin with. So then I have to come in here and fucking do my own research constantly. It's really annoying sometimes. But anyway, yeah, that's the Golden Dome. There's another thing about China and helium. It's like helium-3. Oh, okay. Helium-3 is a rare isotope of helium valued for its potential as a clean fuel for nuclear fission reactors due to its low radiation, minimal nuclear waste. China's interest in lunar helium-3 stems from its abundance on the moon, where solar winds have deposited to the lunar rego soil over billions of years. Unlike Earth, which is shielded from its magnetic field. Yeah. Launched in May 2024, so this time last year, this mission landed on the moon's far side and returned 2 kilograms of samples. While primarily focused on geological studies, I don't believe this for 2 seconds, by the way. This is propaganda. Like, I can't really go prove it. Like, I can't go prove it, right? But one, I have prior like intelligence where they will frame stuff as, oh, this is just a humanitarian effort. Oh, we're just doing a geological survey. This is like the lowest IQ, not for the American people, okay? Like for the average person. This works just fine for the average person. But when you know how the world actually works, why would, like, just think of it logically, why would China want to go to the moon to see how the fucking mountains look like and how they were made? Like, why would they care? You're spending billions of dollars to go to the moon to do geological moon surveys on a rock that doesn't have any, that doesn't move, that nothing happens to. There's no volcanic activity. There's nothing. This isn't like a moon around Jupiter. This isn't fucking even like Mars. This is a dead rock. So what the fuck is the purpose of doing a geological study? So if you're going to tell me it's a geological study, what are you trying to accomplish? Why are you going up there? You're spending billions of fucking dollars. Get the fuck out of here, okay? That's my point, is I'm just saying this is just massive fucking propaganda. Oh, we're just on the moon for here. Oh, and by the way, we're going to grab this really rare resource, helium-3, while we're here. But we're just really here for the geological study. Okay. Okay, dude. Yeah, for sure. I'm in the bank vault because I'm trying to I'm trying to see what new wallpaper can go in here. Well, why the fuck you in the bank vault? It couldn't be like all of the lock boxes, all the money on the table. No, it's the wallpaper. You're in here just doing a wallpaper survey to see the diamond. Get the fuck out of here, dude. Anyway. Oh yeah, look, here we go. Scientific goals are analyzing lunar samples to measure helium-3 content. Oh, there we go. Okay. So like usually you can find the truth. The problem is I'm just pointing this out is the truth is usually in a fucking sea of bullshit. Right, like they're not there. So they're not lying. They are there for geological surveys, but they're there to find how much of this fucking rare, I want to say rare earth, but it's like rare moon material, right? This rare moon material sitting up there. That's why they're there. But they frame it as if they're just like these like explorers. Oh, we're just curious how the moon works, bro. Okay. But anyway, all these things, if you just told this to an average Walmart American, they would sound like loony bin stuff. And this actually goes back to my broader point like 30 minutes ago. It's like imagine going and saying the Chinese are on the moon for helium-3 to somebody walking around at Walmart, and they'll probably instantly kind of walk away from you and never want to have anything to do with you ever again. So that's kind of like the general public pushback that you're going to get for even trying to have a conversation about some of this stuff. And honestly, probably 10 years ago, me would have probably had the same thing. I'm like, yeah, I'm sure the Chinese are on the moon, bro. Sure, dude. Okay, dude. Let's get this guy out of here. Get him a beer and put him in an Uber and send him home. This guy's had too much, you know? But then you look it up, you're like, oh. Fuck. But this is why I always look at my own stuff now. Like, I'm not going to take anybody's word. I'm going to go look into it. There's not very many subjects I don't think I can look at and figure out, like with 90% accuracy, to have a general idea what's going on. With my general rule set of people are always going to act in their best interest. They're never gonna come out and tell you something that makes them look bad right off the bat. Look at countries as like people. The trap that people fall into constantly is they look at somebody do something crazy and they go, well, I would never do that. And so they dismiss the other person's action. I was like, just because you wouldn't do it doesn't mean that the thing's not happening. Like, people reference themselves constantly for stuff. And that's the biggest problem. Or one of the biggest problems. Is the references comes from themselves. Like, have you ever heard the phrase, well, I've never seen that. Well, I would never do that. They're always self-referencing. So they're looking at this, a bunch of people do something, and they go, I don't understand why they're doing this thing because I would never do it. Well, there's your problem. The method in which you're judging something is massively flawed, and you're literally calling it out, but you're just sitting there confused the whole time. That's the problem. It's like you're looking at it backwards. You're looking at it as I would never do it, not they would never do it. Oh, that's a tuba. Nice. Oh yeah, because I played the Obscur music. I don't know. We got fun on our tangent again, but today was tangent day, so. I like this guy, Mike Benz. He sometimes streams on Rumble, but I haven't caught him live. Anything crazy in here? I wonder how long it's going to take before people realize that that racism can happen to white people. It's crazy to watch this play out for the last well, it's been playing out forever in my mind, but the racism double standard. Where I believe you should never judge anybody based off of an immutable characteristic at all. Apparently, there's a large segment of the population that depends that if you look a certain way, then it's okay, which is literal racism. Like I don't. That's what I mean. I hate these people. I hate them all. They have no values. They don't actually believe anything that they say. They only say it because it works in their best interest. Because as soon as you flip the argument around on the backwards the other way, they instantly go, whoa, 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 whoa. The dirty secret is everybody is. So if everybody's this way, then nobody is kind of how I look at it, right? Like, it's acting on, like, it's fundamentally acting on it that's the bad part, right? Like, I have plenty of friends from like different ethnic groups, and I always thought it was a way better environment where dudes dogged on each other. Like I couldn't even pull a Chris Rock fucking stand-up right now without getting banned, probably, right? Like, I like that environment way more, where it's out in the open and people are just discussing it. You know what actually kind of happened is we let a bunch of Karens take over. A bunch of whiny, privileged millennial class that like upper middle of higher class, that there's never been a more privileged group on the face of this planet started to tone police and HR everybody that was doing that, and now we're in this like fucking in this culture of like, oh, you can't say that anymore. Like, we were actually in a really good spot in the 90s from in my perspective with like with race relations, and the tone policing and suppression of people being able to kind of just be themselves has actually made it fucking 100 times worse now. So here we sit in 2024, 2025 with it being in my mind 10 times worse than it was in the 90s. And then you got to think like, well, how did it get worse? Like how did we come to a point where everybody was generally getting along? Like, we had like Rush Hour 1, Rush Hour 2, right? Where we had people of different ethnicities, you know, sitting in a movie theater consuming the same type of content, laughing together, enjoying all the jokes back and forth, to, oh, now we can't say anything about anybody ever. Like, it goes to my general thesis that like the suppression of free speech actually makes things way worse. It never has ever made them better, ever. No, and nowhere in human history is suppressing somebody's free speech either solved the problem or made that problem any better. It doesn't make it better with mental health. It doesn't make it better with racism. It doesn't make it better in a relationship. It never, ever has not communicating problems to each other ever made the thing better, ever. Religion, politics, you name the thing that the things you can't talk about somehow are also all the things that are the worst things that we have to deal with. That's crazy. Crazy the one-for-one comparison across the board where this thing is consistent every single time. That not being able to talk about stuff or having stuff tone police actually made that thing way worse. It's almost like people don't like to be told what to do or say. That's another thing about like radicalism. Like, nobody ever thinks like, how do people get radicalized? And that's like one of the main ways, is either not allowing somebody to question something or consistently downplaying or suppressing their free speech. Because if you don't let the people talk, they'll scream. If you don't let them scream, I forget what the saying is. There's like a three-part saying to it. I forget what it is. Anyway. Yeah, but China's on the moon, so. Yeah, the PC crowd actually hijacked American culture for like fucking 15 years. And what you're experiencing right now is the thing is like this is a little more complex, but the culture of like a civilization or of like a group is like a pendulum. Like it usually goes extreme left. And because of all the extreme left, it pushes a lot of people extreme right, or generally extreme right, and then the pendulum goes back to the right side, and the same thing happens. There's a bunch of the like extreme right policies radicalize people to go like extreme left. So what we had between like 2007 and 8 to like 2022, 2023 was a massive leftist pendulum. And what we are experiencing over the last 6 months is that pendulum starting to like flip over to the right. So whether you agree with it or not, whether you support it or not, that's culturally what's kind of happening. Is you're having the growing pains of a super left-leaning, like almost, I would say, I don't want to say leaning, like just a far left pendulum starting to swing to the right. So like if you enjoy that side of the pendulum, you're like, thank God it's doing this. And if you don't enjoy that side of the pendulum, you're going, everything's collapsing. This is the worst thing ever. Like this is the worst world. I don't want to exist anymore, right? Like, but you watch, give another 10, 15 years, that pendulum will start to flip back left again, right? It's literally how cultures and civilizations have gone for thousands of years. So. There were a couple, like Elon Musk buying Twitter actually started a massive pendulum shift. Because the only way you can stop the pendulum from shifting is by suppressing people's free speech. Like if you don't let the other side's ideas, if you don't let the other side have a place in the free marketplace of ideas, then the pendulum can never flip back. And in a way, it's actually really healthy for a culture to do these like back and forth flips. Just like it's healthy for like the stock market to lose money and gain money. It's not good for it to always go up or always go down, obviously. It's good to have a balance of both. The business cycle is like this too, right? Like old ideas that are failed should fail so that new ideas and new policies can come back in and like replace them and be better theoretically. Isn't there hold on, is there a term for this? I should be using the term, I forget what it is. I mean, I'm always learning. I think there's an actual term for it. Political pendulum, I thought it was something else though. Okay, the U.S. has since seen swings to the progressive New Deal, 1930s, 1940s, the conservative Reagan era, 1980s, back to liberal policies, then a resurgence with Trump's elections, 2016, 2024. Cultural, 1960s, 1980s, 2010, social justice movements. Overton window shift. Yeah, I guess that's true. I use the Overton window a little bit differently, but yeah, I guess that would make sense there. Yeah, I would probably agree with that, to be honest, yeah. The Overton window thing is crazy. The first time I saw the Overton window shift was actually during Bill Clinton's tenure, where I even remember this as a kid, it was the Monica Lewinsky situation, where he said he didn't do it, and it was like a week of the media saying he didn't do it. Yes, he did. He didn't do it. Yes, he did. He didn't do it. Yes, he did. And then the Overton window shifted from it went from he didn't do it to, oh, he did it, but it doesn't matter. Oh, he did it, but it doesn't matter. Oh, he did it, but it doesn't matter. right? They started like I watched this in the media today where if they can't hammer home their narrative, then they shift the Overton window slightly and cede a small amount of ground towards the truth. But the first time I ever remember this happening was with like Bill Clinton and Monica, where they denied it happened, and then until they couldn't deny it happened anymore, they said, well, it did happen, but it doesn't matter. And then the Overton window actually almost flipped all the way to Bill Clinton is so cool, he got a blowjob in the Oral Office. And I watched this entire fucking Overton window shift over like a 6-month period. And it literally went from like he didn't do it to it's cool that he did it. And I was like, holy shit, dude. That was crazy. And I don't even know why I remember that as a kid. But I don't know. I guess my dad was talking about it a lot or something. And so in my mind, I vividly remember the no, he didn't. And then now, like, when people look back on it, they almost look back on it fondly, which is kind of disgusting. But, hey, humans, that's how humans are, so. Relevant? Why do you care? Oh, my God, fucking. I call it the Oral Office, yeah. Yeah, but anyway, it flips left and right. Now, it's kind of crazy to see how this pendulum shift's going to work with we have a new player in the game, and it's the access. We've never had a wider access as a human being to information ever. Like, if I want to be an expert in anything, I have access right here at my fingertips in a way that no humans ever had, right? So in order to like get really knowledgeable and understanding of a subject, like 10, 15 years ago, you'd have to read book after book after book after book on the thing, right? But now that's definitely kind of shifted into there still are books, but a lot of the people that write the books are having long form conversations to sell their book on podcasts, and you can get a really good understanding of what's going on by engaging with 3 or 4 different people that are doing long form content on that subject to get a really good idea of what's going on. And humans haven't been able to like really do this ever throughout history. So my point is like, I haven't seen this, how a pendulum shift really works with the general population having access to the truth, really, or access to be able to do their own research and gather their own information in this massive a scale that I don't know. My guess is that at some point the people in power in these countries can't allow the internet to be this free, and they'll start to break up the internet into their country specific areas. They'll start to write laws that you can't engage with certain platforms. Like China's been doing this forever, right? In general. But I think as like Europe starts to like flip towards more totalitarian or authoritarian, that more and more laws from the Europe and EU will start to suppress a lot of like people's access to the internet or specific content on the internet, engage with specific people on the internet, because they will start to see their power and the mechanisms that they used 20 or 30 years ago to control populations start to slip away from them. So they'll start to suppress it. It's already happening in a lot of countries in Europe already, which I'm actually really worried about Europe. Because again, if you start suppressing a part of the population in a country, that's how you get a revolution. Let me ask Gronk. Quotes about. I'm looking for a specific one, but I can't remember. It has nothing to do with the China on the moon. God damn it. I don't know what I'm looking for. Fuck, I can't remember it. Let's see if I can find it. Yeah, Gronk doesn't know. So start hoarding pennies? Yeah, I just don't know who's going to pay me for my thoughts now. That's what I'm mad about. They took away my monetary mechanism in which people were able to pay me for my thoughts, so I'm pretty pissed about it, to be honest. I didn't want to say anything, but I mean, it is how it is, right? I need to pull this back out. You know what's crazy is I don't think I had that. I had. Oh, okay. We're going off another tangent real quick. A penny from. I used to have one of the. Oh, I found one of these pennies. Yeah, I couldn't remember what it looked like. I don't think I have anymore, or it's in a box somewhere. I actually found it at an old townhome when I was doing gardening. Well, I was like, by me doing gardening, I had to pull weeds for my parents, like in a fucking cornfield. But it wasn't like I was out there doing it, but it was like this. I don't think it was worth really anything. It was like, yeah, it's like a $4 Indian head penny. But it had like 8, yeah, okay, this is what I remember actually, is this Union crest, whatever, and the wheat chaff on the back. Now, I remember this, but I remember finding a penny, and I couldn't believe it had a number other than 19 on the front of it. But yeah, I love collecting that stuff. And then I forget when it was. Fuck, what was it? Like, they came out with the state quarter program, and I tried to collect those, but we were poor, so even having, like even trying to get those was crazy. I remember going onto the U.S. Mint website way back in the day. I forget when they came out, because I wanted the mint condition rolls of them, but I was, like, 10 years old or something. I didn't have the money, but I wanted to keep them and save them for, like, when I was my age now, but... I was gonna say, there's no way that congresswoman followed me. That's in their fake account. I was like, no way. You know what? So something crazy. So now that we've talked about China and the moon, we talked about the Golden Dome. What else did we talk about? I guess kind of the Space Force. Another thing is Harvard. You know what? Let's watch this intellectual dishonesty clip that I clipped earlier. Because this is literally what the American people have to deal with constantly, and they don't realize it.
Lives in the fact that they are now dead, and their government did nothing about it.
Very bad.
Are you disputing that there's no...
The fact that the video showed what the president claimed it showed, because it did not show that, but even more...
This is like saying that somebody shows you a photo of a house that's burned down, and you say, that's not a burned down house. This is just a picture of a burned down house. It's insane.
So the context here is... I don't want to get lost in semantics, okay? It has nothing to do, but the Trump administration... Oh, God, there's so much context, so here's the problem. the Trump administration let 50-ish white farmers from South Africa. People don't even realize how many white people are from South Africa. Like mentally, if you say, "Oh, they're South Africa," they're from Africa. Like the last thing people think are a bunch of white farmers. Okay, let's just be honest. That's like literally the last thing they think they are. But literally, Elon Musk is from South Africa. Okay, like there's a whole history thing. They've been there. They've been there for hundreds of years. I think, like, speaking of the pendulum thing, I'm not 100% on what I'm talking about, like, this specific second. Just keep that in mind, okay? Right? Like, I can be relatively accurate, but I don't have all the context. But, like, this part doesn't really matter, okay, for what I'm trying to explain after this. But just the context is, I think, like, England or the Netherlands went down there and, like, conquered, like, South Africa, right? They probably, like, did some, like, horrible things like a bunch of empires did back in the day. But they left a lot of, I think, like, white settlers there. And those people have been there for hundreds of years, right? So I guess maybe, like, think of America, I guess, maybe, right? Like, there's generation after generation, a generation, a generation of people that have been in America forever. Even though, you know, most of us trace our lineage back to, you know, like, I can trace mine all the way back to Revolutionary War. That's not everybody, right? But just in general, that's kind of what's in South Africa. So these people are, like, 7, 8 generations removed. Okay. From what I can tell, and like I haven't fully, like I said, I haven't fully gone into this, is they're confiscating the land of the white farmers and killing them and like trying to force them out of the country. So the Trump administration, from what I can tell, decided to take like 50-ish of those people and allowed them to immigrate under the immigration law. Let's just use Gronk. Which is what it was actually designed for. Like if people were getting killed based off of like an immutable characteristic in their country, they were allowed to like seek asylum or refugee into the US. Which is literally which is the same framework that like 10 million plus people came across the border. Like, they were claiming that, even though the intent of the law was actually for what the South African thing was happening. So, that's kind of the context of what's going on around there. Now, this clip is, I'm I'll have to pull it off of YouTube. Maybe this one. I'm not going to go through this whole thing. I'm looking for a specific... I don't know if it's going to show it. Here's the problem. Okay, no. Maybe Grave Road. Oh my god. Why is it so hard to find? Let me see. What... This is about like the context kind of matters, but not really for what the point I'm trying to make. I'm talking about the disingenuous nature in which the media literally tackles anything that they don't agree with ideology, like their ideology. Because here's the problem is the media is massively race baity, and they played this narrative that like of a race-based narrative of where the racism only goes one way. Because the problem is, if they show it going both ways, the racism argumentation goes away, and it becomes a power dynamic versus the people in power versus the people not in power. And that totally goes against the media's entire ideology. So they have to defend this point that this isn't happening because they back themselves into a corner where they literally have to say that this is not racism and this isn't what it is, because if they were to admit it, their entire racism argument would fall apart. Because like if it's going both ways, that means it's not a racism issue, it's actually a power issue. It's actually the people in power, you know, removing people that aren't in power off of their land and out of their homes and killing them. So it goes against like everything a lot of people in the media like consistently push. Their racism wedge. Oh, here it is. Boom. Well, he's got it. Okay. So there's a road in South Africa where each cross represents a white farmer who was murdered in South Africa. And some people deny that the white South Africans, they call them Boers, which is like a language thing, are persecuted and they don't deserve asylum because they are white. Okay. But I don't really, well, I do care about that part, but like what I'm trying to explain. So this is the road, this is the picture that, this is the picture that Caroline Leavitt is talking about, and they're talking about in this clip that it's exactly what it says. They're crosses that represent a white farmer's murder. There's an entire massive road of thousands and thousands of these. As I'm sure maybe you've seen them in that we have like similar stuff in the U.S., right? Like where there's like a tragic accident at an intersection and you put a cross down, right? So, like I don't know how much more popular they are now, but way back in the 90s and like early 2000s, like that would happen pretty consistently. You know, some high school tragedy, they put up like a little memorial thing at the intersection, whatever the road is, right? That's what these are, right? They're just cross memorializing what they believe is like people being targeted based off the color of their skin. They're having their land confiscated from them and being murdered and killed. Also, other context is there's an entire video of people in South Africa calling for the killing of whites and removing them from their land across the board. This video was shown to the president of South Africa right here in the White House. Okay, so there's some of the context, okay? But this is really about the media, has really nothing to do really about this specific topic in general. So, let me see if I can find... What video was that though? Here, I'm gonna have to ask Gronk. That's a good song. This is why it takes me so much work to find stuff. Oh, here we go. Okay. That's what I'm looking for. Something like that to put in here. Oh, great. Okay, this didn't take me a second then. It's when she's taking questions, though, so... Is this it? What is today? This would have been probably yesterday, I think. Doesn't she take questions? Why is this one an hour? Why does that flip? I don't know. The problem is I need more of the clip is the problem. Times of India? Oh, I hate these websites. They're all about ad farming. Oh my god. it not show her in the clip? It might be something else. Oh, you know what? It doesn't show them as the thing. Show transcript. God dang it. Okay, so what we're gonna do is go over the transcript and Control F it. Let me see if I can find the word south. Oh, I don't think I can search in that thing. That kind of sucks. Oh, hold on. South. Oh, here we go. Okay.
1,000 burial sites of white South Africans, and he said, for taking the question. Sure. The president showed a
I
video
literally
that
found it. Okay.
he said showed more than 1,000 burial sites of white South Africans that he said were murdered. We know that that was not true and that the video wasn't showing that. So I wonder, why did the president choose to show that? It's not true. The video was showing a burial site. It is.
You see what she said? She said that that video that the president didn't show was not true because it didn't show a burial site.
Unsubstantiated that that's the case.
No, it is true that that video showed the crosses that represent
what the president claimed.
The video showed images of crosses in South Africa about white farmers who have been killed and politically persecuted because of the color of their skin.
The president
And those
claimed
crosses
that
are
it was showing
representing
a
their
burial.
lives. Those crosses are representing their lives in the fact that they are now dead and their government did nothing about it. Are you disputing that there's no...
The fact that the video showed what the president claimed it showed, because it did not show that. But even more, what I'm asking you is who at the
No,
White
it
House...
did show that. It
who
showed
at the
white crosses representing people who have perished because of racial persecution.
verifies the videos that the president shows, and what protocols are in place when there's unsubstantiated information being put out for the world and world leaders?
Yamiche, what's unsubstantiated about the video? The video shows crosses that represent the dead bodies of people who were racially persecuted by their government. In fact, the Associated Press, of all places, has a picture of that very monument, and the caption from the Associated Press is, "Each cross marks a white farmer who has been killed in a farm murder." So it is substantiated, not just by that video and the physical evidence that everybody saw on display in the Oval Office, but also by another outlet in this room, the Associated Press. So you should take it up with them if you believe the claim is unsubstantiated, and that's a ridiculous line of questioning. John, go ahead.
That is exactly how almost every single thing is phrased in the media. They don't show grave sites, so now the entire video is unsubstantiated. I feel like we're living in an alternate reality. This is literally where this came from. It's literally this logic.
Well, to tell you the truth, I was a little hesitant at first, Mr. Mugatu. I mean, you've never hired me before, and I've been around
for ages and ages. You've been around for a long, long time. I never wanted anything from you. And now you're retired. I can't have you. And it's funny how it switches like that. But now the forbidden fruit must be tasted.
Well, when Maury told me what you were willing to do,
Todd! Are you not aware that I get farty and bloated with a foamy latte?
My mistake, Shacklebib.
Your mistake indeed.
Oh.
Yes, Derek. What Maury said I was willing to do for you.
This is what the
Let's get back
media
to the
does
reasons that we're really
constantly.
here. Without much further ado, I give you the Derek Zoolander Center for Kids Who Can't Read Good.
This is literally what you just saw in the White House. Was this type of logic. This type of argumentation.
What is this?
A center for ants?
What?
How can we be expected to teach children to learn how to read if they can't even fit inside the building?
Derek, it's just a
I don't want to hear your excuses! The center has
The
to
thing
be
is,
at
the
least...
media yells just like this too. They get so mad. They purposely mischaracterize stuff. They purposely misunderstand something, and then when they ask for an explanation, you try to explain it to them, they start screaming.
3 times bigger than this.
He's absolutely right.
Because what they would also say here is
This. 3 times.
this is the media right here and their argumentation. And then the thing is, like, when you say the media is lying, he's actually technically not lying. And so the media purposely lives in ambiguity and obscurity in order to both claim things that aren't true as well as defend themselves against the accusations that they aren't true as well. Because Derek's not technically wrong. The entire he's wrong outside all of the other context. He's misunderstood. Obviously, it's, you know, comedy. Misunderstood it. But this is literally how current U.S. media works. Because you can never say that they're lying, but they're also not telling the truth either. So if you just look at clip after 30-second clip of things not providing any context at all, you would think this was a center for ants. It's crazy that I just saw that play out at the White House press briefing today. Actually, it's not crazy. I've seen it for years, but that's exactly what happened there. It's so frustrating. And this is why we can never have, like, actual conversations about pretty much anything, because half if not more people get that type of representation about subjects from the media daily, constantly, back and forth. I think I clipped one and put it in Discord about the Washington Post saying unsubstantiated, like, false claims, but never say what the false claims are. They just call them false. Labeling something a conspiracy theory, like always downplaying stuff. Like, there's no real, and then there's also, like, how many times has CNN been sued? I think I just accidentally misspelled it, but I think I'll get it. Oh, wow. There's Florida jury found CNN liable for defamation on January 2025. I should do an entire video on Jake Tapper, to be honest with you. Wasn't even aware of this one. A Florida jury found CNN liable for defamation on January 2025, awarding Navy veteran Zachary Young $5 million in compensatory damages. The lawsuit stems from CNN's reporting on Young's company, Nemex Enterprises, which was accused of exploiting Afghan refugees during the 2021 U.S. withdrawal. Young claims CNN's reporting, including statements by Jake Tapper, falsely portrayed him as a smuggler, damaging his reputation. Nicholas Sandman, 2020. Devin Nunes, 2019. Athlete Scaramucci to a Russian investment fund. 2017, 2008. So, like, people sit here and, like, point at the media, but when anybody has the resources to call them out on their bullshit, they lose every single lawsuit. Oh, it's trying to give me context with the other thing. I don't care about that, but I think CBS is about to have one as well. Because Stephen Colbert was throwing a fit about it the other day. I'm old enough to remember when Stephen Colbert was actually a comedian. So sad. Oh, maybe it's the 60-minute one. Oh yeah, he was mad because Paramount Global is reportedly considering a settlement, 30 to 50 million, to facilitate its merger. That's different. Anyway, there's multiple instances of the media consistently misrepresenting stuff and then getting sued and losing the lawsuit. So I get tired of people pointing to the corporate media to tell me they even like question their narrative and stuff is like it's like baseless. It's pretty crazy to me. Oh, what else happened? What else happened? There was something else. Did I put it in my notes? I've been taking notes all week, but those were the major things, I think. AmeriCorps, that's something else. The Jake Tapper book where he pretends to know not... Yeah, when it doesn't matter anymore, all of a sudden a bunch of people in the media come out with these books about getting fleeced by the Biden scandal, and now they can just profit off it by selling books instead. That's how the entire system works, by the way. James Comey just did it this week because James Comey's book came out this week. So he purposely put some like obscure message in the seashells and then knowing exactly what he was doing, by the way. About removing President Trump from office. The Secret Service went out and visited him. Then he made a big story. Then he went on a bunch of news programs talking about it while in the middle of the exact same week that he's selling a book that he just wrote. Clearly driving publicity for the book. Like, this stuff is like so blatantly obvious to me. It's like he obviously personally knew what he was doing because he knew it would start a firestorm, so that way he had a bunch of publicity around his book. When did James Comey post the seashells by the seashore? Let's just give a look at the timeline, by the way. Okay. Snip. Nobody's heard about James Comey at all since he left. Well, not everybody, but pretty much publicly since he's left since Thursday. We'll go ahead and snip that. Okay. When does his book come out? Oh, wow, that's kind of crazy. So he posts this 8647, which in the criminal underground means to pretty much execute, and 47 would be the 47th president of the United States, which would be Donald Trump. He posts that on Thursday, May 15th, before the weekend, to make the weekend news cycle, in my opinion. That's just like a subjective take. It's pretty much it. I pretty much did this literally to drive stuff for his book, because somehow a book he's been working on for years also seems to coincide on releasing on May 20th. So 3 days ago. When was... So he posts this 5 days before his book comes out. That's kind of crazy how James Comey put something about that's obscure, literally on purpose, by the way, because you literally can't say you can kill somebody online. So guess what? If you tell people they can't do something, what's the next best thing? They use different language that means something similar. That way they can hide in obscurity. There it's obscure on purpose, which is literally why the criminal underground uses 86. Because, like, if they were to come out and say we're going to kill somebody, that's huge red flags to almost literally everybody. So they're purposely using language and numbers and code to hide calls and threats of violence. That's literally why you're using code. So he takes a picture of this, posts it up there, and then pretends like he didn't know what it means. This is the director of the FBI, by the way, that was one of the instrumental people in, like, taking down the Gaboni, like, crime family who literally just lives in obscurity. So I'm not going to buy his I didn't know defense. It's literally a 0.001% chance that he had no idea, because he clearly knew enough to take a picture of it. Like, there was nothing on his Instagram up until this point, like recently at all. And all of a sudden, 5 days before his book comes out, he decides to post this clearly cryptic message on removing the 47th president of the United States. How many shows did he do after the 15th? It's so easy for me to piece these timelines together. All right, that's crazy. Based on available information, here's a detailed account of Comey's TV show appearances after May 15th. The Late Show with Stephen Colbert. NPR interview. I think there's an MSNBC one that's missing, because that's the one I saw. So there was at least, so between the seashell thing and his book coming out, he got a bunch of publicity. He was on 3 TV shows, and then he was at when was his first book signing event? Gronk isn't going to literally know everything, because it's pretty much pulling off of, like, X and other, like, posts and things. And I don't think it can currently pull from YouTube transcripts, which would be really nice if it could, because then it would probably find a bunch more stuff, but... No, it's his latest book. Now we need to go to his latest book. Fucking Grog, bro. I think they came out with a new version, but I might have to pay for it. Yeah, Monday, May 19th at Barnes & Noble in New York City. So there you go. So he posts this thing, which is a veiled, I don't think it's a clever in any way, shape, or form threat of removing the president. Somehow also has a book coming out within a week of that. Also is on 3 to 4 other TV shows in that entire time frame. So clearly he posted it knowing exactly what he's doing. He posted on purpose. In my opinion, he posted it purposely to drive sales and fervor around his book. This guy's an egomaniac. This guy is also the author of, like, trying to remove Trump twice from office while he was in the FBI, running things like the Russia collusion, where people still think that Trump is a Russian asset because of the Hillary campaign's paying of a false dossier in order to push the Russian narrative. So, if the 8647, if I even semi-bought that he didn't know what it meant, was only one data point on the graph, then maybe I would buy it. But this guy has a history of hating the current president, of being very vocal about removing and hating the president. Somehow randomly finds this seashell message on a beach that literally says the exact same thing he's been saying for his entire career. Get the fuck out of here. So I don't buy that at all. Like, no reasonable, logical person should buy that either. It doesn't, if you flip it to the other side, all the other data points point the other way. There's no data point that says that isn't what he was doing other than himself. all the other data points that we have on this reflect him working in his best interest and doing what's in character with what he's done before. If that makes sense. Like, if I were to plot all the points and put it on one side, I said these are instances of him working in his best interest and hating the president, I would have like 50 data points on the right-hand side, and the only point on the left-hand side would be him, like, saying that he did not know what the seashells meant as the only other counter data point to the 50 other ones. So of course I'm not going to take him seriously when the one data point is the least verifiable data point, and him saying that only keeps him from getting arrested from the Secret Service, and he puts an obscure message there literally on purpose. So of course I don't believe it. It would be stupid of me to even entertain believing it, to be honest. I gotta remember the other scandals, to be honest, but... Comey's tenure was marked by high-profile controversy that damaged the FBI's reputation and fueled political polarization, often tied his handling of sensitive information. He was the lead investigator when Hillary Clinton had the email thing, if you ever heard of Hillary Clinton's email stuff. He was the FBI director for that, by the way. Oversaw the investigation of Hillary Clinton's use of private email server as Secretary of State, where he called Hillary Clinton, she was clear of criminal, but she was careless. Oh, like, this is another pattern with this fucking guy. Oh, it's not criminal, it's not what it is, it's just careless. Oh, I was just being stupid. There is a pattern, a verifiable pattern with humans, that when you call them out on something or catch them in a lie or catch them stealing or catch them doing anything, they will instantly play stupid. They will either get mad or play stupid as an instant defense. Oh, I'll put it in Gronk here in a second, but he was also part of the Trump-Russia investigation. I don't even know how many people in the public actually know what happened here, to be honest. I would say almost nobody. Unless you were following the thing like I had been, like, the percentage of people that even know what happened here is probably extremely low. But Comey led the FBI's probe into the alleged Trump campaign ties to Russian election interference. He confirmed the investigation in 2017, which examined context between Trump associates and Russian officials. The Steele dossier, a Clinton-funded report alleging, so the Clinton campaign paid for somebody to make them have a tie between Trump and Russia. Literally, the opposition campaign was handled by the FBI under Comey, the same Comey that cleared that same campaign, Hillary Clinton, of any criminal charges because she called her extremely careless 2 years prior in that investigation. So there's another data point. Who briefed Trump in on January 2017. Comey greenlit the dossier, though evidence suggests he treated it as cautiously as unverified. And then Trump fired him. Right? Like, the guy's literally working with the other campaign. He's pushing a narrative that's funded from that other opposition campaign to lead an investigation to damage his campaign. So of course he's gone. So do you think this guy who was fired by Trump, who has multiple data points from things 5, 6, 7 years prior of him being hostile towards him, somehow randomly came across the beach of seashells calling for his removal? And he didn't know what was going on. Leaking of memos, 2017. After his firing, Comey shared memos documenting his interactions with Trump. And then the White House called him a liar and a leaker. Well, duh, like he has an entire track record of this. And then you fast forward to 2025, now you have the seashell thing. So somehow all of the scandals he's always been part of, he doesn't really know. It's just people being careless, like, oh, like how was I supposed to know? There's a track record of him either being the stupidest guy ever or knowing exactly what he's doing, right? So when you take all these other data points of him purposely being obscure, of him consistently being hostile towards Trump and the administration, my conclusion is that he did the seashell thing literally on purpose. He knows exactly what 8647 means, and he used it in order to push his book and to continue his already long track record of hating the current administration. There's not even other data points that point the other way at all, as even counter arguments to it. I mean, Gronk's going to sit here and say both sides exaggerate, and which is true, they do exaggerate, but if you have enough exaggerated points on the graph, you can de-exaggerate them and they will still make a line. It may not be as big of a line, but it's still a line. So I'm going to continue to keep the line there. I'm going to be honest. The line stays. I don't believe it at all. And why would I believe it? I should do another video on Kash Patel and Dan, because I think their rights being incredibly unfair to them as well. But like, you have an entire apparatus at the FBI that was run by a guy that does this. Like, these guys are professional roaches. They live in bureaucracy. They've designed the process and the bureaucracy in order to protect that same process and that same bureaucracy, that it's almost impossible to do anything in that apparatus without breaking their own designed rules and laws inside of the bureaucracy. So the people that are being intellectually dishonest and weaponizing the FBI, the CIA, the State Department against people are the same people who wrote the rules protecting all the people in those apparatuses. And that's the problem. So that way, when anybody goes in to try to change anything, they can all go, whoa, whoa, what about the process? Well, what about these institutions? Whoa, whoa, what are you doing? Like, the people who broke the rules also designed the rules. Oh yeah, the plane crash. Oh, by the way, if we're gonna talk about, now that I think about air traffic control and a bunch of air incidents and issues, I'm just wondering who was the transportation secretary last year? I'm just wondering. Like, if we had this systematic problem with air traffic controllers and outdated systems, I'm just wondering who was the Secretary of Transportation. Like, oh, it's Pete Buttigieg. Oh, okay. So you're telling me that Pete was the Treasury Secretary, who, in my opinion, is literally a DAI hire. He was a mayor from, like, Indiana, running one of the most complex departments in the entire U.S. government. So you're telling me this guy that was highly unqualified to be in that position in any way, shape, or form didn't do anything to help anything in the transportation department. And then now we have massive problems of outdated systems and about 3,000 to 4,000 missing air traffic controllers. That, like, of course we do. This is exactly, we have somebody in a position that literally should not be there. But at least we had the first openly gay cabinet secretary. So we can this is what I'm talking. Oh God, this shit makes me so mad. It makes a bunch of people who never had to deal with the consequences of doing something like this feel really good about themselves because they can say this. Meanwhile, like, people actually die, or you put the entire transportation, people that fly at risk, because you can't put somebody in charge of the transportation department that actually belongs to be there, that's competent enough to understand the intricacies and problems of dealing with, like, a modern air traffic control system because you want to say that we have the first openly gay cabinet secretary. Like, these are the things that are more important than actually dealing with the systematic transportation problems that the U.S. has had for years and years and years. Outdated systems, not enough air traffic controllers, jetliner issues, all kinds of stuff. And this is why I fight this stuff consistently. Because these people are totally okay talking down to everybody else, calling you some like hater for not wanting this person in there. Meanwhile, they never have to deal with the actual consequences of having somebody incompetent in that position, because it's really about themselves, and they can feel good about themselves when they say this thing, while everybody else has to deal with the consequences of them feeling good about themselves. Oh, look, we can put this person in there, feel really good about ourselves, and then move on. Well, everybody else has to deal with the consequences, which is why I don't buy 90% of any of these ideologies at all. Nobody ever thinks about the second order effects of the problem. The quote-unquote solution for the problem makes the person feel good. Meanwhile, everybody else has to deal with the consequences of it. The illegal immigration is actually a really good highlight at this point. Is nobody thinks about the second order effects of having a bunch of unvetted people who don't have social security numbers or access to the system, what that actually does, that it actually raises a massive amount of crime, whether it's forged documentation, because you have to have forged documentation in order to get it done. In order to get forged documentation, you have to have an entire underlining thing of, a whole underlining apparatus of identity theft in order to grab a bunch of these, in order to steal people's identities to get to these illegal immigrants that have come in. They don't have the rights. So you also have a subservient class, like a subpar class of people that don't have the same rights as citizens, that you can pay under the table and underpay throughout the entire society as like a serf class, as like a substitute of almost like a slavery class to do menial tasks, I guess, that you don't think these people are smart enough to do anywhere else. Like, the entire thing is disgusting to me, and somehow it gets defended by these people. I don't understand it. It causes massive issues across the board. But somehow these people can take the moral high ground because they can live in their gated communities. They can never ever have to deal with the actual problem. They never get to have their identity stolen. They never have to work any of the jobs that suppress the actual labor value of those jobs because there's a massive amount of people for those jobs. They never have to deal with any of the consequences, but they can take the high road and say, oh, I want all these people to be in here, because they never have to deal with the consequences themselves. And I get so tired of this argumentation. Side effects may vary. Yeah. Because nobody seems to ever want to think about, like, the secondary effects of any of this stuff. And the reason they don't is because it's inconvenient to their narrative. Every time. They get to post on Facebook that they support this thing, like, oh, I'm with Ukraine, but I'm not going to fight in Ukraine myself. Everybody else can die for me. I'm for illegal immigration and putting a bunch of these unvetted people into the U.S. system because I never have to deal with the actual consequences. They're not going to live in my neighborhood. They're not going to live with me. I'm not going to have gang members living near me because I live in this gated community in upper fucking New England. Everybody else can deal with it, and then I can look like a good person. Nope, not for me. There's an entire video, like, documenting New York's, like, underground crime, right? Like, just rampant with identity theft and stealing and homelessness, like, all the second order effects of doing something like this, so that some white millennial somewhere can feel really good when they're sipping their Starbucks in some gated community about how good of a person they are because they support this thing that makes them look good. Get the fuck out of here. I hate these people, dude. And the only way they can defend it is they actually make very racist argumentation. Like, oh, who will work these jobs where people don't have to have like a college degree? Who's gonna be my maid? Who's gonna cut my lawn? Like, That's their argumentation for why you should have like 10, 15, 20 million illegals just like pour into a country. Who's gonna do the task that I don't want to do? Ridiculous to me. Oh man. Yeah, I will hammer home the second order effects of this stuff constantly. There's a reason why I believe what I believe. I don't have a fast food opinion on pretty much anything. I can bring the data, I can bring the receipts, I can explain the argumentation around it. And the only argumentation against it is literally emotional manipulation. As soon as there's no emotional manipulation around like 90% of these topics and you actually have to sit down and talk to them like they're getting solved, the entire thing falls apart. It instantly all falls apart. It all goes away. So hopefully I can get enough people, one, knowledgeable in what's going on, and two, not susceptible to like massive emotional manipulation and whataboutism. Those are the two main pillars. If you can get past those two main pillars, you can pretty much solve any problem. As long as you don't let people do a whataboutism on stuff. Because whataboutism doesn't do anything for the conversation. It's a low IQ Q move that people that have no idea what they're talking about use constantly. Oh, they think it's a discrepancy argument. Oh, there's a discrepancy here. What about this discrepancy? We're not talking about that. They can't argue the actual topic if you keep them in the box of that topic. You can keep me in a box of any topic. Because I'm here to discuss the topic. I'm not here to because the only argumentation whataboutisms perpetuates is, oh, this is bad, so it's okay to be bad over here too. Oh, okay. Well, if we're gonna be stupid over here, then that means that I can be stupid over there. Like, what kind of logic is that? Oh, this thing's bad, so this allows me to be bad over here. Like, no, they're both bad. So let's get out of the whataboutisms and get back to the topic. I'll be RB. Might be on my notes though. We'll do better next week. I feel like I'm missing a topic, to be honest. Oh, you know what? You know what I think's might happen soon? I'm telling you, the Biden cover-up is probably the biggest cover-up in American history and corruption scandal. I think I've already gone over what I think is like a pretty verifiable timeline of them covering up his medical condition, his cognitive ability. Something happened at the White House at some point where Biden decided to step down, and in stepping down, he fucked the entire Democratic Party by instantly pretty much within 15-20 minutes, I think that I saw that, like, between him saying that he wasn't going to be the nominee for the Democratic Party, he instantly pretty much on Twitter backed Kamala, I think, and the Democratic Party, I think, actually did not want that at all. There's a bunch of, like, data points that I have that I haven't put together yet, where they wanted to install, like, I think, like, Senator Mark Kelly, he, like, a senator from Arizona, and somebody else. They didn't really want Kamala to run, but because Joe Biden, well, I think was mad that the Democratic Party kind of forced him to stop running, and the way that I framed it was, if you've ever had, like, a grandpa or maybe an older parent who clearly can't drive anymore, the conversation you have to have with them is really tough about taking their keys away, because they will insist the entire time that they can drive, that they can operate a motor vehicle, or they can do this or do that. It's like one of those really tough conversations you have to have with older parents when they clearly can't take care of with themselves, unfortunately, depending if you run into that situation. That I think the Democratic Party ran into a similar situation with Biden, and he fought it the whole time, and he wasn't, like, necessarily understanding. Like, he'd been in politics for 50 years. So I fundamentally think that Biden probably thought that he could actually continue to run the country. And he felt betrayed by the Democratic Party by constantly getting all this pressure to drop out. And I have a couple of good data points here, but one is that a lot of people around him that said that they were caught off guard when he finally did step down, and then 20 minutes later he endorsed Kamala, like, publicly, so it forced all the Democratic Party to endorse her as well. And you think, well, he's his running mate. It's like, well, how politics work is like, you don't always pick a vice president. You almost rarely pick a vice president because you like them. You pick a vice president because they help you in a voting demographic. So Biden picked Kamala to help with, like, the women voter and, like, the minority voter. I don't think Biden actually really liked Kamala Harris, right? Like, I don't think he liked him being part of the administration. Kind of like Biden, I don't think Obama really liked Biden, but they needed the white male vote, so Obama picked Biden as a running mate to kind of signal to everybody else that he was okay. Anyway, that's a whole different topic on how politics works. Anyway, he endorses Kamala Harris 30 minutes in, forcing the entire Democratic Party, who, like, multiple data points say that they're pissed and it caught him off guard. Because I think something happened at the White House at some point that I haven't been able to figure out yet. But what I can tell is Biden was mad over something and felt betrayed by the Democratic Party in general. That he did that, obviously forcing everybody to get around Kamala. And then after that, Biden puts on a Trump hat that people kind of, like, hand waved, but I've never seen a candidate ever do anything like that ever. Even in a party where they're not running, in the middle of a contentious primary, he puts on a Trump hat, and then Jill Biden on election day wears all red. So my point is they were all pissed. Right? I like two things I've never seen in politics happen kind of back to back. Joe Biden wears the hat, the Trump hat, and in exchange that, like, I looked at, it's like clearly Biden just kind of being a little goofball. But, like, this guy's been in politics for 50 years. Like, he knows, like, these people are stupid, but they're purposefully stupid, I guess. So when people try to discount them as, like, not knowing what's going on, I never buy it, because everything people do politically is calculated down. There's like 20 advisors advising an entire, if not more, advising an entire political campaign. Right? The problem is, like, the average American goes, oh yeah, that's just him being stupid, because they don't have a team of 20 people around them calculating their every fucking move. So when I see stuff like that, I don't hand wave it or discount it. I actually give it more credibility. So anyway, this is an entire long thesis. So anyway, I think that like Biden actually wasn't really running the country. I've actually talked about this last year, where I don't think the president has as much power as you think he does, because he's surrounded by a team of people. The power the president has, like, he has the power to wield it, but he only is as powerful as the information that he's given. The power actually is like 2 or 3 levels underneath the president. Right, like I talked about the Cuban spies that were writing all of the American policy about Cuba over the last 20 years were actually Cuban spies. So all the stuff the president was getting about how to deal with Cuba and all the recommendations to deal with Cuba were literally coming from Cuban spies. So all the power about Cuba was actually resting on those 2 Cuban spies and not the president. So the president's in control of the Cuban policy, but only based off the information that those 2 people were giving him. Does that make sense? So I think Biden and the staff team around him were the ones actually running the country. And this is important because fast forward till now, and you get the which sucks, cancer diagnosis from Biden of a cancer that every male over 40, it's called prostate cancer. We are told constantly to screen every year for. It's one of the most preventable cancers. It's one of the most detectable cancers. And like Biden has the metastasis of the bone, which from all of my research has shown that in order for prostate cancer to get that bad, it is massively detectable, and it takes 3 to 5 years to metallicize to the bone to that point. For it to get that bad, it takes a long time. That there's almost a 0% possibility that people did not know that he was sick while in office. On top of the cognitive thing. The cancer thing and the cognitive thing are actually 2 separate things. They're 2 health issues, but they're kind of separate. So now you have 2 things on top of there. Then you have a White House physician where every year the president gets a physical, where in February of 2024, the White House physician assigned to Biden says that he's in perfect health when every other data point says that he isn't. Which, okay, so there's the entire story on how I think I understand it, okay? The big problem, the biggest scandal is the auto pen. It is a pen that Presidents True have used for years to sign things. We have to sign like a bunch of stuff. Let me see if there's anything out on it yet. Okay, there's one data point that we had. Let me see if I can find it on YouTube real quick. House Speaker talks about Biden and LNG.
Felt about that.
Can I ask you, now that the horse is out of the barn, Joe Biden is in Rehoboth Beach, retired, how did he seem during those
This was 3 months ago, by the
moments
way.
where you were
This
with
is the
him
one
in
I'm looking
person?
for, but I'm gonna
It was only a couple of occasions. I talked to him on the phone a few more times than that. They didn't allow me to meet with him one-on-one for probably...
Yeah, okay. So there's a lot of evidence, like I haven't showed stream, but that I've seen of a massive apparatus. Like, think of Biden as a castle and everybody else as like the moat and walls. I don't think Biden did a lot of the stuff. Which is even worse, by the way, but like, this isn't really about Biden. I think they were glad to have somebody that was like cognitively declining and sick in the White House so that the people around him could pretty much run the country. So this is the Speaker of the House talking about. There's another
obvious reasons now, yeah. But there's a, now widely reported story of something that happened, I think it was in early February of last year, when I was in the Oval Office and I asked him why he paused LNG exports. Like, Mr. President, why would you pause liquefied natural gas exports to our European allies? Because they're going to have to go to Vladimir Putin to get...
Okay, we'll get more context. Oh my God, there's so much of this story, bro. It's crazy. I don't know if you guys heard about Nord Stream 1 or Nord Stream 2, but they were they're big fucking pipelines. Oh my God, there's so much shit here. They're big fucking pipelines that Germany and some of the European countries were using, and what they would do is they pump natural gas from Russia into Germany. And like the US is like, we're big and we have plenty of resources, right? So we don't worry about this. But smaller countries in NATO and in Europe have to use natural gas for heating their homes in the winter, right? Like they can't just mine it themselves, they have to buy it. Well, Germany was in this weird position where, like, Russia's at war with Ukraine. NATO says you put all these sanctions on Russia, and Germany's like, dude, our population's going to freeze to death. It wasn't a Russian sub, by the way. I thought so too. Wait, what time is it? Maybe we'll play this video. It's actually pretty good. It's not even politics or anything. Yeah, really good video I watched where I'm pretty sure it was actually Ukraine. There was an entire investigative, like, unless they're all lying, I don't think so. Okay, I'm a conspiracy theory enjoyer, and the problem is the blowing up of that pipeline didn't make sense for Germany, it didn't make sense for the U.S., and it didn't make sense for Russia. Right, like Russia wants this pipeline pumping natural gas into Germany because, one, it fuels their war machine, and two, it makes Germany and those countries behoven to Russia in a way, right? Like, you're providing them their fucking electricity, right? Their resource that they can't cut. Like, Germany can't cut it off, so you're, in a way, you're strong-arming this country into either not going against what you do, at least, or in a better, like, supporting you, right? This is how countries operate, right? Like, it's all about trying to leverage another country to do what you want. And one of the big ways to do that is economically. And another good way to do that is with resources, right? Like, if we cut off this pipeline, half of Germany's population is going to freeze to death. Oh, okay. Well, we're going to have to find another way, right? Like, so anyway. But what he's talking about is we put sanctions on Russia for the Ukraine war, right? And when people would generally say oil, but that included natural gas, okay? So Europe needed another way to get natural gas. So what we were doing as the U.S., where we were exporting our natural gas to them. So that's what Speaker Johnson is talking about.
President, why would you pause liquefied natural gas export?
Okay, and then at some time in the White House, Biden signed an executive order pausing our natural gas exports from us into Europe, which makes no sense. So in this context, this makes no sense. If Europe's our ally and they need natural gas and we put sanctions on fucking Russia, why would we pause our exports of natural gas to our allies?
I still don't know why. Because they're going to have to go to Vladimir Putin to get their needs met. And he tried to argue with me and tell me that he didn't do that. And it occurred to me in this dialogue that he genuinely did not know what he had signed. That they had put this executive order in front of him, and he didn't understand what it was. And that was a very alarming moment of realization for me. And I think the whole country knows now. But
so when I heard this story, okay, this is 3 months ago. I have way more data, like way more data points to look at, way more things to engage with. But back then, when he said this, I thought that Biden had the order. They put it like in front of him, and he signed it in a stack of stuff. And he didn't really realize what he was signing because of cognitive stabilities. I actually think it's worse than that. And I'm going to see if I can pull up why. I think it's actually way worse than that. And this is why my thesis this year is that we lived through the biggest scandal in U.S. history. It involves the White House aides. It involves payments into the White House to multiple people in there. And it includes intelligence agencies. It includes, the reason it's the biggest is because it includes literally all of corporate media covering it up, knowing or purposely not knowing, oh, we didn't know, right? The media not doing their job for 4 fucking years. Letting like no campaign process pull out. There was, like, if you pull them talking to the White House press secretary last year, it is night and day different than how they talk to the press secretary now. Let me see if I... So this is not the first time he talked about this. Oh, and then on his way out, Biden pardons multiple people hours before he leaves office. I don't know if he actually signed those pardons, to be honest. But he pardons Fauci. He pardons almost the entire Biden family. He pardons the senator that ran the it's not Schumer. Fuck, what is his name? Schmidt. Shift. Adam Schiff. They pardoned Schiff, which is like the mean guy that was like running the in my opinion, like actual weaponization of impeaching Trump, like over literally nothing. But because they had control of the House and the Senate, they were able to get him impeached. He pardoned him. I forgot about the pardon. No, like I said, there's so much shit here. It's so tough to keep in charge of. Oh.
Republican Party has been...
There's another clip. Maybe I need to put Johnson, Biden. There's one before this though, which hammers it home even more. Does he say the same thing?
Drill, baby, drill. Front row. So if you do the set on a terrific, what was the peak?
No, I can't remember, but there was another one beforehand. 4 months. Okay. Well, anyway, that was the story. Oh, damn it. No, there's way more context though. Oh, damn it, dude. Plus, like, I probably want to have it to save it. Let me play this real quick. Zoolander. Because I'm just trying to add another data point where the entire apparatus around Biden was protecting almost literally anybody from even talking to him. Knit should be not, obviously, but. Hold on. Where is this? Yeah, October 25th, 2023. So we're talking almost 2 years ago. Oh, here's ABC. Well. Okay, this is from ABC News in February of last year. Mike Johnson wants a one-on-one meeting with President Joe Biden to find a way forward to provide aid to Ukraine, Israel, Taiwan, and border security, but those requests have been denied. Johnson on Wednesday reiterates call to sit down with Biden, seeking to put the one-on-one with the White House more forcibly intervene as Congress remains at a standstill. The White House pushed back Wednesday by pointing to Johnson shifting business how to deal with foreign aid. What is there to negotiate? What is the one-on-one about? All requests for meeting between Biden and Johnson have been declined by the White House. Never says Biden, it just says the White House. That's not really what I'm looking for, though. It's a half of a data point, but that's not exactly what I'm looking for. Reported by The Hill and ABC News with source confirming multiple requests since January 24, including one in January to others. Like, it looks like there's a consistent pattern of Speaker Johnson trying to get like a one-on-one with, like, people don't realize the Speaker of the House is like 3 under in the succession. Oh, if it's a little loud, let me know. Yeah, that's fine. I'll turn down some. It's supposed to just be in the background anyway. Yeah, it is a little loud. Thank you. But yeah, but this okay. Where it's unprecedented at all that you don't have the Speaker of the House talking to the President of the United States, especially when you're talking about legislation. Like, this is something that happens weekly, usually. It's constant. Like, the Speaker of the House is the guy that talks to all the senators and congressmen about getting the votes to pass legislation. And the president is like one of those, obviously the most important person there because he signs the fucking thing. That to not be talking to the leader of the House, minority and majority leaders of the House, is like unprecedented. It'd be like going into work and you're the manager and never talking or seeing any of your employees like for months. But you work in a building next to it and you're their manager and you do their staffing and you do all of this stuff, but you never interact with them or talk to them. Like, this is the political equivalent of that. That like all the workers and or like it's like middle management wants to talk to the CEO. And they've always been able to talk to the CEO, but then for months they can never, their press secretary keeps denying them and they can never get a phone call and they keep getting obfuscated. Like it's like it's never happened before is the point. Yeah, it came to the point. Johnson described being rebuffed by Biden's aides and noted, "I've had to barge into the Oval Office since he wasn't given permission to meet with Biden." There's one where he lays out the whole thing, though, is the problem. I don't know where the fuck it is.
It's public now because the Wall Street Journal got it and put it on the front page. But January a year ago, almost exactly a year ago, I had been asked. I became speaker in October.
So I haven't even made my point about all this. I'm just giving a bunch of context.
Big national security concerns and everything going on, and I started requesting a meeting with the president because, you know, I'm kind of old school. I'm a constitutional law guy. Speaker of the House should be able to talk to the president, especially in times of great national interest and calamity.
Where in line is the Speaker of the House? I hope that's enough for Grunk to figure it out. Yeah, Speaker of the House is the third in line of succession. So if you lose the president and the vice president, this guy is the president of the United States. So you're denying and not letting the guy that's third in line for the president of the United States in case of like some fucking disaster, right, where you lose both of them. This is the guy that can't get a meeting with the current sitting president of the United States a year ago.
But they wouldn't let me meet with him, and his staff kept giving me excuses. This went on for like 8 or 9 weeks. I'm sorry, Mr. Speaker, he doesn't have time. What are you talking about? I'm second in line of the presidency. He has time. I need to talk to him.
He's not part of the cabinet. He's voted on. So all of your House representatives, depending on what party has the majority, votes to have a leader, and it's called the Speaker of the House. So like like Nancy Pelosi was like Speaker of the House for a long time when the Democrats had power. Newt Gingrich, right, when Republicans had power. There's a couple others I'm missing, but those might pop off the head. But like people that are just like casual observers may have heard these names before. Picture. No. Why is there just a good chart, bro? Oh, Paul Ryan. I forgot about that guy. Isn't in the cabinet. The cabinet is picked by the president. The cabinet is the execs around the CEO. But because we have the 3-tiered system, it's not tiered, but you have the judicial branch, the legislative branch, and the executive branch. The cabinet is part of the executive branch. The Speaker of the House is like the head of the legislative branch. Oh, I forgot about John Boehner. Yeah. Right, Secretary of State's in here. Right, the Treasury. So it doesn't go into the cabinet until it goes into the legislative branch before it goes back into the cabinet. For succession stuff anyway, right? So you'll see there's wasn't there a show called there was a show out there where I forget what it was called. It was about some terrorist attack at the State of the Union. Oh my God, what was it called? And they always keep one of the secretary members away from the entire group in case of, what is it called? God dang it. There's an actual term for it, and it was the term for the show, and I can't remember what it was. I might have fucked up all these words too much for it to know. Designated survivor. That's what it was. Or a catastrophic event kills the entire U.S. cabinet and most of Congress, the president, vice president, leaving one cabinet member alive as the designated survivor who becomes the president. A low-ranking cabinet member not present at the event assumes the presidency per the line of succession. And he's the Secretary of Housing and Urban Development. But that's the show. There's a designated survivor in case a bunch of the cabinet members are killed. Right? I guess in an event. I think that's a real thing, by the way. I think. I could be wrong, but anyway, president, vice president, this guy. So even if the Democrats had power, which they did, right, last year, so you had, Joe Biden, Kamala Harris, Republicans had control of the House. So they voted for this guy. He's the congressman from Louisiana, Mike Johnson, as the leader of the current party that's in power. The party that doesn't have as many people in the Congress has one as well. But they're called the minority leader. He's called the majority leader. But the majority leader actually has a place in the line of succession. Right? He runs, at the State of the Union, he's the guy, or Nancy Pelosi, the gal back there, that, pretty much runs, he runs Congress. Right? There's an entire, order and, rule book, but he presides over all of that. De facto, the vice president comes in if there's a 50-50 vote for something, the vice president comes in and votes as the tiebreaker as well. So, I just dealt with it a while. I don't even think I have a 100% understanding. I have a 95%. But yeah. So anyway, you rewind all that. It's crazy that this guy, right, isn't talking to the president consistently. Right? Even if they're opposing parties, he's literally third in line, right? He gets all of the briefings, I think, or most of the briefings the president gets, security stuff, right? He has to be pretty much as knowledgeable about stuff as the president is because he's in that line of succession. Not only that, he has to deal with all of the competing priorities of all the congressmen underneath him fighting over, I want this part of the bill. I don't want this in here. And he's supposed to do what's called whip up votes, right? Go in there before a bill even gets, it looks really bad to put a bill up for a vote and have a bunch of people vote against it. Did they actually do a bunch of behind closed doors pre-votes on things? Because how it would politically play out in the media if people were like actually voting back and forth time after time again. So one of his main responsibilities is to get the president's agenda pushed, right? The president wants this bill passed. It's his job to find the support and get the thing done. Anyway, so this is the story about him last year in Biden.
I can't say the classified parts, but we had some big.
Yeah, he said classified parts, right? Because he's getting these super classified briefings. That's another thing, another wrinkle in this. Not just this, but I'm just saying in general, is when people see stuff on the news and they're like, why is Trump or why is Biden or why is Bush doing this thing? You need to keep into mind that they're getting classified briefings that you don't know anything about. What China's doing this, Russia's doing this, there's a threat here. So when you look at the news and it doesn't make sense, you're probably missing some pieces. You may not agree with what's going on, but like, the American people never have the full context on the entire situation in Ukraine and Russia and Saudi Arabia. They don't have the wide trove of the CIA intelligence, of the FBI, right? Because it's all classified. You don't get to know that. So just keep that in mind. There's a whole wrinkle as well that comes with any of the stuff that works in government and politics.
At the time that I was losing sleep over. Finally, I just went to the Hill press corps and I said, the president is not being allowed to meet with the speaker. There's a problem. So they started putting pressure on him. Long story short, they finally relented. They invited me to the White House. I show up and I realize it's actually an ambush because it's not just me and the president. It's also Kamala Harris, Chuck Schumer, Hakeem, you know, the CIA director, everybody. And then, so I walked in the Oval and, I know what this is. They're going to hotbox the speaker on Ukraine funding. That's what it was. This is probably third week of January. We sit down, we're in the midst of it, and the whole conversation, and I'm going, we don't need to have this conversation. The president reaches over just like this. We're sitting right next to the fireplace in the Oval, and he grabs my arm and he says, the speaker and I just need a couple minutes together. Would y'all just leave us alone? And I looked up on the faces of some of the staff standing around the wall, and they're like, oh, no, he did it. So he called it. He's the commander-in-chief. So everybody leaves.
The staff. I think the staff, I'm actually glad I looked at this clip. Hakeem Jeffries, which is currently in the House, Chuck Schumer, which I think is the Senate Minority Leader, the CIA director. I think you're looking at when he tells this story, I think you're looking at the faces of the people actually running the country. It's the people that wanted to be in the room when this speaker showed up to talk to Biden. Like he presses for months and months and months and months to have a meeting with Biden, and when he gets there, it's full of these people. Those are the people that I would look into. I would look into Chuck Schumer. What would he say? Grassley, Hakeem Jeffries.
Y'all just leave us alone. And I looked up on the faces of some of the staff standing around the wall, and they're like, oh. We sit down, we're in the midst of it, and the whole conversation, and I'm going, we don't need to have this conversation.
Who does he?
Finally, I just went to the Hill press corps and I said, the president is not being allowed to.
Oh yeah, do you see? Like he doesn't. He can't. Like this. All this stuff is always backdoors. Them texting each other, trying to get meetings. And he gets so frustrated, he literally just goes to the media and says, dude, I can't meet with the president.
Sorts of big national security concerns and everything.
I forgot that
part. I started requesting a meeting with the president because, you know, I'm kind of old school. I'm a constitutional law guy. The Speaker of the House should be able to talk to the president, especially in times of great national interest and calamity. But they wouldn't let me meet with him, and his staff kept giving me excuses.
Staff gave excuses.
8 or 9 weeks. I'm sorry.
8-9 weeks.
Doesn't have time. What are you talking about? I'm second in line of the presidency. He has time. I need to talk to him. We had, I can't say the classified parts, but we had some big national concerns at the time that I was losing sleep over. Finally, I just went to the Hill press corps and I said, the president is not being allowed to meet with the speaker. There's a problem. So they started putting pressure on him.
Okay, so the press.
They finally relented. They invited me to the White House. I show up and I realize it's actually an ambush because it's not just me and the president. It's also Kamala Harris, Chuck Schumer, Hakeem, you know, the CIA director, everybody. And then, so I walked in the Oval and, I know what this is. They're going to hotbox the speaker on Ukraine funding. That's what it was. This is probably third week of January. We sit down, we're in the midst of it, and the whole conversation, and I'm going, we don't need to have this conversation. The president reaches over just like this.
So I can save it.
Right next to the fireplace in the Oval, and he grabs my arm and he says, the speaker and I just need a couple minutes together. Would y'all just leave us alone? And I looked up on the faces of some of the staff standing around the wall, and they're like, oh, no, he did it. So he called it. He's the commander-in-chief. So everybody leaves, and he and I are standing awkwardly in the middle of the Oval Office right over the rug by that coffee table. And I said, Mr. President, thanks for the moments. This is very important. I got some big national security things I need to talk to you about that I've heard and I think you know, and what do we do? But first, real quickly, Mr. President, can I ask you a question? I cannot answer this from my constituents in Louisiana. Sir, why did you pause LNG exports to Europe? Like, I don't understand,
I'm just randomly curious. How much percentage-wise does Louisiana export in LNG? I'm just curious, like, because he cares because it's LNG and his constituents. So I'm curious how much. I mean, I know there's a lot of oil in Louisiana, major hub. Louisiana's responsible for 61% of U.S. light natural gas exports. Okay. And like I like to do this because, I mean, these people are also professional liars. So I'm not saying he's lying, but this is how I would kind of check some of this. This is how I would check the validity of the story, is to kind of challenge some non-story parts. And that's why. Like, I already know, but like, okay. Like, does it make sense that he would want to talk to the president about light natural gas as a senator from Louisiana? If he was a senator from or a congressman from like Nebraska and he wants to talk about it, then I'd be like, that like, this is me trying to catch him in a lie, right? Like, but no, it literally makes sense that he would be trying to talk to the president about light natural gas as the congressman from Louisiana, when Louisiana is responsible for 61% of all U.S. Okay, that makes sense. All right.
Liquefied natural gas is in great demand by our allies. Why would you do that? Because you understand,
how much of Europe percentage-wise needs to import natural gas? I'm giving Gronk a pretty big workout. Yeah, like, I don't need the specifics, right? Like, just general, is it big? Is it a lot? Like, how much is here, right? Like, I'm just kind of curious on that one. The EU imports around 80 to 85% of its total gas consumption. Okay. So that also checks. If he has a concern about us pausing Louisiana's / the U.S.'s 60 to 80% light natural gas to Europe, who imports 80 to 85% total gas. Okay. So I can see why he would be concerned. Europe's our allies. He's making a bunch of money in light natural gas in Louisiana, or he represents a state that does. All of this checks out. Okay.
We just talked about Ukraine. You understand you're fueling Vladimir Putin's war machine because they got to get their gas from him, And he looks at me, stunned with this, and he said, I didn't do that. And I said, Mr. President, yes, you did. It was an executive order, 3 weeks ago. And he goes, no, I didn't do that.
It was an executive order. And how are these executive orders being signed, you ask? By that pen. A pen that's literally designed to have somebody that's not the president be able to sign things. And you have a president at the time who doesn't remember at least one instance. You only need one. It doesn't mean that all of them were like this. You just need an instance of it happening once to logically think it could happen again. Now, it's not the president, so it's one person removed, but everything I've checked on this story has checked. There's no reason to believe that he's lying about this. This isn't even a story about the pen. This is a story about his cognitive ability. So this isn't even about how he signed it at all. This is just about him not remembering signing an executive order that he did.
Then he's arguing with me. I said, Mr. President, respectfully, could I go out here and ask your secretary to print it out? We'll read it together. You definitely did that. And he goes, oh, you talk about natural gas. Yes, sir. He said, no, you misunderstand. He said, what I did is I signed this thing we're gonna conduct a study on the effects of LNG. I said, no, you're not, sir. You paused it. I know. I have the export terminals in my state. I talked to those people this morning. This is doing massive damage to our economy, national security. It occurred to me, Barry, he was not lying to me. He genuinely did not know what he had signed. And I walked out of that meeting with fear and loathing because I thought, we're in serious trouble. Who is running the country? Like, I don't know who put the paper in front of him, but he didn't know.
It would be I think a logical leap, but I don't think it's like totally off base to think that his staff members, the staff members told Biden about this study, but Biden didn't actually physically read or sign the executive order and had the DigiPen do it. And they changed the wording and things on the, I don't know why they would do this, okay? Like, I don't know, I have no idea. Okay? Like, that's a big piece of, like, why would they alter the executive order or lie to Biden or whatever it is. But clearly there's enough data points to say that Biden didn't know that he had signed. The cognitive ability is a problem. That now I'm going to bring the DigiPen into the conversation because it was used to do a bunch of the pardons and all kinds of things. And already before we even knew about this, like, pen, it was like an issue in the news, we already have an instance of where somebody says that Biden has no idea what he even signed or knows the context of what he's signing, that I would probably argue that he probably didn't actually physically sign it himself. And that's why he didn't really know exactly what it was. So that's a lot of context to get to where we are now. Oh my God. This shit's so crazy to me. Now, I heard something, which we're going to verify kind of live. Let me see if I can find it. I forget what... the auto pen. All right. Now we're going to get to the auto pen. Are there reports of people taking payments in the White House in order to use the auto pen? I think this is coming down the pipeline. That there were staffers in the White House that were taking advantage of the situation and taking payments from outside entities to get things signed. However, no credible, of course not, because like the Gronk is only pulling from here. It is speculation, but that's why I provided all of that extra context on what was going on up until this point. On May 20th, Representative Tim Burchett, Republican Tennessee, allegedly claimed that staffers operating President Biden's auto pen were taking payoffs in exchange for pardons. Identified White House staffers as operating the auto pen for pardons and executive orders with plans to subpoena them. This aligns with Comer's broader investigation of Biden's mental fitness and auto pen use. Expresses skepticism but assumes payoffs occurred, reflecting. So I would assume that people that were purposely protecting the president, where we have an instance of the president not knowing what he signed, how likely it is that those same people were using the auto pen to sign things and were taking payments for those things to be signed, which would work in their best interest in a government apparatus that's been proven time, not just government apparatus time and time again, that we already know there is mass, well, I won't say massive, but I don't think anybody ever argues there isn't any corruption in government, so we know there's some. What are the odds that these people took payments in their best interest and took advantage of a situation of a president that didn't know what was getting signed and used that to make a bunch of money? Like, this isn't like like if this was in a vacuum and there was nothing else and people were talking about this auto pen being used I guess maliciously, and people taking payments for it, I wouldn't really believe it right off the bat at all. I'd be very skeptical. But with all of the other data and evidence that we have, this actually makes a lot of sense. That people, I kind of assume the staffers were the ones running the country, that the people were keeping other outside entities away from the president, and then now you have claims that those same people were using the auto pen themselves. Like, it's not, like, it actually kind of makes sense. Because Trump was out here claiming that a lot of these pardons and things were void because Biden didn't sign them. It's like, well, you're going to need a lot of evidence that he didn't sign it. But there is a lot, like if this was in a courtroom, there's a lot of substantial, there's intent, there's will, there's motive. Like there's a lot of substantial evidence here. Yeah, no ex post, but you couldn't provide evidence. So like you have a lot of substantial like motive things for sure, right? Like, but this is why I like to take a bunch of different points and put them together to make a line, right? Like, and because this would be massively damaging to the media and massively damage to the administration, they're never going to come and tell you that. So you can throw that out the window right off the bat. And the fact the mainstream media is calling it a conspiracy theory and unsubstantiated makes me actually believe it more, because of all the things they've claimed that about before are also true. So, and because we know how they operate in obscurity purposefully, like I don't take any of these people serious, the more they fight against something and try to prove that something isn't happening, I'm actually more inclined to believe it. Because they're emphasizing auto pens are legal. We're not talking about if they're legal. Oh, they were used by presidents for. We're not talking if they're legal. This is like when we were talking about the cognitive ability of Biden. They kept bringing up the age of Trump and Biden. We're not talking about the fucking age. We're talking about the cognitive ability. Some people make it into their 90s and are like mentally sharp as a tack. Some people get in their 60s and they're mental potatoes. It has nothing to do with their age. Now, getting older does make it more likely you lose your cognitive ability for sure. But they were purposely talking about age because they didn't want to talk about the actual cognitive ability of Biden a year or two ago. So they kept saying, well, Trump is just as old as Biden. We're not talking about the fucking age, and you know it. So here we're talking about the auto pen and whether staffers used it and Biden had no idea, and their argumentation back is that auto pens are legal, decades old practice. That's not what we're talking about. That they're valid even signed with an auto pen. Like, we're talking about the nuances. We're not even talking, but what we're talking about is like the way bigger overarching issue. We're not talking about the weeds. Not, yeah, oh, they're already trying to play not a sign of staff overreach. Well then, White House declined to comment specific allegations, but dismissed the, oh, well, we're not going to comment, but they're not real. Oh, okay. All right, dude. MAGA-driven conspiracy. Yeah, that's what they've called literally everything that's come true so far. I mean, they pardoned Hunter Biden, like... I like if this isn't massive corruption, then what is? Like, like, where's the bar then? Like, if this isn't like a massive fucking corruption, abuse of power scandal inside the White House, then like, what is one? Like, like if this isn't one, then what is? Oh, okay. So that all of that for that main point about the auto pen. There's probably gonna be a bunch of stuff about the auto pen. I actually think probably the staffers did abuse it and use it. The payment things can get proven by different payment. The way that things are paid is that they don't generally just hand you cash or put it in your bank account. they do a bunch of, like, they give it to a friend, or you do a speaking engagement, or they overpay you on something that you were going to get paid for already. But these people in the White House were probably like 20 to 30-year-old millennials that probably have no idea how the world really actually works, that were in a really good situation, dangerous, really good, dangerous situation, and they probably took advantage of it. And I don't think this administration's messing around, because, like, the only way to root out corruption is you have to pull it, like it's like a weed. You have to pull the entire thing out, and to do just a little bit slap on the wrist, whatever. The entire time this happens, people are gonna go back to the tyrant. They're gonna go back to dictator. Oh, they're just throwing political opponents in jail, things. But, like, all of the evidence that I've seen so far publicly shows that there was a massive breach, abuse of power here. So, like, if you're not gonna go after them and get them out of there, like, we're actually kind of sunk as a country. Like, you don't have a rule of law if you're not going to enforce it, and you have to be willing to take the political blows that would go with it. And that's why when you vote for people and they go into office, nothing ever gets done, is because you're up against, like, this massive fucking corruption bureaucracy that can destroy you. So unless you're willing to, like literally dive in head first, like Trump was willing to, and be like, I don't care what they say, we're going to do it anyway, that's literally the only way you can defeat this. Because if you give an inch at all and capitulate literally at all, it will instantly destroy you. That's why almost nobody goes into Congress and actually does what they're voted to do. That's why no presidents have ever really taken it on. We can make the argument JFK, and we know what happened there. I've looked through an entire thing for, like, 9/11 on one of the congressmen that, like, questioned the narrative around 9/11, and then the FBI raided his house. Like, the main way to destroy people politically is through the media and people's perception of that. So they don't destroy the message, they destroy the messenger. So if you're willing to, like, look past who the messenger is and look at the message, you'll be vastly more knowledgeable on things than anybody else. It's the easiest form to take out the message, is literally to kill the messenger. And it's worked pretty considerably until, like, the last 3 or 4 years, maybe longer, when we've had the internet. We've had the surgence of, like, a lot of alternative media that can do, like, real investigative reporting. The internet never forgets, right? You know, 20 years ago, you didn't have an apparatus of, like, YouTube videos and Gronk and AI to pull from. So I don't think the tactic of, like, just trying to sweep it under the rug is going to work much longer, especially as the boomer population starts to age out. It's going to be replaced by us millennial generation that it will be in a unique situation that will understand what life was like before the internet, but also is relatively tech savvy and understands the internet at the same time. We will be the last generation that understands what life was like before and after social media. Gen Z, Gen X will only know social media, but we'll be able to leverage this in a way in order to, like, hopefully fix some of the, like, the political and institutional corruption in a way that, like, no other generation's been able to do before. Because we'll be able to keep receipts, we'll be able to not have to take all of our news from massive biased, misleading, like, corporate sources, and we'll be able to, if you want to, and you actually take the time, critically think for yourself, and you don't let somebody else do it for you. The millennial generation will be uniquely positioned to wage what I view as World War III, which is the information warfare war. And you're battling against this. This is one of the first things you're battling against.
How can we be expected to teach children to learn how to read if they can't even fit inside the building?
How can we expect them to read if they can't even fit inside the building? That's the type of press argumentation that you'll be battling against the whole time. This shit was crazy. Content. Straight content. Alright. Let me find the YouTube video. I don't know which one. It is 10 though. Well, it's not 10 yet. This one opened my eyes a shit ton.
This just fascinating tech that. But
I've been asking myself this forever, and I'm glad somebody was able to talk about it. Maybe we'll do this.
Before we really want to dive into the technologies, but why his innovation slowed so much in the U.S.? I mean, and when I say that,
I've asked this before multiple
it's just
times.
I don't even know how to say it because we have.
So I think innovation has slowed down. Before I listened to this, I thought it was like just like the government has all of this technology and they're kind of just hiding it. Now there is probably a sliver of that where they clearly have, you know, access to like weaponry and things that the civilian population doesn't have, for sure. But I just don't think, after I watched this, I just don't think the gap is as big as I probably thought it was before. That I think it's more likely that this is happening. Because this happens literally everywhere in the human condition, whereas hiding stuff is a little bit harder. But
innovators like yourself, like Palmer Luckey, like Alexander Wang, like Elon Musk, like Grant Verstanding, Joe Lonsdale. I mean, all these guys are developing this just fascinating tech that, but I don't know how much of it's actually being implemented, and it just seems like there's so much red tape. I mean, look at our power grid, you know, for example. It seems to be extremely fragile, very vulnerable to cyber attacks. China develops, it manufactures, I don't even know how much of our power grid, and we're still stuck on, why aren't we moving to nuclear? Yeah. Or then you're talking about beaming energy in from space. I mean, what is the holdup? Like, why are we not investing into our energy? I've spent years on this show pulling back the curtain and trying to reveal what's really happening. Your kids find Westerns.
And you know, beware. It's a great question, and it goes to a deeper conversation that would be fun to unpack even in our time together today. And it's rooted in human nature, but I suppose the most iconic description of why was from President Eisenhower as he was leaving office, where he said, "Beware of the military-industrial complex." Now, in his private conversations, you know, the Congress was a part of that, and so I you know, the military-industrial congressional complex, and you know, it's human. I say it's rooted in human nature because very good people can have good intentions. And
the human nature argument actually swayed me on this one, because the human nature one, like, humans have to run all this stuff, right? Until we have like AI, I guess, running it, but even humans would make AI. The argumentation that's more human based, like this is happening because humans have always acted this way, is going to hit home for me a lot more than any other argumentation, really.
Describe it like this. We have a problem, and so as a nation, and we need airplanes. So we build an airplane, and it's the solution, okay? And then everybody celebrates that solution. And then there are companies that build that solution in every state. And they have congressional caucuses that support that solution. And then they have lobbyists that those companies hire to be in the halls of Congress, whispering in the ears of the politicians that this is the only way, this is the way you go forward. Incrementally innovate in this solution. And so let's say there's a new technology that makes the way we're building an airplane irrelevant. Mm-hmm. But it gets no oxygen because the lobbyists will whisper that's dangerous. Elon Musk has encountered this in spades. When he first started this idea of reusable rockets, people were laughing him off the stage. Gwynne Shotwell was laughed off the stage in Asia.
I looked into this today. I was messing around with Gronk 3, which is the new Twitter AI, where you can like talk to it, so it made it way faster, which was really nice. Let me look at my phone. I think I have it on the phone. Let me look real quick. When he said that today, because I was listening to this as I went to bed last night, sleeping. I was curious about the Elon thing, so I was like, okay, because I wanted an example.
Sorry, I didn't catch that. Could you clarify what you meant?
Do you have our conversation from earlier about Elon and Boeing and Lockheed Martin?
I don't have direct access to our earlier chats, but I can piece together what we might have talked about based on context. If we were discussing Elon, Boeing, and Lockheed Martin, it was probably about space stuff, right?
What was the partnership Lockheed Martin and Boeing put together?
Lockheed Martin and Boeing formed a 50-50 joint venture called United Launch Alliance, ULA, in 2006.
Stop.
Combining... Okay. Do you have any input from the conversation?
Okay, so ULA was a joint venture between Boeing and Lockheed Martin, which were the main people that were the main entities, government entities, I guess contractors that were sending rockets to space. Give me the slight context between ULA and SpaceX.
SpaceX, founded by Elon Musk, disrupted the space launch industry with reusable rockets like Falcon 9, driving down costs. ULA, the Boeing-Lockheed Martin joint venture, relied on traditional expendable rockets like Atlas V and Delta IV, facing intense competition as SpaceX won contracts, including NASA's, by offering lower prices and innovation.
What was the contract both of them were competing for back in the mid-2000s?
In the mid-2000s, SpaceX and ULA were primarily competing for U.S. government launch contracts under the Evolved Expendable Launch Vehicle, ELV program, with SpaceX pushing to break into the market dominated by ULA's Atlas V and Delta IV for military and NASA payloads. A key battleground was securing contracts like the Air Force's GPS satellite launches, where SpaceX's lower-cost Falcon 9 challenged ULA's monopoly.
How much lower cost were they? Just give me a percentage. Don't give me the context.
About 30 to 40%. There are usually pros and cons about boosting costs off of their own vehicles.
Hey, I said no context.
My bad. Just the percentage next time. Got it. Anything else you want?
Okay. So there's the context. There's more context there, but Boeing and Lockheed Martin spent about $700,000 lobbying Congress to deny SpaceX the reusable rocket contracts from the Department of Defense, even though they could do more. SpaceX at the time could do more, and it was going to cut it was going to be 40% to 50% across the board cheaper to do it. They convinced a bunch of congressmen to go against SpaceX back in the early 2000s.
Yeah, sounds like some serious behind-the-scenes maneuvering.
Hey, it's still listening. Get out of here. I thought I closed
some of her early speeches about what they were going to do. As you guys are Buck Rogers, you're in fantasy land. This is not real, and this is just a Ponzi scheme of trying to take people's money and waste it, until he proved it. But it took a lot of money to break through, and part of the reason is because there were a lot of people getting very rich at building a rocket to go to space and then burning that rocket up. And having to build a whole new rocket. So the analogy would be, for all of us, imagine buying a car on your favorite car on the lot and driving it until it runs out of gas. And then you have to burn it to the ground and you have to go buy a new car to get back home. That is the economic model we were using to go to space. And all it took is one innovator. But the amount of, I can remember in the military as we were supporting him, we were supporting Elon Musk because this was going to be transformational to the next step of building infrastructure in space to support American interests as this new domain was evolving. In other words, peace through strength. I would, the leaders of the Air Force and of Congress would come to me and say, Steve, see, you're wrong. Elon Musk blew up a rocket, and he's a fool, and we're not going to give him any money. But they were listening to lobbyists saying, Elon Musk is a risk. You need us to build your rockets. And the only way to do this safely is to build it, launch it, and then let it burn up in the atmosphere. And that's the trap of mindset. That's the trap of being stuck in an intellectual rut of how you've done things in the past and not being able to leap to something new because it succeeded for you in the past. So why change? If it's not broken.
The change thing that I've hammered forever is people do not fundamentally ever want to change.
Don't fix it.
This is consistent at a micro level in people. It's consistent at mid-micro level, like, doing process improvement, like trying to make people's lives or processes better, but they don't want to change their process, even if it is better. This is true in like relationships. Oh, this isn't my favorite relationship, but like I'm too scared to leave and change and do something else, even though it might be better. It's true in governments, like what he's explaining here. This human condition, the tendency of humans to never want to change is consistent across the board. So I totally believe this. Because any other time where change has been introduced, even to make things better, people fight it literally the whole time anywhere else. So of course in the government, when there's a bunch of money involved and a bunch of egos involved, of course changing something they've done before would be fought by people because it gets fought everywhere else.
It goes back to another saying, everybody loves innovation as long as it's been done before.
Man,
so this is why we're stuck. But there's another side of it that's a little darker. And this gets back to what you do. What you do is you are trying to find truth. And we are living in an age where we are moving from an industrial age to a networked age. And we're like teenagers, and we don't have the tools to know what truth is. Look at the AI. Look at the lies in the narrative. Too. Then we get social media that's like, oh, great. Now we can triangulate truth. We don't have to rely on just one news broadcast and believe the TV because we found the TV is lying to us. But now those that understand that information is the most powerful weapon in the human race, that the most lethal weapon is right between your ears. And if I can influence what's going on between your ears in what you see is true and what reality is, I can shape that so that you act in my best interest, not in your best interest. And so part of what happens here is our government tells us stories about what is true, who's the bad guy, who's the good guy.
Yep, I sure do.
Here's why your tax money needs to go to this. Here's why we need to, have inflation.
I don't know if we can ever break people out of this, to be honest.
We all believe it because we love our country, and we don't want to be at war, and we don't want insecurity. We want peace, prosperity, and health for us and everybody on the planet. But there are perverse incentives for big companies and governments to weave a tale that deceives the population to perpetuate the wealth, control, and security of a very small group of people that are getting rich on the current methodology. So even though we may have solutions for the energy problem that include nuclear, that include solar power from space, that include helium-3, that include hydrogen, all these clean energy solutions, one of the reasons they don't move forward is the bureaucratic and the statutory administrative state that thinks it knows better than you and is getting rich off the lobbyists and the companies and the money into the coffers of the election system to perpetuate the way things were. The reason you are so important in this journey, meaning a place people can go and start learning the truth without falling victim to the sound bites that perpetuate a lie, but actually spend time listening to a deeper conversation where the brain learns through stories, is because if we do not innovate, other countries will. And technology does change fate. Those that learn to harness the fire change the fate of their own security, prosperity, and health. Those that learn to harness electricity change their fate for better prosperity, security, and health. And they could secure that future against those that would use fire or electricity as a weapon against you. And as we move into this electromagnetic spectrum domain, this future where the electromagnetic spectrum can
Dude, if this electromagnetic spectrum stuff is true, I'm gonna feel like probably my parents or your parents felt like in the fucking computer age, where I'm like, oh my god, what the fuck is going on?
Everything we've seen done over the last 30 years, we cut the cable on the phone, we cut the cable on the TV, and soon we'll cut the cable on electricity.
That, dude, if you can cut the cable on electricity, that is crazy. I had thought about that like a couple of years ago, and like it's not even a reality that I would even like. I don't know. Like if that's true, that's crazy. Like never plugging anything in. Like
wow.
That electromagnetic spectrum and what we know about it and how we know how to manipulate it is truly why we need to find truth. And because if we don't find truth, we continue to be slaves to the people that want us to believe that plugging your phone into the wall is the only way electricity works. And, taxation for incrementally innovating for an infrastructure that was built to win the last war, but not investing in things that will win the next war. This is the trap of history, and this is why no civilization has ever survived. They go on this sine wave of birth and vigor, and critical thinking and aggressiveness at economic security and then military might to secure the peace. And then they get lazy and they lose it all and they're vanquished by another civilization. And this is what the great hope of America is that we can turn the tide of human nature that has created that cyclical sine wave of civilizations, and we can start innovating again. Because if we don't, we're dead men walking.
Man, I mean, the energy stuff, I've dove into it a little bit. I don't know how much it's real. There's all these rumors of free energy and stuff like that, and the fact that was it the Rockefellers that put us on the grid because they could meter it. Mm-hmm. And I don't really know a whole lot about it, but it seems like all of the energy companies would be totally against beaming energy down from space because that unhooks you from the utilities, like you were just saying. And so, the amount
they would if it was if you said it was real, you would 100% expect every energy company to fight against it. I said this about nuclear as well. It's like, how is it that nuclear is so unsafe for the civilian population that we can't use it? We can't build nuclear power plants, but it is safe enough to put on an aircraft carrier. It is safe enough to put on a U.S. submarine. So somehow this technology, nuclear, is too unsafe to use en masse for the civilian population, but it's not too unsafe to be put on vessels that fundamentally can get destroyed, sunk, and used in combat. Like, that doesn't make sense at all to anybody. It's so unsafe that only vehicles that can get destroyed in a battle can use it. Oh, okay. But you can't. But somebody sitting at home can't use nuclear power. And then now, nuclear power, now that we need it for AI and data, all of a sudden we can't use it, but now Amazon and Microsoft, actually, I'll pull receipts on this one too. What major companies are currently working on small nuclear reactors? For as long as I've lived, we can't use nuclear power at all. All these green energy technology, but somehow nuclear power we can't. No, these are people actually working on it. No, like, I see why it pulled that, but most people don't realize that Amazon makes a bulk amount of their revenue from Amazon Web Services, by the way. It's just that the fulfillment side is just the most customer-facing side, so that's the one people know about the most. But it's business to business, and it's Amazon Web Services is actually the biggest one. Okay, so Amazon, investor and partner in SMR projects to power data centers, not developing. Amazon, Microsoft, Google, NewScale is actually the one developing it. Okay, so Microsoft, Google, and Amazon are now currently pouring billions of dollars, well, at least millions of dollars, into small nuclear reactors, because we have an entire energy crisis problem, whether it's electric vehicles or data centers, that we just don't have enough electricity produced to meet the demand. But now it's okay to use nuclear because now these three big companies want to utilize it. Okay.
Amount of power and influence that energy companies, the big oil and gas, all of that stuff has over the U.S. government. I mean, it's alarming, and it's not working. I mean, when I talk to these guys like yourself, and they're talking about the data centers that we need to feed our AIs and stuff, I mean, where the hell are we going to get this energy from?
Yeah, no, you're right. It can be a concern because the incentive structure for the current companies that are getting rich on the current technology set are not motivated to change. They're not motivated to take risks.
Yeah, why would they be if they're making a bunch of money doing it one way? Why would they entertain a different way of doing stuff if it means their destruction?
But that can change. And for example, when I was the commander of Joint Base San Antonio down in Texas, and we started something there called the Electromagnetic Defense Initiative. And the reason I started it is because the warfighting capability of a base is only as good as the feeder veins into that base of energy, transportation, food, water, the essentials of life to fight from that location. And the energy grid, as you pointed out, is a sieve and is vulnerable and can be taken out with one good marksman and knowing right where to shoot at the transformer. And so we started something to demonstrate to the power companies that, one, they could affordably make their power grids resilient to electromagnetic pulse, whether it's man-made or from the sun. But I also talked to them about what we were doing with the Air Force Research Lab and the X-37 to demonstrate this ability to take the sun's energy in space, convert it to radio waves, beam it down to Earth, and then convert it back into electricity at the point of the rectenna that receives it. Just like you receive broadband from Elon Musk's Starlink, and now you have broadband anywhere on your camper in the middle of the Hindu Kush or the Colorado Rockies. The same is true with electricity.
Wow.
And they actually like the idea. The CEO level is like, that's great. Saudi Arabia, that is, the oil is eventually not going to be there. What do they invest in? Solar power from space could be one of them. Nuclear could be one of them. India, the last leadership team of India was about ready to go full bore into solar power from space. So it's not that they aren't willing to see the business case. And if they can see the business case, they'll start maneuvering so that they are going to where the money will be, not where the money was or the money is. But we also have the fact that many of these CEOs will say, well, until the government gives me a contract to do this for the country, you know, I'm getting rich in the current method and we're not going to take a lot of business risk. It's a two-edged sword. You need visionary leaders in these companies to also be willing to move forward incrementally to make our power grid resilient now so it's not so vulnerable, because we're all victims of vulnerability on the electricity. If we don't have it, chaos breaks out. And to start carving a path to new markets and new technologies to deliver things with greater capability at lower cost. And this is, again, going back to space, why space is so important. If you don't have companies like SpaceBuilt, the one that I started with Dennis Wingo, and as the key brain that knows how to build space technology for this infrastructure and the capability to build in space that doesn't just run out of gas and become space junk, but is a perpetual business case of construction and logistics in space. The reason we're doing this is because this helps usher in. If you have leaders that are innovative and that understand the tapestry of politics, of lobbyists, and you can navigate a company like Elon Musk did, and now you can have satellites at a fraction of the cost. You can reduce the cost of satellites 10x, and they're reusable, just like Elon Musk made the cost of launch reduce 10x, and they're reusable. It's like aviation to space. This is how you break through, and it's generally in America, it's the private sector. This is how we can do it, and this is how you can start convincing companies, the big electric companies, to start moving into the future using all of these other, and space will bring us helium-3 energy.
What is helium-3 energy?
Yeah, so helium-3 is an element that doesn't get to Earth very much because our atmosphere and our gravitational field prevent it from landing on the Earth. So an ounce of helium-3 on the Earth is very, very expensive, and the business case doesn't really close. But on the moon or on the asteroids, there's a ton of helium-3. And so to give you an example of what it means, if we were to mine the moon for helium-3, we could, at the current level of electricity use in America, or not in America, in the globe, we could power the energy needs of the human race for thousands of years based on the helium-3 that's on the moon right now. And and so the twist there is China is there on the moon, on the far side of the moon. We don't know what they're doing because we don't have infrastructure up there to even see what's going on. But we do know they're mining helium-3. And so
we legitimately don't know what China is doing on the other side of the moon?
No, we don't. Because the other side of the moon, you know, most people may not know this, but you only see one side of the moon in the way that it rotates and orbits around the Earth. It's a very interesting phenomenon in orbital
I wonder how many people know that.
Mechanics. But it's and so unless we have a constellation of satellites flying around the moon that can see and understand what's going on, we're blind, and that's one reason they're over there. But let me give you a commercial.
Getting upset, Steve.
Yeah,
I'm getting real upset.
So this goes back to a strategy and why I'm in the space business, because space is the place where if America does not change our strategy and how we're investing in space, we will become victims to others that use space as a way of dominating the energy market, but also the information market. So here's an example. About a month ago, Microsoft announced their quantum computing capability, which is just next level and awesome. But they need to cool it down to 80 millikelvin, which basically is almost down to the point where the molecules don't even move.
Absolute zero.
There's really no way to cool it efficiently down to that level. Hydrogen would only get you down to maybe 1 Kelvin. You need to go, you know, much lower than that. Helium-3 can do it like that.
Oh, shit.
So let's take the scenario where China now has enough
I didn't think about
helium-3
the
as
cooling
they're
thing.
mining
Yeah,
it on
that
the
makes
moon and
100%
bringing it back
sense,
to Earth to be able to power the entire world for thousands of years. And they are the ones that can actually operationalize quantum
Fuck, bro.
because they can cool it down to the temperature it needs to actually operate. Now, quantum sensing, quantum communication, when you start looking at and quantum computing, when you start combining those three quantum capabilities, sensing, computing, communication, and you can affordably cool it down to the levels where it can be operationalized. Now you've broken every code that ever was.
Yeah.
I don't care how good
bro.
your encryption is. They see every secret, every code, everything. From Bitcoin to things like the techniques of blockchain. Forget it. It's all going to change. And so there's an example of why not being in space with logistics and infrastructure to be able to move, to see, and to operate can make you vulnerable.
How long has China been on the far side of the moon?
Well, it's been quite a while. You can look back. It's been at least 2 years.
That's weird. I just looked this up too.
Yeah,
they've been back there doing geological
the
quote-unquote surveys looking for helium-3.
In my view, it is that we do not have a sense of how dramatically things will change with these technologies that are in space. We build better satellites than anybody on the planet. Okay, we build better fighters, tanks, ships, submarines. We build really cool stuff, better than anybody else in the world in many cases. There are exceptions, of course. But what beats good technology is a superior strategy. So China may not, they may be a fast follower where they look a lot like our F-22 in their fighters. They look a lot like Elon Musk's, rocket ships. They may be a fast follower, but they aren't interested in making better technology. They are building a strategy of logistics and infrastructure in space that will change the game for the energy and information market on Earth. And we are on a strategy that builds better satellites to do the same things we've done before. And there are efforts to do these other things, but it's not fueled by the kind of money to operationalize it and really compete. This is why, strategy eats technology for lunch.
Man, this is really alarming. I mean, who knows what they're doing over there? We know
we know they're mining. Okay, we know they're bringing back because we can see what they're bringing back, and this is all open source. We can in open source you can see some of the things that China's doing, and so we have evidence of some of the things they're doing, but we don't know the extent, and that's part of the problem. And this goes back to why truth and information is the most important element. Because, it's back to Sun Tzu and the art of war. Know thy enemy, know thyself. And if you are deceived in your own arrogance and your own dominance of the past, that what you did in the past is sufficient to win in the future, eventually you're going to be a dead man. And if you do not know your enemy well enough, not just on the technical side, but the cultural side. And this is why...
I don't know if people know this guy, but this guy was in the military for 20 years. So he's talking about you can have all this advanced weaponry, all this technology, but you can get outmaneuvered and destroyed by a technologically inferior force by the strategy. So examples of this would be like the Roman Empire versus Germanic tribes. The Roman Empire had advanced military technology, legions, siege engines, standardized weapons, fortified camps, far surpassing Germanic tribes, because they leveraged the terrain against the Roman formations, annihilated 20,000 Romans, and halting their expansion east. The Mongol invasion of good luck on that empire. They were overrun by the Mongols. The Mongols, despite lacking advanced siege tech, initially used speed, mobility, and psychological warfare to conquer them, adapted by capturing engineers to build siege engines. Spanish conquest of the Aztec Empire. The Aztecs had advanced armament planning, astronomical knowledge, obsidian-based weapons, but lack steel, firearms, and horses. British defeat at Isquanaga by the Zulu. Actually, I think there's a whole movie about this, to be honest. The British had advanced firearms, artillery, telegraph communication far superior to Zulus, but the Zulu warriors outran them. Tactical balance and speed negated British firepower's ammo shortages and slow reloading hindered defenders. Italian invasion of Ethiopia. I guess, yeah. Okay, anyway. So, and there's also a saying, resting on your laurels, too, but Americans have been far too comfortable, far too long, assuming military superiority, that it doesn't even come into their thought process when they talk about stuff, because they've been safe for so long, they just assume it.
Having been
like, they don't, like, they never see a case where China comes in and takes over the U.S. or Russia or some like massive collapse of the civilization. Like, it doesn't even cross their brains.
Raised in Africa is very valuable for me, because being raised.
I mean, that includes me too. It's like tomorrow, like, I'm not going to go to bed tonight and assume there's no food for me to buy at Wendy's tomorrow, right? Like, I'm always going to make this assumption. Is that Kels? What's up, Kels? People never gonna make this assumption that, like, they're not gonna have access to food tomorrow. Like, even if you're poor and you're not, like, financially stable, you don't assume that tomorrow you're gonna wake up and there's no food to even buy, right? So like, Americans have been so safe for so long that they assume military superiority. They assume somebody else is working on that. They assume, like, oh, like, this industrial complex, we can just cut defense spending. Like, why are we spending all this on the military? Like, and there is some truth to that, right? There's a lot of truth to the military-industrial complex. But my point is people make a lot of assumptions about their current state of being until it's ripped away from them. Get your laurels out of here and stop resting on them.
In a tribe with no American influence, and then coming here at the age of 10, and then being immersed in Los Angeles, where my dad was the pastor of a church, gave me a lens at this cultural misunderstanding and how we talk past each other. And it's been very valuable, like in the military. The Army talks past the...
You probably had instances of this, right? You wake up and the power's out. And then, only then does it start crossing people's minds. The first thing, the assumption is, when does it come back on? Like, there's never the thought process of, oh, it's never coming back on, right? It's always like, oh, it's out, but it'll be back on, right? That's just my general broad point is the American civilization country has a massive problem right now. Like, there's a bunch of problems, but one of the major problems is the assumption that, like, the assumption of not assuming other things, I guess, right? Of assuming that electricity is always going to be there. A lot of people's ideology and worldview is based off the assumption that we're always going to have military superiority. We pretty much got defeated in Afghanistan and Iraq, by the way, right? We spent 10 years and spilled a lot of young male millennial blood over 10 years to replace the Taliban in Afghanistan with the Taliban. We fell victim to the exact thing the Russians fell victim to in Afghanistan. And while the history books probably won't show that, for years and years to come, it will be seen as a defeat of American forces in Afghanistan. Like, if you were being honest with yourselves. So, like, there's this assumption that, like, everything's just going to work. Like, I don't have to put the effort in. Somebody else is going to do it. Now, I also have the worldview of, like, you shouldn't always, like, you know, like, consistently panic and live in a state of panic either. But you should always be aware, right? Like, always keep that in your thought process when you're thinking about things. It was like the Elon Musk and Tesla thing. It's like, well, climate change is so important that we have to buy all these Teslas. And then the political appetite shifted that all of a sudden climate change wasn't as important as getting rid of all your Teslas. So, I mean, I could go into an entire tangent where I don't think anybody really believes anything. But just an example is like once it starts affecting their people, all of a sudden their ideology shifts. So
The Air Force talks past the Navy, talks past Special
like,
Forces.
Is climate change, this existential crisis, that's more important than everything, or is it not? And I think we learned in the last 6 months that it's actually not that important because people instantly shifted away from their electric vehicles. Like, so it's not as important as they thought it was. Like something else was more important.
Talks past the Coast Guard. And to be able to see that and help people connect where they're actually talking to one another and listening to one another is key. But the same is happening here with technologies and China. We as an American society tend to just believe our own press and think that our way of thinking is dominant. And it has worked.
Are there other EVs out there? I mean, let's ask Gronk. I think there are. I think the main ones are hybrid, but not Ford Focus. Oh God. No, I don't. I said excluding Tesla. Oh my God. Oh, have a good night, Calico. Don't get me started on the cobalt mining for those EVs either, but I think I asked companies, but I guess I did say number at the end. I'm incredibly cynical when it comes to people's ideologies. Volkswagen. GM. I know they started. I just didn't know. I know Rivian. I see Rivian sometimes. Okay. I was just curious. That's more for me than anything. It wasn't really to counterpoint or anything like that. I was just curious.
But if we don't understand China's cultural
gas
mindset,
in the atmosphere, yes,
we could end up being a victim to it. Now, it's really important here to state two facts. One, the Chinese people are beautiful. The Russian people are beautiful. People in every culture are just...
Well, I hate that he has to do this. It's incredibly crazy to me that you even have to preference this. It's just the fucking climate we live in. Like, when you're criticizing China, you're clearly 99.9999% of the time literally talking about the government. But we have these intellectual dishonesty enjoyers that want to think that any criticism of China is a criticism of the Chinese people. So now we're in this like weird fucking timeline where we have to preference what I view as like the obvious. We have to disclaimer like comments. And
beautiful
really
people.
I don't blame him for doing this.
You
I just hate the situation.
Under a governance rule set that steals away freedom, steals away freedom of choice, which is something I believe has been planted in the hearts of every human being, and the Bible tells us, and God is clear, free choice, free will. This is how we know whether you're good or bad. If you have no freedom, I don't know if your heart is good or is bad because you don't make any choices. You're being forced to make choices that, and so when I see systems like communism, socialism, that have a historical precedence rooted in human nature of murdering its own people in order to maintain control and taking away personal freedom. This is why we have to be so careful and why what you're doing is at the core of our survival as a nation. Because free will is predicated on understanding truth. You got to know what's going on in your strategic environment, or again, you're not free.
Yeah,
you're making a decision.
The biggest
that has been
problem
shaped
of all the problems we have is It's kind of streamlined. It's finding truth, and it's people surrendering their ability to critically think. I heard this argumentation the other day, and I hadn't really seen it really put like that, but I probably agree, is you look at a lot of things in society where people willingly just give up their ability to critically think. Like religion would definitely falls in this category. Like political stuff falls in this category. Like people always look to some higher purpose and reason and have either a media apparatus critically think for them. They have a god or religion critically think for them. They have another person, like a cult leader, think for them. I don't know what it is, but there's something inherent in human beings where they fundamentally feel like always giving up their ability to critically think. And I think part of it is because it's uncomfortable, and human beings don't like to be uncomfortable. So it's uncomfortable to like challenge your worldview and critically think about something. So you run into these whataboutisms. You run into these like deflections. You run into this like cognitive dissonance, where the brain prioritizes safety, and part of that safety is being comfortable. I don't know if we have evolved to a point. I think we've evolved faster than our brain's ability to actually critically think can handle, and so a lot of the times people will surrender their ability to critically think because of how uncomfortable a lot of the things that they would have to critically think about would make them. It's like, oh, like I'm just going to rationalize this thing. Oh, this is what my religion says, right? Like, and anything that goes against this, oh, this is what the climate change narrative is. Oh, this is what the media narrative is. And anything against that's how you have a lot of these hypocrisies, because people are fundamentally unwilling to even critically think and challenge it. So they'll defend a position knowing very well, I think in the back of their head, that it's very hypocritical and it is a double standard. But they've surrendered their ability to critically think. So my thesis is World War III is the information war. It is it's people's willingness or unwillingness to critically think about stuff is whether they're going to be a casualty in the misinformation war or they're going to come out victorious. And in order to do so, like, you fundamentally have to sit yourself down and go, is this really what's happening? Is this really what I think? And why do I think this way?
In your brain by somebody that's trying to get you to do something in their interest, and you're actually doing something counter to your own self-interest. So in order to understand what China is doing, what Russia is doing, and what is going on in the world, we have to be able to understand truth, and truth has been morphed and mutated. In fact, the information domain is now a battle space.
I mean, I call it common sense, but there's usually a non-zero amount of people that believe the totally opposite. But I think if everybody were willing to sit down and critically think, we would be aligned on like 90% of stuff. But there's always some excuse why somebody can't do it. Like if I had a much bigger chat with a lot more pushback, I could pull probably half of chat out and they wouldn't be able to defend a single position, but would be very vocal about the position. And I would call it, they have fast food takes on the things they believe. Things that are really easy to digest, really accessible, but 30 minutes later make you feel like absolute trash and are bad for you long term. Rarely am I able to find somebody who fundamentally believes something that I don't, like, I guess fundamentally believe, that can defend it. I can explain to them why they look at it the way they do, but I don't think they know.
We used to believe the TV, and when we found out the TV was lying to us and our government was lying to us, then social media and this new technology came about, and we're like, oh, starting to rush there. How do I triangulate truth here? And now we see that liars and storytellers that are trying to get us to believe something that is not true have infiltrated the social media and even the podcast world. So I say we're like teenagers in this information age, and we still don't have the tools to triangulate truth quickly enough to be able to not make mistakes and drive ourselves off our own cliff. And so our society is in a very vulnerable place right now.
How long does the average civilization last before it collapses? Year-wise. Oh, I like having Gronk here. Like, it's just a good tool. It's not, like, obviously it's not 100% accurate, but usually what I ask it are generalities anyway, so. There's a whole nother like cycle. I forget what it's called though. How long before the, because the Roman Empire most mirrors us. Most people don't realize a lot of our governance systems, and civil systems are based off of the successes and failures of the Roman Empire. So like when our founders sat down to actually just like zoom in a little bit, and it's just you sitting there at a table trying to figure out how to govern 13 colonies, right? Like just sitting there being like, these people are actually, by the way, they're between the ages of, most of them are between the ages of like 20 and 30. Like you're looking at like upper 20 adults literally sitting down and writing the Declaration of Independence and the Constitution. And so what they did is they looked through for references and other examples of other governance systems, and a lot of the inspiration is derived from the Roman Empire. Like that's where they're like, well, where do we learn how to govern ourselves, right? Like, wow, we're now independent, so how are we going to put this thing together? So because of that, the Roman Empire it's not one for one, obviously, but most mirrors our governance systems and our timeline until collapse, because a lot of our systems are based off of the learnings of the Roman Empire. I don't know why it's taking Gronk so long, though, but... Oh, you know, I pulled that out. That's why. Uh-oh. Why is it taking so long? Usually it takes it a second, but it's not that bad. There we go. Okay. From August to crisis is roughly 260 years before the Roman Empire started to collapse. How long has America been a country? Oh, wow. 248 years. Huh. That's kind of crazy. So, and it's not like it's like at 260 we instantly collapse. It's a slow decline. 260 years and we're 248 years old. And the average civilization before it collapses is around this time frame. Okay. Good to know.
Where we're trying to hunt, and this is why you're so valuable, because you are taking the time to talk to multiple people to understand where the truth lies, and it's incredibly important.
Thank you. I can't get my mind off of China being on the other side of the moon for years, and we have not sent anything up there. I mean, how does that just slide past a president's desk. Hey, we got China over here, our biggest adversary, biggest potential adversary. We might want to take a look at this.
Well, this president, President Trump, understands this.
He does.
He does.
Well, that's good.
And in fact, he understood it in his first term, and this is why he was willing to put up with the ridicule, sarcasm, and humiliation that came with saying we are going to create a space force.
The Space Force thing, Trump took so much criticism and memes and hate for. And it's actually kind of a common thing to happen throughout history where people do something and it's the right thing to do and nobody understands. So they diminish it, they obfuscate, they criticize, they demean. Like, I understood from utilizing the stuff in the military how important the satellites in space were. And then it's like I explained earlier, is if you're a civilization that has no airplanes and no air force, you are obviously way more vulnerable to another civilization who does have air superiority, right? The Germans had the Luftwaffe, right? And then we had our air force come in there and wipe them. Like, people need to start thinking of space and satellites like they would having air superiority from like an air force. All of the GPS, you can put weapon systems up there and they can cover a almost infinitely wider swath of coverage than obviously a jumbo jet or a missile or any other type of aircraft can cover. And people don't even like generally even look up in the sky every day, right? And even like a plane, like, oh, it's clear up there. They don't realize that like World War III is the satellite / information misinformation warfare war. And so if you have a bunch of adversarial satellites take out your minimal amount and now they cover your entire airspace, you're fucked. You're literally fucked. So the Space Force thing, without people having any context on how dangerous space is for any nation, memed the entire time about a Space Force. And now they're memeing about a Golden Dome because that's the second part of protecting the U.S. from like satellite warfare.
At Space Force, when we look back 300 years from now, the legislation that President Trump championed to get a Space Force written into law.
And guess what was the main driver of this? The media. The media was the main driver, consistently telling you how stupid a Space Force was. Why are we spending the money? What an idiot.
Will be the wedge in history that protects America. Without that, now even though the last 4 years the government, the executive branch, has not allowed the Space Force to build what it needs to protect us, so they kind of went into idle as soon as President Trump came into office. He's going to put that into full afterburner, and we're going to start seeing what the country really needs. And it goes back to, again, what great warriors of the past have done. And what I'll say is great warriors of the past are peacemakers. President Trump is a peacemaker. When he rebuilds the military, it is not for the purpose of warfare. It is the purpose of peace through strength. Because if you don't have the credibility and the will to use force against somebody evil that is trying to kill human nature, kill freedom, and this...
I don't know how many Americans understand. Like that's a two-faceted thing, right? Like, there's no reality in which an average American wakes up and assumes that we're not like vastly superior militarily, which would get a bunch of Americans killed over time. Like even making that assumption to begin with. And then the second part is the peace through strength. So if there's two houses on a block and one of them has a homeowner that has a couple weapons, and then there's another homeowner that doesn't have any weapons at all in their house, and a robber needs to rob one of those two houses, which houses are they going for? Well, clearly they're going to be going for the house that has the homeowner that doesn't have any deterrence or weaponry. And in my mind, how do I want to phrase this? The peace through strength is the country's version of having the weaponry but never wanting to use it. The problem is the military's been hijacked multiple times to go do fruitless nation building campaigns in Iraq, Afghanistan, and it's been bastardized to go do I guess those missions. That's a whole another subject. But fundamentally, you have to have a bigger, better weapon than somebody else, or you're incredibly vulnerable. Like you have to have a large military. I totally understand the military industrial complex, but a lot of that has to deal with like keeping massive bloated contracts and using the military in ways that like fundamentally aren't good for America. That to me is the military industrial complex. But that doesn't mean have a less effective, less lethal military, because you have to have it to counter another one. Just like you have to have weapons in a house to deter anybody from coming into your home. You never want to have to shoot somebody or use them, clearly, but you still need to have them available, and that's how I view the military.
Innate, God-given, important gift of free will, then people will just walk all over you.
Yeah.
You have to be unapologetic. And so what you're going to see now is you're going to see America start developing something that's really important. So I'll go back to Alexander the Great. One of the quotes that's most attributed to him, but it actually goes back even further, is in the art of war, amateurs talk about weapons and tactics. So planes, ships, tanks, submarines, satellites. Professionals talk about logistics. Because warfare is not about shock and awe. It's not about a decisive battle.
It's true. Like he's obviously so right. Right now, you cannot defeat the U.S. military on like going one for one, ship to ship, plane to plane, sub to sub. You just can't. You're not going to do it. So what's been happening over the last 10, 15 years is other countries have done other methods of warfare, economic warfare, trying to devalue the dollar, trying to tank us economically. Then we can't, it's logistics. Then we can't pay for an army. Then we can't pay for submarines. Then we can't pay for ships. Destabilize the population. Get as many people inside the U.S. to hate the U.S. as much as possible. Every other country's good. The U.S. is bad. The U.S. is evil, etc., to destabilize the population. Another way, running drugs in an open border, like flooding a country full of a bunch of unvetted people, utilizing fentanyl to, like, I did the math the other day. Like, if you take the military-aged male, like, think of it like a civilization game. It's like there's only so much of a population in a country that can be part of the military population. So if you can even get 10% or 5% of that military population addicted to something, to get them not military ready, you've effectively taken out 10% of their entire military force, and you didn't even have to fire a shot. So there's multiple other ways to fight a war that have nothing to do with even firing a shot, and that's what this guy is talking. He's talking about the logistics. There was something I read. I'm trying to make sure my mind's not class. It's not. No, because I read this outside the military. Okay, is a good way to take out an aircraft carrier is to sabotage. Have one sailor on, one spy, one saboteur, one whatever on a U.S. carrier to sabotage the reverse osmosis units, the units that the carrier uses to make fresh water. You need fresh water for the reactor. You need fresh water for all of the people that are on board. You need fresh water for multiple things. So you have this entire fucking billion-dollar carrier that can't go to sea because it can't make any water. And all it would take is one person, one saboteur destroying the water plant for this entire fucking behemoth of a war-fighting vehicle to take the entire thing out of commission. So those are the things that I'm generally worried about when I look at like a war-fighting capability. It's not the blatant obvious stuff. So what he's talking about, because he's also military trained. Oh, where'd he go? back.
of my life. I
No, not
did
you.
a lot.
I was gonna watch that. I don't know if I have time now.
It's just fascinating tech.
God.
How quickly I can move.
He's talking about the logistics. A lot of the battles lost in World War II were because like they couldn't get the troops in, you can't get the ammunition, you can't get the food out to the front line. It's not it doesn't matter if you have 7 million people if you don't have the bullets and the ammunition and the food for those 7 million people to fight. It's all about logistics, the ability to be able to move stuff around, to put weaponry in the hands of the troops. Like that's literally what it's all about. That's what he was talking about.
Okay. The air is also a medium like the water. It's
A lot of people are worried about. I mean, we are the ones feeding this is why these databases are so important. Is because we are feeding
destabilized?
all the information that's feeding the AI is from humans. And so we're feeding the data centers with all of the information that the AI is able to process so fast. And basically it's speeding up our decision-making process. And so like I had mentioned before, instead of waiting days, weeks, maybe a month to make a decision, I mean, all of the data that goes into the decision making is done damn near immediately. And so now I think the fear is, you know, with these AI wars, we talked a lot about AI wars and how many AIs China has versus how many AIs the US has, and those AIs go to war. If they were able to hack the database that feeds our AIs and put
weapons and tactics. So planes, ships, tanks, submarines, satellites. Professionals talk about logistics.
That's right.
Because warfare is not about shock and awe. It's not about a decisive battle. That is inconsistent with human nature and culture. Ushering in a peaceful future is about an economic journey where you can outlast your adversary at trying to do something bad. And you strike the fear of God into them, that if they do something bad, you're going to hold them accountable. It is an economic
I don't know who.
thing.
Were you guys? Anybody here for the tit for tat? Where it's literally mathematically proven how to treat countries and people. I mean, I'm not gonna go through the whole thing, but I don't think this was called. Maybe we'll find it though. It was the game theory.
This is a video about the most famous problem in game theory. Problems of this sort pop up everywhere, from nations.
Like it's been a month or two or whatever, right? But they have this game where you defect or cooperate. It's called game theory. And what they proved is like it's actually a combination of retaliation, but also of concession that actually in the long term makes you the winner. So in every way that they played this, there were people that would never, it's blind, right? You get more points if you work together, but you also get less. It's a whole thing. It's called game theory. You'd have to look into it. Right. But the entire point of the video is to show. See, there was a bunch of programmers submitted a bunch of different like ways to play this game, and then they ran all the programs together, and the program called Tit for Tat was the one that actually came out on top. So there was all these like, oh, I'm going to defect 7 times, then work 1 time, or I'm never going to work, or I'll work all the time. So like somebody that like always cooperated all the time lost constantly, pretty consistently, and people that like always didn't work together won, but over the long run also lost. That the best strategy mathematically across everything they tried was to sometimes work together, but then sometimes not work with somebody. So if somebody were to slight you, right, you should generally forgive them. If they slight you again, you probably should not forgive them. Right, but like if so there's people that are structured that like if they get slighted one time, they'll never forgive, which is a really bad strategy. There's also people that get slighted and they get slighted again and always forgive, and that's not a good strategy either. So, but this is an entire video on how mathematically and even socially it's a more effective long-term strategy to do a little of both.
Thing. National security is downstream.
But it made me think of that when he said this.
Because warfare is not about shock and awe. It's not about a decisive battle. That is inconsistent with human nature and culture. Ushering in a peaceful future is about an economic journey where you can outlast your adversary at trying to do something bad. And you strike the fear of God into them, that if they do something bad, you're going to hold them accountable.
Yeah, you have the means to hit somebody hard, but you only hit them if you need to, and you have the capability to do so.
It is an economic thing. National security is downstream from economics, and economics is downstream from our values, and values are downstream from our beliefs and our worldview. And we are moral creatures, okay? God made us as moral creatures. So if you have a governance system like communism that does not believe in a God, it will eventually crumble as it tries to control people.
Let's ask the AI. I mean Gandhi, right? I don't ask because well behaved is so subjective. I thought it'd be funny, but then I in my brain I went through it a little bit. I was like, wait, that's not gonna work at all. It sounded funny for a second though.
But our Constitution is so unique in history. And this is why I'm so excited about being alive at this time and why we should be so happy to be able to usher in a more prosperous, healthy, and secure future where all people on the planet have a chance to live free and with free will. Because we have a Constitution rooted in a worldview that there is a God. And he has planted in our hearts certain things that are essential, like free will. And we have values of loving our God first and our neighbors as God loves us. And then policies and an economy that thrives on this ability for people to act and do and try. The free economy. It's our superpower as an American society based on these values and on this worldview. And then downstream of that is our national security, the tools we build. But it's about the economy. And if we can build an infrastructure in space of logistics that is more affordable than our adversaries, we can defend ourselves and outlast anybody that tries to use space as a weapon against us. And we can usher in peace.
Don't tell us, guy, about
that's
the
why
space
I
bar.
started this company, and that's why space is such a critical, pivotal point in the future that most people don't recognize yet.
Yeah, man, well said. Well said. Let's move back to some of the technology. So you had mentioned we have the technology to be able to protect our power grid from EMP pulse. How would we do that?
Yeah, so again, our current power grid is built like a Frankenstein.
You couldn't even make the argumentation, a serious argumentation, this isn't the best period in history to live ever. Like, you're living in the best country that's ever existed, in the best time in history that's ever been historied. The fact you're just sitting down, like, communicating with people from forever away with electricity, internet, power, heat, like, you even take one of those things, you even only have one of those things, and it's still way better than everybody else in human history. And we have like 10 off the top of my head.
Cobbled together, and you know, like
I don't have to live and burrow under a tree right now to go to sleep. Like, okay, the fact I even have a roof, right, a stable, like, you can even take more abstract as like I don't expect somebody rationally to break into my apartment and kill me and take all my shit, right? Like, can it happen? But yeah, but the probability of that happening now was obviously way less than it would have been living in a hut, 300 years ago, right? Like, So even when you just take the outside of your own domicile into account, you're like, oh shit, yeah. Like you have fire you can call on. You have medical. You have medical right there. Like yeah, I could think about 2030 now that I think.
The big transformers take 2 years to build, and they are built as an artisan thing. I mean, it takes 2 years for artists to put it together.
And they're built in China.
Well, yeah, I mean, many of the components are built in China, and again, this is all open source, but it's even more frightening than that with regard to what China has and what they have built, both in our nuclear power plants and in our power grid. So there's that component of it. But what we did in San Antonio with this cooperation between a private power company, CPS Energy, and the military and the Department of Energy and the Department of Homeland Security is show and prove out on a circuit that if you bring in just the technologies that have been developed in our federally funded research labs like Sandia and Livermore and all of the different places where we invest in technologies, you can apply very inexpensive technologies to your current power grid, even though it's kind of a Frankenstein, to avoid it from being destroyed for 2 years based on an electromagnetic pulse that goes through it. And there's two sources primarily of an electromagnetic pulse. One is the sun. Most people may not realize that back in 1859, the only thing we really had that was vulnerable to an electromagnetic pulse was the telegraph. But we had a Carrington event, which is basically a sun flare. And so there's a plasma wave that starts coming to the Earth. And depending on how the Earth is rotating, this one happened to hit as the North American face was hitting the plasma field. And it melted every telegraph plunger in America as 3,000 volts went through every telegraph line. And so in some of our museums, we have those melted telegraph plungers that reveal how catastrophic it was. And that telegraph plunger system was 100 times more resilient than some of the SCADA systems we have now in our cars and in our electrical grid. But some of these technologies...
100 times more resilient.
Oh, yeah. We are so much more vulnerable than the telegraph. Because the telegraph, was basically just a brass or, a metal thing where you punched it down, and when it made contact, it was sending, a signal through the power line, and you did Morse code, dot, 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 dash, dash, dash. Now our SCADA systems can, would not survive even the smallest electromagnetic pulse. So one of those is going to happen again.
Dude, if the sun decided to throw a fire punch at the U.S., we would, oh, dude. I think millions of people would die. I can't in my brain think of a scenario where you don't lose millions of people. If people had electricity, their houses, food during COVID, and they all panicked and ran to Costco for toilet paper. Imagine if you had a electromagnetic event that took out all electricity, all your cars, anything electronic instantly stopped working for at least 3 to 4 months. Because the stuff that you would fix the electrical stuff with is also electrical. So if it fried literally all that stuff, I don't see a scenario where millions of Americans don't die. Between the starvation, the panic, the food, the water. Oh, dude. Like, I can't, it's hard for me to comprehend. It would kill millions of people. Because anytime I try to think of like a scenario, it's always like you can't use a car, you have no electricity. It depends on winter, summer. If it hits in the winter, way more people die. A bunch of people freeze to death. Up in the northern, oh my God, I can't think about it. Yeah, if we had one of those events that they had in like 1890, millions of people would die.
I mean, it's just a matter of time. The percentages are high, and we haven't had one since 1859. We had a scare in 2013 but it ended up, not being a significant event, and the North American, North America was
Come to my
not
house,
part
we'll
of
figure
the
it out.
plasma wave. But it's going to happen. And the only question is whether we can adapt quickly enough. So I know I'm down a little rabbit hole here on the power grid, but to go to the question you asked, and that is that we can make it resilient to electromagnetic.
That's why I think it's fine to see all these preppers, but the one thing they don't prep is their bodies. It's like, dude, if you're in the middle of like a war, no electricity or whatever, like you couldn't run a mile. You have all this weaponry, all this prep stuff. You're gonna fight a war, but you're in no shape to do anything.
Magnetic pulses with
So
some of
you're
these
doing all this
technologies
prep
that are
work except
affordable.
for what
And as
matters.
we are demonstrating how affordable it is in San Antonio with this Electromagnetic Defense Initiative, which is now a White House hallmark program.
Actually, now I'm
Other
curious.
energy, yeah.
I'm sure there's stuff on YouTube. This is gonna kill my algorithm a little bit, but who cares, right? Prepper videos. Oh, these are YouTube preppers. Okay.
I think it's time that we all get serious. Bugging in seems to be the preferred option. Evan Glenn, any type of medication. I mean, I take a multivitamin because I'm old and fat, but nobody in my so things
I'm just
like
looking at the stuff
Thank
in
you
this prep
so
thing
much.
and wondering how much of it's electrical. Is this his prep area? There's a lot of electronics here. I don't know what he's prepping for, but clearly this is all electrical. That's literally an electric cord. There's another one. Yeah, so you get hit by, like, the most realistic event to happen that you would actually need to prep for is loss of electricity for months and months, and a lot of the prep stuff. I just wanted to pull a random one just to see, because that was kind of my point.
Yeah, other energy companies are looking at that saying, okay, I can do this now, and I can now protect my grid, and I can market my electricity as being resilient. But there's another piece of this that's really important to note, and we don't have to go into detail on it, but there was an article just the other day on this that I can send you. Some of our other competition in the world have developed these tactical electromagnetic pulse weapons, meaning that a guy with a backpack or a satellite can actually point something at, let's say, a fleet of F-35s on the ramp and strike a jolt of electricity that can fuse those SCADA systems and those computers. Our dependency on electrons and electricity is very, very vulnerable, except for our nuclear forces, and because it's expensive to harden things for that kind of event. So now we have Mother Nature as a potential threat to a very vulnerable dependency that we have grown.
The only experience I have is obviously submarine stuff, but most of the stuff that we utilize is actually has the least amount of electronic components as possible. One, because it's easier to fix it that way, and two, it's less susceptible to like damage and things. Because a lot of this stuff on a submarine has to be fixed at sea. Like, you're not running to Home Depot and, you know, you're long days and days away from somewhere that, like, pretty much everybody's trained to fix something in any way possible to make it work until we're done. So a lot of the stuff has as few electrical components as possible. The more mechanical stuff, the better. It's less likely to fail and is easier to repair.
Because of efficiency, we've grown to be very dependent on electricity.
One of the some of our most like classified messages come on a thing that looks like a typewriter. It looks like a mechanical typewriter. It literally types out the message. It doesn't print off of a screen or anything. It literally types.
And it's very vulnerable because we wanted to make it as cheap as possible. And now it could become an existential threat to our society if people use that vulnerability as a place to attack us. That's why I started the Electromagnetic Defense Initiative, because our bases were vulnerable to electricity that was not guaranteed, and we couldn't rely on backup generators if we couldn't have transportation for fuel to get it into the gate.
We have that technology too, correct? Those mini, I mean,
Yeah.
Are you familiar with Epirus?
Yes.
Is that what you're talking about?
Well,
Something
yeah.
like that?
So there's no question that we are investigating these things, but here's one of the things that gets in the way. We overclassify everything. I mean, in the bureaucracy of our government, a 22-year-old kid that's brand new to the military as a lieutenant can classify something top secret, and then it takes an act of Congress to get it back down to where it needs to be. So we are so overclassified and compartmentalized that the left hand doesn't know what the right hand is talking about. And so oftentimes what will happen is Congress will ask this same question as we're talking to Congress about this risk to America. And they'll say, well, I just talked to this 4-star general, and they told me that they're working on it. And they are. But when you take a look at the money, it's like a little experiment up at the Air Force Research Lab that has, $300,000 when China is spending $1 billion on the very same thing. So the road to operational, the road to commercial, the road to making something that is useful to our economy it requires money, and it takes leadership to innovate. This goes back to your innovation question. Why aren't we innovating on some of these things? Well, some of them require the government to actually put its thumb on the scale, and they aren't putting enough money on the scale to compete with those that see what it could do and are putting a lot of money on the scale.
If we can't fix the bureaucracy problem, it's going to kill us.
I mean, how do you fix this? How do you frame the mindset of Congress, the Senate, whoever's sitting as president, all of his staff? I mean, how do you create that mindset within there?
Well,
so fucking corrupt.
It is, so all you have to do is take a look at what President Trump is saying and what he is doing. You first of all fix it by providing an opportunity for the American people to see what's going on, this truth-telling, what is really going on here? Because, again, the people have been lied to about all kinds of things. They've been lied to about the history, and many of those lies perpetuate these infinite wars we're in that President Trump is trying to stop by revealing the truth. So it starts by triangulating the truth. And this is why I give you such admiration and respect for the fact that you, and the way you evolved into what you're doing right now is actually hitting at the root. Because we could build all the technology in the world, but if our people are still lied to about what that technology is going to be used to do, we just perpetuate the problem. All technology can be used for good or evil, but it can only be used for good if the American people know what's going on and they can hold their politicians accountable for the policies and the decisions that are either consistent with our values and our beliefs that I talked about before, where we do not bring harm to other people, we uplift the human condition, we usher in prosperity, peace, and security, not war and violence and instability. And the technologies of our age, I think about it like a flashlight. If we do this right, even with quantum, if we can operationalize quantum, or we can operationalize truth discovery in the current model of the internet and of the techniques for communication we have, it's like shining a flashlight on all the dark corners of history and of the world right now where evil can hide. Mm-hmm. They can enslave people. They can traffic people. They can launder money. Corruption can thrive in the dark corners. But if we believe there are more people on the planet that are good and would rather love their neighbor than kill their neighbor, we can gang up on this small number of evil people that are prioritizing their own control, their own money, and their own security by enslaving others. And this is why it's personal for me, because I got to see this in Africa and the tribe I grew up in. The African continent has been enslaved, and the hero system has been crushed and crippled. And it continues to be crippled.
The Joe Rogan Experience.
Please detail the journey that you went on to write this book and why.
Is the bottom of the supply chain.
So, you ever wonder why people
we're
tell
looking
you
at a
not to
video-
fuck around with Joe Rogan?
Especially electric cars.
And we're looking at a video now. Jamie, what is this? The mines?
This is video. So I think so.
This is
Yeah.
so crazy to see.
This is the bottom of the supply chain of your iPhone, of your Tesla, of your Samsung. I mean, I'm just naming those companies.
Right.
It's all of them, right? All of them. We're not just picking on them. And here's what you need to know, Joe, about this video. I was the first outsider to get into this mine. And that's why it's just a really short video that I was able to take. This is an industrial cobalt mine where there's not supposed to be one artisanal miner. Now, that's the term used for people who are just digging by hand as opposed to tractors and excavators. There's not supposed to be one here. That's what the story is told at the top of the chain. This mine, and I can name it, it's called Shabara. There's not supposed to be one artisanal miner here, according to the consumer-facing tech companies and EV companies buying this cobalt. Lo and behold, I walk into this place, and this is what I see. There's more than 15,000 human beings crammed into that pit, digging by hand. And if you have sound, you hear the mallets, you hear the shouting, you hear the grunts. It's a mass of humanity. You might expect to see a scene like this.
So there's a term that gets used, clean cobalt.
There's no clean cobalt.
It's not real.
No. It's all marketing. It's all PR. It's a fiction. Just like that place, there's not supposed to be any artisanal mining there. It's all done industrially. That's the story told at the top of the chain, and people assume, I mean the marketing teams at big tech and EV companies assume, well, who's going to go down there and actually walk into the place and grab a video that shows, no, it's actually all raw human force that is clanking that cobalt out of the ground. So there's no clean cobalt. There's not a single company on planet Earth that makes a device.
So much. They're like, yeah, you can't trust Joe Rogan or anything. Well, that's because they're sitting here exposing real shit.
Corruption can thrive in the dark corners. But if we believe there are more people on the planet that are good and would rather love their neighbor than kill their neighbor, we can gang up on this small number of evil people that are prioritizing their own control, their own money, and their own security by enslaving others. And this is why it's personal for me, because I got to see this in Africa and the tribe I grew up in.
Yep.
The African continent has been enslaved, and the hero system has been crushed and crippled. And it continues to be crippled as tyrants and despots keep the people of Africa enslaved with a lack of information, with weaponizing the economy, both electricity, food, and water.
That has a rechargeable battery in it, that can reliably and justifiably claim that their cobalt isn't coming from sources like that. And that's the truth that needs to get out there. That's the truth people need to understand, because this is a story that goes back generations. There's these fictions told at the top of the chain about what conditions are like at the bottom. And truth seekers have to go find that truth and enlighten civilization so that people get agitated about it and want to do something about it. So there's no clean cobalt. Let's just make that totally abundantly clear. And anyone that claims otherwise is either peddling in falsehoods or is recklessly ignorant of the truth.
Are there any industrialized cobalt mines that use machinery and don't use slavery and don't use child labor and don't use these people that live in unimaginable poverty?
I've never seen one. And I've been to almost all the major industrial cobalt mines. And here's why I say that. Number one, they all or almost all will have scenes like that on them. Thousands of individuals clanking away for $1 or $2 a day, okay? They don't have safety equipment, all that stuff. That cobalt's toxic to breathe. And they're breathing it in all day.
No masks.
No masks,
no filtration
no
systems.
gloves, no... Half those guys are in flip-flops, all right? So almost all the industrial mines will have scenes like that. So that's number one. They'll say there are no artisanal miners there, no children there. And if you like zoom in, you'll see that amongst that sea of humanity, there are thousands of kids, teenage boys in this case, because that requires a certain amount of force to clank away in that pit. Number two, there are hundreds of other artisanal mining sites scattered in the mining provinces outside of industrial mines. There are artisanal miners in the industrial mines, and then just on the other side of the fence, there'll be a sea of humanity digging there as well, because it's not like at the fence, the ore body stops. There's copper, cobalt, other things outside as well. So there'll be hundreds of sites where there are hundreds of thousands of people across the mining provinces digging. All that production is sold right back to the industrial mining companies. So it enters their supply chain as well. And then so they take what they extract with industrial equipment, artisanal miners inside the mine, artisanal miners, including children, outside the mine. It all gets dumped together into the same batch of acids to process and then flows up the chain. And again, no one can reasonably claim that their cobalt, even if they say that industrial mine, totally clean, don't believe what Siddharth is saying, that's a made-up fake video. They can't demonstrate reliably that all the other cobalt being dug up by kids in thousands of sites across the mining provinces isn't also flowing into their supply chain.
And the moment we can provide a device for people in my tribe to be able to see the truth that's going on around them and bypass those that control the information systems, they can now start organizing and throwing off these shackles of slavery. But I would tell you, my study of history and technology and human nature and this lens I have been blessed with by growing up in one culture without Western influence and then coming to a culture in Los Angeles of not only Western prosperity, but also the corruption of the gangs and the drugs and all the other things that were in the underbelly of that LA society that I went into. I will tell you that we truly do have the potential of throwing this off, and that the good people of this world have access to truth, and they can organize and throw this corruption into the prisons or into the trash heap of history. It will never go away totally, because there will always be evil people. Mm-hmm. But this is why I say it is so damn exciting to be alive today, because we are in the middle of an epic change. Mm-hmm. And most epic changes are riddled with violence and destruction, like going from the kingdoms and the serfdoms into the industrial age. And the industrial age and World War I and World War II into the information age. We have a leader in President Trump that is trying to usher in a change where the American people are not lied to anymore by people that want to maintain control. That we revive the economy to build a golden age, truly by unleashing these innovations that have been snuffed out and quenched and thrown a blanket on because of the military-industrial congressional complex of lobbyists lying to congressional members, and congressional members fearful of their political future, taking money into their coffers of election and ignoring the technology because they're not willing to stand up to their people and say there's a better way. We can shine a light on all this corruption, and it's amazing how the spirit of innovation and renewal and revival and even forgiveness can be ushered in with information that's in the pocket of every human being on the planet.
I love that. You know, I don't want to mention his name or his company, but I was just spent some time with autonomous vehicles and are becoming a huge thing.
Yeah.
And this guy he's developing surface warfare autonomous vehicles. Not one human on board at all. And
I would believe that.
He is
Military Industrial Congress Complex. The Navy has received significant funding, including sums in the range of $12 billion for specific contracts. Submarines are being built, albeit behind schedule. Production delays and cost overruns are well documented. The Virginia-class program is delivering submarines at a rate of about 1.2 boats per year, far below the Navy's goal of 2 per year. Columbia-class program, critical for nuclear deterrence, is also delayed. 12 to 18 months behind schedule due to supply chain issues, so there's always excuses. We keep pouring money into this system, and it consistently does not deliver.
I mean, I think he's onto something, but he's having trouble switching people's mindset because they're so used to having to have humans on there, and it's not taking the, at first I was kind of against it because I was like, oh, well, this is AI making all our decisions, and like, how does this end up? But through the guys that I've interviewed and the individual that I'm talking about, I mean, it's still going to come down to the human decision point where AI kind of displays, here's the possible courses of action, here's the probability of us winning, here's the potential consequences to each thing, and it's all given to you in a matter of hours, maybe less, rather than days and weeks from analysts going through everything. But he was talking to me and telling me that it's been challenging trying to get the government to buy off on these autonomous vehicles, whether it's air or surface warfare, subs, whoever or whatever. and they want a blended model where they still have humans on board the ships. And he's totally against it. He's like, well, then that creates human error, and they have to be heavier because we need hallways, we need bathrooms, we need chow halls, we need all this other shit on these autonomous warfare vehicles. But if we don't have any humans on board, then we can cut the cost down, make them a lot lighter, which they can carry more fuel, go farther without needing to be refueled. And to me, it just seems like a no-brainer. Like, I realize this reshapes our entire military, from the Army to the Air Force to the Navy. Everything gets reshaped, and in the need for a big percentage of our population to be able to, we may not need that anymore.
Yeah.
And I think that's a good thing.
Yeah.
But they cannot switch their mindset and see the benefit that this kind of stuff brings. It's just frustrating to hear this stuff.
So this is, it's a great point. And it reveals the fact that culture is stronger. Culture eats technology and strategy for lunch, meaning it's the fear, it's the change that most people are not willing to adapt to until they see a reason. But with AI, it's also the fear of the unknown. All new technologies have seemed like magic to people, and they fear them. If we were sitting here in 1898, and you went to work on your horse, and you fueled, you lit your house with a candle, and you heated your home with a wood-burning stove. And I told you that in less than 100 years, there'd be 2 cars in every garage. An automobile hadn't really, it hadn't become mainstream. We'd be flying to places on the planet in hours, not months or years. And we'd have a man on the moon, and you'd have a computer in your pocket, and they'd say, "What is a computer?" They would have thought that it was magic, or it was witchcraft, or worse. And the same is true in the human psyche. So these cultural journeys are hard, but there's
it's tough to wrap my head around beaming fucking electricity down and never having to plug anything in ever.
There's always an element of truth in these fears, and the element of truth is that they are worried that AI will not be moral, and in some ways they're correct. Meaning, there are 2 things that any expert will tell you about AI.
To be fair, most people's perception of AI comes from like the Matrix, and it comes from like Hollywood.
And that is one, they can never foresee any time that it will be truly creative or visionary. That these are things unique that God has given to the human brain that is the most supercomputer ever built. And that all AI is just, it looks creative and it looks visionary because it's so damn fast and it can gobble up so much information so quickly. But it is not truly creative, and you can prove that as you use AI more and more. And I encourage people to use AI because they'll start recognizing what AI looks like, and they'll be able to, the human brain and the natural intuition and spidey senses we have as human beings is so far beyond the technology that you don't have to fear it, and the more we use it, the less we'll be afraid of it, and the less we will allow ourselves to trust it in places we shouldn't trust it. But the reason why he's right, your friend, is because we can have a human being can have access to that environment, the context of what's going on with that ship or that plane or that satellite, without having to physically be there and shackle it with all the human life support requirements that make it too slow, too expensive, too heavy, all the things that don't make it faster, stronger, smarter than the adversary, and affordability, where you can sustain operations longer than your competition. You can still be there with a human moral mind for the context of what's happening, for decisions that are based on morality. Now you can program your values into the AI. I encourage people to take Grok or whatever version you want, and tell it, okay, here are my values. I want everything you provide me to be based on these values of the respect for human life, the respect for cultural uniqueness, anything you want to put in there, the 10 Commandments, but even that, the more you use it, the more AI will start confirming your biases. The thing that strikes me is I am talking with people that use AI a lot, and they'll say, Steve, my AI is telling me that I am now 99.9% correct on my opinion that this is true. And I in places where I have unique knowledge on that opinion, I'll tell them, I can tell you 100% that you're wrong, but the AI is going to try to align with you. It's programming itself to be your pet and to tell you what you want to hear. If you have not specifically...
I have Gronk right here, but it's referencing newsuni.org here to come up with that conclusion. So the references that Gronk's using are articles that somebody else made with bias. Did they include everything? What didn't they include? So, like, Gronk's a good data point for sure, which I generally use for generalities, or like Wikipedia to find references and then dig even deeper. But if you're using it to, like, base an opinion, the only thing you've done is you've just added another step to this, is it really? It's just giving all of it at once. Which references another article from the own site. So yeah, it's a data point, but you should never use it as your opinion.
Programmed it to tell you what you need to hear, not what you want to hear. So it is such a dangerous environment that requires critical thinking.
Oh God!
And AI is only one piece of this triangulation of truth. The most important piece is human contact. Talking with another human being. And even that is imperfect, because if I am meeting with somebody and they are lying to me out of their heart, it oftentimes takes time with that person to start discovering that they are actually lying to me. But you can do that too if you are a critical thinker and you're good at asking the right questions, and that your critical thinking has a natural intellectual curiosity and suspicion that people can lie to you believing that lie because of the self-deception. So this gets back to the other qualities of character that are essential as we are in this epic change of an industrial age to a networked age, where space is going to be the dominant environment. It will be an economy bigger than air, land, and sea combined. And we can get to why I believe that will be true in a moment. But it comes down to affordability and infrastructure and a networked effect. But it is essential for us to force the physical contact with people of conversation. This is why your podcast is so important, because a snippet or even a clip from the Hillsdale speech is not enough to really talk about these technologies, what they mean, like getting anywhere on the planet in less than an hour. I want to tell you why that happens, how that happens, because it will demystify it. It's not teleporting.
Can I
like
make a guess?
Yeah.
I want to guess.
Yeah.
I've thought about it.
Yeah.
I spent a lot of time thinking about this. And I want to go back to the AI thing.
Yeah.
But actually, can we let's hold this until after the break. But I just interviewed Alexander Wang.
Yeah.
Scale AI. Started Scale AI. And I didn't understand a lot about AI before that interview. And so when it comes to AI developing consciousness and all these kind of things that a lot of people are worried about, I mean, we are the ones feeding this is why these databases are so important, is because we are feeding all the information that's feeding the AI is from humans. And so we're feeding the data centers with all of the information that the AI is able to process so fast. And basically, it's speeding up our decision-making process. And so, like I had mentioned before, instead of waiting days, weeks, maybe a month to make a decision, I mean, all of the data that goes into the decision-making is done damn near immediately. And so now I think the fear is, you know, with these AI wars, we talked a lot about AI wars and how many AIs China has versus how many AIs the US has, and those AIs go to war. If they were able to hack the database that feeds our AIs and put false data or data that
people do
increases the probability of them winning by feeding us bullshit information, then there lies the problem. But Steve, let's take a quick break.
Okay.
When we come back, I have my own theory on how this works, and I want to see if I'm correct.
That sounds good.
Perfect.
And then we can talk about why the AI conversation is also going back to the root of triangulating truth
about this. So, is this the only way I can think of it is if we shoot straight up into space in the Earth's rotation, the Earth rotates and then we come back down. Is that how we do it?
Well, the Earth's rotation does play a part in how much time it takes, but think of it like a fish in the water, okay? If you're a fish swimming in the ocean, you can go a certain velocity, and that's your life, that's all you know. But if you could elevate into the air and go, you would be like, this is impossible, how quickly I can move, okay? The air is also a medium like the water. It's just less dense, but those air molecules are real. We just can't see them. And when you get up into the edge of space, the higher you go, the fewer molecules. So imagine the globe, and imagine getting into a rocket ship and going up. You don't even have to go all the way to space. You go up a certain altitude, and there are so few molecules of air that now as you turn and start going around the Earth, you can move at Mach 20, you know, at speeds that are you can't even fathom if you're a fish in the water, because there are no molecules of air to create the heat or slow you down, the friction that slows you down, because the water is friction, the air is friction. We know that as reentry, you know, and the heat shields from spacecraft coming back into the Earth's atmosphere. And so this has been demonstrated. We did this in the early 90s as President Reagan was developing Star Wars technology. We proved this out back then, and it's one of the foundations of why Elon Musk, he knew that reusability was actually something you could do, and he was going to commercialize it. We demonstrated, and so what happens is, let's go, you know, from here, where we're at in Nashville, to Singapore, okay? It only takes about 6 or 7 minutes to get up to the place where there's almost no molecules of air. You turn, and at Mach 20, it only takes you, you know, 10, 15 minutes to get over Singapore, and then you decelerate and come back down in 7 minutes, and you're there in less than an hour.
Wow.
You can do it, you know, and so it's nothing more than just physics and the reality that we have the technology to have reusable rockets that go up, go across, and come back down.
And we've done this.
We've done it. Not with humans in the craft, but Elon Musk is going to do this. In fact, it's actually a number of years ago, he put out a video of what his Starship will do as a transportation vehicle. You know, one of the fun parts of my job was connecting dots. So I had Gwen Shotwell sit down with the 4-star in charge of Transportation Command for America and talk about this, so that now, you know, you could put 100 tons of people and equipment anywhere on the planet in less than an hour and sustain it with reusable rockets that can go and do that all day long. Think about what that means for the logistics of power projection in America, where if some country is in trouble or somebody is in trouble, you can get massive amounts of stuff to them in reasonable amounts of time.
How was that received? How did that conversation go?
Well, it goes back to the cultural piece. You know, people will look at something and say, sounds great, but, you know, it's not my job, you know. Let industry build it, and then I'll figure it out. You know, there's a lot of fear in leaders doing things the way that things have always been done. The risk you take, the bureaucratic risk you take, is just one piece of it, where you have to actually be willing to know the law, know the regulations, and be able to operate within your authority and responsibility to innovate. But there's another thing that goes on, and I have personal experience on this, and it's this sense of belonging. I mean, we are creatures that belong to one another. We are moral creatures that belong to God, and we belong to one another. That's why we have tribes, like the tribe I grew up in, and our loyalties to our sports team, to your unit. We would live and die for our sense of belonging. And if the sense of survival were more powerful than the sense of belonging, nobody would jump on a hand grenade in a foxhole for their brothers. But they do, because they feel that sense of belonging so powerfully that I would die for you. And we do it in the military all the time. And it is a beautiful thing. And it's what God gave us, a sense of belonging. But even something good like that can be used by Satan for bad. And but it also can be a trap. So if I'm a fighter pilot and I am in the Air Force, and I say that the strategic investment is to not have a person in the cockpit, of a machine that doesn't have enough gas or enough weapons to go the distance and get the job done. That we should invest in machines that don't have a human being in it, connected with sufficient awareness so that a human being can make the decision, if it's a moral decision. And now I have been ostracized from the entire tribe I belong to of fighter pilots that are celebrating the heritage of scarf around their neck, you know. But it happens all the time in World War II, the beginning of World War II. You know, it's a great story in a book called Fast Tanks and Heavy Bombers, which is the oxymoron title. That, but it describes why we don't innovate, and the cultural reasons why we don't innovate. Back to one of your central questions, you know, the horse on the battlefield was the key element of rapid maneuver before World War II, even though people like Churchill and others had been screaming for mechanization for years. It was very slow in coming, and it was a little trickle of money, not big money like the Germans did for Blitzkrieg. And so as they studied, and so every Army officer was required to have equestrian lessons. You know, you had to know how to manage horses and deal with horses in the military, because that was the big thing. And when the question was asked, how are you going to beat the tanks of Blitzkrieg? They did the studies, and one of my favorite studies that shows how hard it is for us to change and how hard it is to give up our tribal allegiances to the way we've always done it, on the horseback as a soldier, or in a cockpit of a fighter aircraft as a fighter pilot, or on the deck of a battleship as a Navy captain. We can be so biased and so stuck in a mindset. We can make any study say anything we want, really, if we're that biased and that deceptive. So the report that's one of my favorites that is chronicled in this book is the report that basically came back, and all the psychologists and all the experts said, if you take the horse off the battlefield, the IQ of the soldier will plummet.
What?
That the horse is essential, and it should be our main strategic effort to beat mechanization. And it went further to say the way we solve it is we put the horses in trailers and carry them to the front line, and then they will be fresh, and they will be able to outmaneuver the tanks and kill them from behind. And they used evidence like the tank can't get through trees, or it can't get over tough mountains, and the horse can. So there's always evidence that can confirm your bias. But General Marshall was smart enough and had the power of the presidency and FDR behind him, where when General Herr, the H-E-R-R, the two-star in charge of the cavalry at the time, presented this report that said the way to win against Blitzkrieg is to have a better horse, and more stuff on the horse, and using the horse in a better way, incremental innovation. General Marshall essentially started investing more heavily in mechanization. But even the mechanization was tough. They turned to Knudsen, who was the most brilliant industrialist of the age, working with Ford and Chrysler and some of the big mechanization. He was just brilliant man. And he went to the Army. He was hired to help us mechanize. He went to the Army and said, what do you need? And the Army didn't know. That's how stuck we can get in the tribalism and the heritage. So how would it feel for you to be ostracized from all the people that you feel a belonging to? It's very lonely, and in fact, it is devastating. But this is what innovators put up with. I mean, they say it's lonely at the top. It's a component of that, but innovation also has that. It is you are ostracized from those. How dare you? You are a traitor to the fighter pilot community if you don't think a fighter aircraft is the solution.
And you're dealing with that. I mean, I've dealt with it probably on a much smaller scale. I mean, when I started this, I got a lot of hate.
Yeah.
And it did feel very alone. And then as it grew, it all came back together.
Yeah.
But maybe not for the right reasons, But I mean, it's people's wants and desires, and what I can bring them just through the creation of what me and my team built here. But so you're I mean, I gotta one thing that I've noticed about innovators, people like yourself, you guys all know your history. I mean, just what you just spouted off right there about World War II, and you, Eric Prince, Palmer, all these guys. You guys, I don't know where you get it all from, but it's you learn from history.
You do.
And so kudos to you.
Well, you're doing the same thing, but it goes back to there's nothing new under the sun, and everything is rooted in human nature. So if you understand human nature and culture and history and the lessons that have happened, as long as the history is true, that's another thing you have to work for, you can navigate a better future. But it requires this intellectual curiosity and aggressive learning, where you actually put in the time to study your history, and you triangulate truth with that too. You read history books written from different people in different perches around the world, different cultures around the world, to try to get after the bias that is written by the victors.
Oh, come on.
Because the victors always write it, making themselves look like they are the heroes of the world, when in reality they may not have been totally.
Mm-hmm.
And you have to be honest with yourself about not wanting to be the hero of the story. Truth is the hero of the story.
I mean, I'm just curious, how are you dealing with that? With what we just talked about? I mean, these are some pretty outlandish claims in your speech. I mean, and then I looked into your background, and we were like, no, like this guy is
I like having an open
100%
mind, but some
legit.
people have an open
But
mind.
they are some outlandish claims that just go right over the top of people's heads.
Yeah.
And so, I mean, how do you deal with that, with everything
Well,
that you're doing?
The first thing is to, be humble enough to
literally
anchor
can't know
yourself in the
everything.
fact that
You
the
don't
only
even have the
only
time,
person that
so
matters
you need other people
is
to
God.
learn for you.
That and if you don't have that, if you aren't grounded in the fact that you are moral, ethical, legal, honest, and God is your judge. And you can't lie to God, you can't deceive God, and then you surround yourself with people that keep you honest and keep you humble, where it's not about you, okay? It's about God's will. It's about glorifying God, ultimately. That's that moral center, where our worldview is that there is a God, and that God loves us, and he asks us to love one another as much as he loves us. So if you have that as a grounding, you can weather all of this stuff. When I was at the senior level of command and supporting the Space Force as an astronautical engineer, and through my whole life watching this technology emerge and able to see the consequences of what this was going to mean for the art of peace, to have strength to prevail for American interests as the economy of space starts emerging, and then being considered a traitor, because what is a fighter pilot doing talking about space? And the Air Force did not, just like the Army did not want an independent Air Force, for the same reasons why the Air Force did not want a Space Force. And so, I was not welcome, and that's okay. That is the cost of innovation. And if you're not grounded in God, and the look at Job in the Bible, even his family and his friends abandoned him, and all he had was God. And oftentimes Job was like, why are you doing this, God? And it was, he couldn't see this, but it was because an entire generation that was going to come after Job could see that as long as you cling to God, you can weather anything.
The wheel?
You cannot torture me. You cannot torture you cannot do anything to me. You can never steal away my sense of value and worth for God. And I do this, though. I could just shut up and be quiet and go along to get along, or just not be a part of the fray. But I truly believe that
That's it. I'm out of here.
The spirit of fighting for God's will is in us. God will usher in a new age. He will forgive us, and because God wants more people going to heaven. And if we are so corrupt as a human race that the game is up, then God will come home again.
Yeah, that makes sense.
And it'll be over. Okay, but if we can usher in a better future, the golden age, and I believe it's biblical, I think it's prophetic, more people will be in heaven because more people will be born and will be prosperous, healthy, and secure. And we have the creativity. God has given us the brains to create our future, to build it. We don't have to be victims of other people building it. And this Constitution that America has is the best hope of humanity. And with my relationships across the globe, from my time in the military and the foreign countries that I became friends with, and my cultural understanding, having been raised in a different country, all the other countries of the world are just looking at America going, I hope President Trump succeeds. Because if he doesn't succeed, we're all screwed.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, I have a tremendous amount of respect for you just saying that. And that's everybody here is grounded in truth and God. And we all just consider this a conduit.
Yeah. It's
And
like,
that's
we'll
it.
get Kells out of here.
But,
Don't ground all of us.
so where are we with transportation within minutes to anywhere on the globe?
Well, I think the first person that will operationalize that is Elon Musk. He's furthest ahead, and now it's taken a number of years, and now with President Trump in the White House, where permission will be given for the military to actually take these next steps. You're gonna see that get operationalized. So I would say in the next few years we will probably start with just equipment, where Elon Musk will be able to deliver 100 tons of equipment anywhere on the planet in less than an hour for the military to maintain the presence of peace, the power of diplomacy through the fact that we can do something. And when you can maneuver like that with that kind of speed, agility, and affordability will come. But affordability meaning that he's brought the cost of that kind of flight down 10x, and he can reuse it. It's a game changer. How can another country compete with America being able to bring 100 tons as often as they want anywhere on the planet in less than an hour?
I mean, that's a great question. Does another country, are they close to this?
Well, so China is probably the fastest follower, but they aren't anywhere close. As Elon Musk knows, like I know in my company, Space Built, speed is the only protection. Patents, that just gives you the legal right to sue somebody if they try to do something on your front yard.
I bet we don't have bullet trains for the same reason we don't have the other stuff.
That is so easy to bypass. All you have to do is change one ingredient.
Like, there's a couple things, like, listening to this, I'm thinking of, like, no-brain industries. Like, it would be a no-brainer to do it, that would get fought literally the entire time. And when I think about, like, one of them right now is the automation of just, like, cars. Like, it's like, 10 to 1 safer to have AI, like Teslas, on the roads driving over humans. Like, it's not even a debate that it's way safer. The bar that the government put on Tesla, I guess, or any of the AI cars, was like crazy. Here, let's do a little research real quick, okay? Well, anyway, how long does it take to get a carrier from the west coast to the South China Sea? Hold on, just for context. Okay, so I just said West Coast, an aircraft carrier, okay? So say something happens and we have an aircraft carrier in San Diego. The South China Sea is right here, okay? So from here to here, it's 2 to 3 weeks. So, yeah, obviously we're not going to put a carrier in space, but I was just trying to see, like, how long it would take us to get a large amount of firepower over there, 2 to 3 weeks, and you're saying you could get something like that, at least something comparable in an hour? Give me anxiety. They go away, don't worry, at the end of stream. The only reason is because I wanted stuff to reference. Oh, you weren't here for this.
Press is each cross marks a white farm by their government.
Even more. What I'm asking you is who at the White House...
It did show that. It showed white crosses representing people that represent engine 2A. nuclear talks between Iran and the U.S. is going to take and they had a productive discussion. They told all of you this.
Showed a video that he said showed more than 1,000 burial sites of white South Africans that he said were murdered. We know that that was not true and that the video wasn't showing that. So I wonder, why did the president choose to show that?
True, Yamiche?
It's not true that the video was showing a burial site.
It was her face. The reporter says that the video Trump showed of the white crosses in South Africa wasn't true because it didn't show burial sites. I covered this earlier, but it's the blatant misrepresentation and blatant misunderstanding of what's going on that is literally the war that that a lot of us are fighting with the fucking media. I wonder if I could find it.
All you have to do is answer the phone.
Aye, aye, Captain.
This is exactly what happened in the White House press room.
Is this the Krusty Krab?
No, this is Patrick.
Is this the Krusty Krab?
No, this is Patrick.
This literally just happened in the White House
Is
today.
this the Krusty Krab?
No, this is Patrick. I'm not a Krusty Krab.
Patrick, that's the name of the restaurant.
Huh?
That's why she has this look on her face.
It is unsubstantiated that that's the case.
No, it is true that that video showed the crosses that represent
what the president claimed.
the video showed images of crosses in South Africa about white farmers who have been killed and politically persecuted because of the color of their skin.
The president
And those
claimed
crosses
that
are
it was showing
representing
a
their
burial.
lives. Those crosses are representing their lives in the fact that they are now dead and their government did nothing about it. Are you disputing that there's no...
The fact that the video showed what the president claimed it showed because it did not show that. But even more, what I'm asking you is who at the
No,
White
it
House...
did show that. It
who
showed
at the
white crosses representing people who have perished because of racial persecution.
She's saying, not her, the reporter in name only, the Rhino, is saying that Donald Trump misrepresented the video because he said the word grave. So she's purposely playing word semantics and saying the entire thing, this entire video is misinformation and misrepresentation because she has purposely misunderstood and misrepresented what's going on in the video or what happened to make her point.
Videos that the president shows and what protocols are in place when there's unsubstantiated information being...
So she took this one word, and because it's not a grave, it's a cross. So it's the same as like your house burns down to the ground and I come in and take a photo and say, hey, look, Keltz's house is burned to the ground. And they go, that's not a house. That's a picture of a house. And you're like, right. And this is the consistent media narrative bias. It's not even bias. It's just like pure, obvious misrepresentation of what's going on. Because the reporter isn't fucking lying. She's just doing this.
Is this the Krusty Krab?
No, this is...
So when you say that the media is fucking lying, they could say, no, we're not, because they're technically correct. Because they're pulling a Patrick.
Patrick.
They're clearly calling for the Krusty Krab.
No, this is Patrick.
So she's saying those aren't graves. They're just representations of graves. And so now the entire thing's a lie. Yeah, like it's funny unless you're sitting in the fucking White House and people that don't have time to actually look into the media stuff believe that the entire administration is just misrepresenting stuff, And then they can point to actual data and evidence that the reporter can, that they're not. It's like, yeah, see, it doesn't show graves, right? Like, this is like an example of out of a billion that I have with this corporate media that's literally just a propaganda arm to drive a specific narrative, because this is them constantly. I also showed this video because this is the same logic as well. This is two comical representations of what the media has been doing for years. And I cannot get people that buy the narrative to stop buying the narrative.
I give you the Derek Zoolander Center for Kids Who Can't Read Good.
Still is funny though.
What is this?
A center for ants? What?
This is the media right here.
How can we be expected to teach children to learn how to read if they can't even fit inside the building?
Derek, it's just a
I don't want to hear your excuse!
Not only that, but they yell. So you'll call the media out and they will get massively angry. This could be a better a visual representation of what I mean and what the media does on a daily basis than this. Not only do they purposely misrepresent what's going on, they get mad when anybody tries to explain it.
A center for ants? What?
This is why we can't have conversations.
How can we be expected to teach children to learn how to read if they can't even fit inside the building?
Derek, it's just a
I don't want to hear your excuses! The center has to be at least 3 times bigger than this.
He's absolutely right.
I mean, he's not wrong, right? Like, and this is how the media purposely positions themselves and lives in constant obscurity and lives in the dark. You can never criticize them because they're technically not wrong, but they're also massively misrepresenting, and I would argue lying in the way that they frame and handle stuff. So this is exactly, again, what this exchange was.
And in a very positive diplomatic solution.
I wasn't showing that, so I wonder, why did the president choose to show that?
What's not true, Yamiche?
It's not true. The video was showing a burial site. It is unsubstantiated that that's the case.
No, it is true that that video showed the crosses that represent
what the president claimed.
The video showed images
Artifice,
of
why don't you trust the corporate media? Isn't the truth somewhere in the middle?
It's not true. The video was showing a burial site. It is unsubstantiated that that's the case.
No, it is true that that video showed the crosses that represent
what the president claimed.
The video showed images of crosses in South Africa about white farmers who have been killed and politically persecuted because of the color of their skin. And those crosses are representing their lives.
They went to the Center for Mental Ants.
In the fact that they are now dead and their government did nothing about it.
So we can't even have a conversation about the actual topic because she wants to sit there and purposely misrepresent it. And right, this will be what like 95% of people will see. Like, they won't see this exchange. They're going to see the other reporters report on how the Trump administration is peddling falsehoods and what the fuck is this? Oh, it's from 2019. President Trump has made 15,413. Really? Is that an exact number to Washington Post? 15,413. How would you even come up with that number and even assume that's accurate? That's so ridiculous. Well, that's from 2019. Jesus. Oh, they did it again in 2020. Somehow the number ticked up 500, 900, 500, 597 times because in July 2020, he had now made 20,000 false or misleading claims. That's crazy, Washington Post. How are you keeping track? Oh, I gotta pay them for this. Oh, okay. Anyway. I'm telling you, World War III is the misinformation warfare war.
You know, you patent a...
And it's so hard to get people to even step back and be like, yep. They're so attached to like an ideology, but the ideology isn't critical thinking. It's the tribalism, it's the ideology. It's the like refusal to see it from another person's point of view. It's I'm wrong, but like they're wrong at 95% and I'm wrong at 5%. It's so hard to get people just to step back and be like, what is actually going on? That's all I want is I just want people to step back and be like, this is what's going on. And then we can start from there. But I would say 95% of the population is buying this.
Is this the crusty
And then
crab?
Artifice, why won't you debate me on this? This is why. Like, why would I debate? Like, I can't, there's not even a premise in which I can debate this. Like, if this is what's getting fed to people, they're going to battle me about the Krusty Krab and Patrick. Right? Like, that's the framework in which people are going to, quote-unquote, debate me on. And it's a premise in which, like, I lose instantly as soon as I even step into that arena. Because we're not talking about a subject. We're not talking about anything of substance. Where like if I get into a boat that's already sinking and I sink in it, I can't be mad at myself when I sink with the boat. So if somebody wants to convince me it's safe while I clearly see it sinking and I step in and drown with the other person, at the end of the day, I have to blame myself for even stepping on the boat to begin with. They can be mad I'm not stepping on the boat. They can be furious. They can call me all kinds of names why I won't debate them. But I'm not going to step on a boat and sink with the other person when I already see it sinking. We're not going to debate the intricacies of boat design when the boat's sinking. Because if you want to acknowledge that the boat is clearly sinking and full of water, then like why would I even get in there, you know? So imagine dude, I have a bunch of international friends I actually got from gaming. The person who made my Discord is actually from the small island of Crete, which is off of the coast of Greece. I don't even know how I would view the U.S. if all I got was the U.S. corporate media's representation of how we are. This is like my favorite thing about gaming / the internet. Is it's removed a massive barrier in which you can interact with the world. And what I mean is, like, you don't have to go through France's media, Saudi Arabia's media. If you want to know what's going on in Saudi Arabia, you can literally get online and talk to somebody who actually lives there. In Ukraine, Russia, right? China. Like, there's ways to interact with these people, and a lot of these people you can interact with them while gaming. So you enjoy this game and I enjoy this game, and we're for two different cultures, two different religions doing the exact same thing, enjoying the exact and having the exact same experience. removing the corporate media's filter on how bad Saudi Arabia is, or Ukraine, or Russia, or China, or whatever it is, and you can talk directly to people who actually live there. They're clearly going to be biased, but like I would rather somebody get a representation of how Americans are through me than through her.
Those crosses are representing their lives in the
Right,
fact
like,
that they are now.
If I pull up like a news thing, EU tariff threat, like imagine the representation of how you think America is through like this. You probably think Trump is an actual dictator. You probably think that we're constantly like waking up every morning and having a massive shooting. Trump's scandalous crypto dinner. Judge smacks down Trump. Leaked audio suggests Trump's new like what's the narrative here? Like, and the only positive thing is Tom Cruise is the stuntman, middle-aged man America needs right now. Like, how is this on the? I gotta get out of here. I hate corporate media. Anyway.
The recipe for cookies, and somebody adds an extra ounce of butter.
This is something I don't think Americans have perspective on. One of our states... Actually, I'll just pull this too. Let's just do Ohio's GDP is comparable. Comparable to what European nations? Come on, Gronk, you can get this. So, one of our states, I just picked Ohio's economy, is similar with Switzerland's GDP. The entire gross domestic product of one of our states, Ohio, is similar to Switzerland and Poland's. List of 5 European countries. It doesn't matter if I fucked that up. I'll just do it to make sure. European countries. Give me a list of 5 European countries that have less GDP than Ohio. I was going to do California, but I think California trumps literally all of them, actually. So Ohio almost makes it's like, you know, like 100 billion, 150 billion off of making $1 trillion a year. Finland is 300 billion. Romania, the Czech Republic, Portugal, Greece. So people don't realize that like one of our states is pretty much its own country. Just from an economic standpoint. Not only are they physically big, but they're economically massive as well. Like, one of our states could, like, push around another country and theoretically put tariffs on it and have, like, an entire trade policy and actually be effective. And that's just one of the 50 states. Now, Ohio is pretty big, but, right, I didn't pick, like, a California or, like, a Texas, right? Like, massive, massive, massive fucking... Like, what's the GDP of Texas? Yeah, California would literally be in the G8, yeah. Texas is $2.7 trillion. $4 trillion in Cali. What nations beat California on GDP? California's nominal GDP was approximately $4 trillion, making it the 4th largest economy globally if it was considered a country. You'd have to take the U.S. out of it. China, 18 trillion. Germany barely beats... All of Germany barely beats California. So, that's from 2024. Like, I'm trying to be specific. The generalities, I'm just making a general statement, right? So I don't need specifics, but yeah.
And now you can't sue them, even though it may taste the same. So China is probably the fastest follower, but Elon Musk is the true innovator.
Well, I mean, it's my understanding that China has been able to replicate what we're doing so fast through corporate espionage.
Right.
Is that true?
Absolutely.
So they aren't really innovators. They are just stealing what we have through corporate espionage, sending in spies to these companies and getting the sauce back to China.
The cyber espionage alone, they don't even have to have a person, but they do it through multiple means. They'll have people on the board of advisors, board of directors. They'll buy their way into companies with a lot of money through proxies. So they'll give a bunch of money to some American retired general that then says, "Hey, I'll invest in your company," which it might be a startup on AI, and then they're on the board. And they have access to the information, and the money flows and the information flows back. That's one way of doing it. Cyber espionage, where many of these companies do not have the kind of cyber hygiene and cyber techniques to be able to prevent somebody from getting in the back doors. Oftentimes, the equipment they have has chips that were built in China, and the back doors are built in, and nobody knows that it's a sieve out. So there's 1,000.
You have 2 kids and you don't have to be financially underwater, but you're a single parent with 2 kids and you'll get $100,000 for just letting somebody sit on the board of a company. Like, you don't even have to be that corrupt to have like money influence. Like, money is like something that everybody literally thinks. They get mad. They're like, oh, it's just about the money. While they themselves sit at home thinking about how much money they can make. Like, humans are so funny to me. Oh, how could all these people be about money? And then as they go to bed, oh, dude, all the money I need to pay my bills. Oh, shit. Oh, the car. Oh, the payments. Oh, my healthcare. The healthcare money. Like, you're literally doing as you go to bed. What do you mean? What do you mean you don't understand why everybody's about money while you think about money the whole time?
1,000 ways of this industrial espionage getting back to China. So let's talk about culture, though, because this industrial espionage and China being a fast follower.
If you have enough money to not, then the problems that aren't money involved, you still have that. It's like, well, money doesn't buy happiness, right? All it does is get rid of the anxiety that not having money gives you is all. But when people will be like, I don't understand. People do understand. They just refuse to understand, I guess, right? Because they'll literally call out the problem, they'll identify the issue, and then they'll come to a conclusion where they say they don't understand. Of course you understand. Everybody's about money. There's not enough of it. It's a resource that almost nobody has enough of. So of course everybody's about money. And then you have somebody sitting on a board, right? That's sitting on a board, or an employee that's sitting middle level, right? It's not like usually it's not like they just show up with 20,000. It's like you're working on a company or a startup, and you literally are searching for money. You have an innovative product. Random people are going to invest into your business so that you have the money to continue to push your product. And now these people remember like Shark Tank, right? What if one of those sharks, right, is like getting paid by the Chinese government? They buy 10-20% a stake in their company, and now they get to see all the financial reports, all the tech. It's not anything really that crazy. People with really good ideas and things need the money and funding, and then they pretty much pay their way into the company, and then they have access to it.
There's a cultural component to it, and I'll just talk to 2 of them. And this gets back to the fact that we have to understand the cultures, understand your enemy, understand yourself, and in 1,000.
I wonder if people don't realize like how China economically has been getting ahead. So every company in China has to have somebody from their Communist Party as a partner with that company. So what would happen is Americans, like greedy American companies, would go over there and they would have to partner with like a Chinese counterpart company, and then they would make their product over there. That Chinese counterpart company would take their blueprints or their intellectual stuff and all of their, and then they would build an exact replica of that factory across the road that wasn't behooving to the American company, steal all their stuff, and then sell their stake in that other company, and then just make the product themselves.
What happens if we go into a full-scale trade war?
Look, it's really ugly. This president won the election based on putting that into
Very.
Rules they agreed to and they don't play by the tariffs in China are not enough.
Where are the deals?
104% tariffs in China are not enough. I'm advocating 400%. I do business in China. They don't play by the rules. They've been in the WTO for decades. They have never abided by any of the rules they agreed to when they came in for decades. They cheat, they steal IP. I can't litigate in their courts. They take product, technology, they steal it, they manufacture it and sell it back here. Never has an administration.
400% tariffs? What would that look like?
Xi on an airplane to Washington to level the playing field. It's just not about tariffs anymore. Nobody has taken on China yet, not the Europeans, no administration for decades. As someone who actually does business there, I've had enough. I speak for millions of Americans who have IP that have been stolen by the Chinese. I have nothing against the Chinese people. They brought great literacy, art, and tech to the world. The government cheats and steals, and finally, an administration, you may not like Trump, you may not like his style or his rhetoric, finally, an administration that puts up and says enough. 400% tariffs tomorrow morning.
You know, this is a good point. Breaking news: China responds to 104% tariffs. Will fight to the end. What are China's current tariffs on the U.S.? This was from a month ago, when the media was pushing the entire economy and tariffs are going to collapse everything narrative. The current 10% rate applies to most U.S. goods. CNN, China responds to 104% tariffs. Fight till the end.
He'll tell you why. Xi can only stay the supreme leader if people are employed. If we wipe out any business there, because we are still 39% of all consumables on Earth and 25% of the world's GDP, America is the #1 economy on Earth with all the...
Yeah, America is the #1 economy on Earth, but we have to capitulate to everybody else's economy was the point a month ago. Somehow tariffs are horrendous for us to put on other countries, and they're massively devastating to countries that put tariffs on it. But all the other countries who do it to us, it works for them somehow. Get the fuck out of here. I don't know how
You will
anybody
not have
bought
that forever.
rhetoric.
It's time
Well, I
to
know
squeeze
how, but-
Chinese heads into the wall now.
Well,
I'm
hold
not
on
talking
a
about
second,
tariffs
Kevin.
on
Well,
60
I hear you, but hold on. If we're talking about people, the average consumer, not necessarily the head honchos of businesses all across the globe, can they withstand the pressure of that sort of tax on the
It's
goods that are going down?
short-lived. There will be
But what's your timeline compared to, you don't know the average American's timeline, what they can actually survive. There's people right now who can't survive a month.
400% tomorrow morning, cheese on an airplane to Washington to cut a deal.
What do you think?
Oh, Larry was right, by the way. The entire reason that the tariffs were like a ridiculous number was to get China to come to the table to get their fucking ridiculous tariffs off of the U.S., and it worked. This was a month ago. Everybody, all these Karens up here complaining, raising hell or high water about this. Fight till the end. Pretty much, I see CNN as the Chinese news network, by the way. These are big corporate, CNN, just like everything else, is a big corporation that's sitting publicly on a publicly traded stock market that is an international trading stock market. These aren't even really fundamental American news networks. They always consistently push other countries' propaganda. This was them arguing about how bad tariffs were for the U.S. with the one actual U.S. businessman sitting on the panel, pushing Chinese propaganda about how bad this was for the U.S. Nothing about how bad it was for China the entire time. Like, I see through this stuff the whole time. Nothing about China, other than O'Leary.
In the markets, and they see the uncertainty, and they see their 401ks. I had to listen.
Yep, here we are talking and fear-mongering about the American consumer, their 401ks.
Jobs are actually having on economies around the country. So it's when you layer all that together, and I think what you saw over last weekend is people don't want to wait anymore. People are angry. I mean, we saw incredible turnout over the weekend in rallies all across the country. We're seeing it in the polls. People are frustrated.
I want to bring this into real terms as well. I mean,
I can't. Okay, anyway. All the way back to
years,
this
you will not lose a battle. China, the people of China are as smart as anybody else on the planet, and the cavemen, were as smart as we are. I mean, the human brain and the intelligence has not changed. Building on the knowledge of the past is what's changed, and that's why this attribute of being an aggressive learner really makes you very powerful. If you can absorb all this, and AI will accentuate that, where now I can devour through 100 books to get the essence.
Dude,
instead
that's
of
actually
spending all.
that is crazy. It's like, so back in the day, and by back in the day, I literally mean like 10 years ago. In order to get like really knowledgeable about something, actually, we're literally doing this right now. But to get really knowledgeable about something, like people say, read books and to get smarter about stuff, which is true. But now your access to books are, while they're still valuable, I get a lot more out of having somebody who's read all the 100 books, right, come in here and talk about multiple different subjects as a professional, than like this guy's, like, I'm speed running my knowledge of things by having the guy or AI that's gone through the 100 books and is able to generally summarize what's going on in there. And then if I want to dig deeper, then I can go into the book or learn deeper about the subject. But the ability of the humans to be able to get information is better than it's ever been in the entire annal of human history. So AI, like the research it would take me to come up with all of this stuff, right? Like, I just pulled California's GDP, and it took me 5 seconds, where it would have taken, like, if I had to do that manually, would have taken me all day, right? I would have had to go through and done all the calculations and things, pulled all these notes. Like, even just pulling these things right here would have taken me 10 minutes, right? Even if I Google searched it. So it just speeds up your ability to get information. It removes a lot of barriers.
All the hours reading them,
Yeah.
So these tools of technology are going to increase the exponential nature of innovation. But back to fast followers in China.
Day, yeah, library trip.
If China did not have a
Like,
communist
I'm
ideology,
a huge AI enjoyer, and even though there are negatives to AI, and if the U.S. Didn't I have line of succession? Game theory. Here's something people don't usually take into consideration either. Is, say, everybody in the U.S. hates AI. What about Canada, Russia, China, Australia? What about any of the other countries? So you're going to let all these other countries develop AI and weaponize it and use it for their own good, even if it's just good, and you let Russia's economy be based off of AI and automation while the U.S. still does it by hand, putting us at a massive fucking disadvantage economically, right? So even if you hate AI, you still have to live in the world of reality where everybody else develops it. Or at least develop enough to protect yourself. Like, this isn't like a black or white thing, right? Like, in a perfect world, like, nobody would have to utilize AI, right? But like, if you pull up a map, right, like, you're looking at we don't live and exist in a vacuum. It's not just us. It's not like this is a problem the U.S. just has to figure out amongst ourselves. It's like the entire Space Force and the satellites. Like, okay, I guess we won't have satellites or do anything while Russia, China's, or whatever satellites like hover consistently over us, able to penetrate any city at a moment's notice. Oh, well, probably not the best idea. Okay, so maybe we should have a Space Force and weaponize and protect our own air/space space. So even if you hate AI, you're not. It's not operating in a vacuum, you know.
That picks winners and losers, and not.
Yeah, Battlefield, we would have the horse while they're running around the tanks, because we think mechanization is horrible. We don't want to take all the jobs from the people who groom the horses. What about all the people who make the horseshoes? Would somebody please think of the people that make the horseshoes? That's tens of thousands of horseshoeing jobs you're just going to eliminate? What about all the stable masters? What about all the people that have to scoop up the poop? Where are they going to work? Right? We're literally having this exact same conversation with AI. Where are all these people going to go that have their jobs automated, right? This is how economies work. Every generation's had to deal with some massive shift in their economy. When we shifted from horses to cars, when we I mean, that's the biggest one right there. Move stuff to rail. The invention of the wheel. Instead of people having to hand carry stuff, now they can put a bunch more stuff onto carts and have it wheeled down the thing. And so I'm sure all those people were mad. I mean, it's I don't know. It feels like people like to have the convenient opinion of like AI sucks because it makes them sound good, but when you even look at it for 10 seconds, you realize it's not even a logical position to have.
Does not allow the free market to operate. Where for the free market is like a garden. You plant 100 seeds and only one will blossom. The other 99 will fail, but that one that blossoms pays for all the 99 that fail. You know, that's the mathematics of innovation. Or
remember,
of
Chad,
VC.
things never, the 99 never fail. It's just 99 ones that didn't work.
An investor, they'll put out 100 investments, small, and 2 will pop, but those 2 will pay for all the others. You know, SpaceX in the early days, look what it's done. Google. And I have, personal knowledge. I worked in the White House in the 90s, and I won't mention the name, but one of the people in the White House had invested in Google in
Why
the
don't
early
they get
days.
DMCA strikes? Because they wrote the rules.
Incredible wealth. But they had invested in 100 different companies, and that one popped. All the others failed.
There's an actual
but it didn't
rule
matter.
for it.
So.
Fuck, my brain's getting tired. What is it called? What section of law allows YouTube to operate? Section 230. Section provides YouTube, I know you're just shaking it, but remind me of something. Section provides YouTube an online platform with immunity from liability for content posted by users as long as it doesn't act as a publisher. So, the government affords places like YouTube. This was big, and YouTube actually weaponized this during COVID. And they've weaponized it multiple times, and they actually broke their Section 230. Now the government didn't come in and slap it down because the government was pushing the exact same narrative as like YouTube. But in order to not get copyright struck, like YouTube as a platform, the government has provided literally Section 230. Although without this Section 230, YouTube couldn't operate at all, because they would be under constant DMCA problems. But because this section provides YouTube as an online platform with immunity from liability for content posted by users as long as it doesn't act by a publisher by directly creating or editing content. So like when YouTube deplatformed Joe Rogan, or maybe there was somebody else, they started to act as a publisher and not as a platform, breaking their Section 230. And that's why I get arguments with people is like that they'll say, well, they're not allowed to do that. And they can do that. They can remove people off their platform. They can do that. That's not true unless they're acting like a publisher. And if they're acting like a publisher, then they're no longer immune under Section 230. Because people have argued, being they're private companies, they can remove people as they want. They can, but then that puts them in a publisher, and then they're no longer protected from immunity. So, just a little piece of governmental data. No provider user of an interactive computer service shall be treated as the publisher or speaker of the information provided by another information content provider. So if they didn't have this, they wouldn't be able to operate. They aren't publishing though. Well, then they're just not immune from liability. The general point is they can't act like both. They can act like one or the other, but they can't act like both. Oh, wait, I still had this up. Oh, well, let's get out of there. Whoops. Until sued, yeah. But the government should have sued them, but they didn't because they were pressuring YouTube to push the narrative. So at the time, I'm talking about like when you were deplatforming people off, like you were taking people off for like misinformation, right, and things which they're not allowed to do unless they're acting like a publisher. But if they're acting like a publisher, then they can't be immune from all the other stuff either. So it's like one or the other. And the problem was YouTube, Facebook, and the social media companies were playing both sides, and then the government wasn't holding them accountable. And then people were bickering back and forth to whether they could or couldn't, and the answer is they can't. They can do one or the other.
China's communist ideology suffocates the free market from letting.
But people were treating this like the speeding law, right? Like people were like these social media companies were speeding. The speed limit's 55. They were going 100, and nobody was pulling them over. And they were being like, well, we're fine. We're fine to speed because we're not getting pulled over. It's like, well, you're still breaking the law. Like if you're not getting pulled, the government's decided not to pull anybody over for speeding. That still doesn't say that you're not speeding. You still are speeding. And that's kind of my point.
The results,
a side point, I guess,
decide who wins and who loses.
They were acting like both, and
the
they should have got slapped down for it.
Based on the definition of innovation. Is it novel, meaning it's a different, new, and is it useful? Okay, and so China will forever be compromised at its ability to innovate in the subordination that is created by the Communist Party. Okay, because if you're a leader in a company and you go in a direction that's not consistent with the talking points of the Communist Party, you're done. Mm-hmm. And you won't get a loan for the good house. Your kids won't go to the good schools. You can't shop in the good markets. I mean, the social scoring and the technology to imprison and enslave people, to talk the talk and to do exactly what the Communist Party wants you to do, the lack of freedom and free will is paralyzing to innovation. So it's not that they don't have innovative people.
Free will and innovation literally go hand in hand. This is actually another game thing, is where like if game developers are stuck to an ideology and they won't take a story a certain way because they don't or do certain things in a game because for whatever reason, or the publisher or or the suits or whatever said that you can't touch certain topics and things, then you don't get actual innovation in gaming either. And companies like Ubisoft and what's another one? BioWare got so captured by an ideology and worldview and captured by their money ideology that now all those companies are going to fail and pay the price. Because in a space like gaming where you need to be able to be as creative as possible and to innovate, once you can't go certain places or do certain things, you lose all innovation. And if you have an entire culture in your corporation that doesn't support people who want to think outside the box and take risks, then the only risk you're taking is risking tanking your company, and that's what's happening with Ubisoft.
Those innovative people are not allowed to try and fail. The second one, though, is over time.
I'm a limited government enjoyer, so I'm not like no government should exist ever. Like, government has a role, but be very wary as the government grows bigger and bigger. Because things become bloated underneath their own weight. Too many cooks in the kitchen is probably the best way to put it, as simple as possible. Throwing more money and more people into a kitchen that has too much people and too much money does not make the food better. It doesn't make the service quicker. But it's the only thing that Congress generally knows how to do, and it's the first thing people think of when they try to solve a problem is like, oh, it needs more people and more money. But does a submarine that's stuffed with people need more people and more money? No. A lot of the times it needs less people and less money. Some of the greatest things in like gaming, it was like a side thing, in gaming came from the 90s where they didn't have enough resources or people, which actually made them create unique experiences and unique gameplay to overcome those barriers to begin with. Trying to figure out how to get 64 bits into a cartridge, right? Came up with some like unique gameplay and unique art styles and things that you would never had those barriers not been there to begin with.
Even their language it inhibits innovation. I'm not an expert in their language, but I have dear friends that are experts in their language and have lived there their whole life. But they're American. They grew up in America and have lived there as adults, studying the language and the culture. And even their language inhibits innovation and the willingness to step out.
People meme on like American culture. It's because they don't understand it. American culture is innovation. American culture is free speech. It's taking risks. It's inherently innovation. It's no consequence. It's not by accident that most of the technological advances and the biggest companies are like start in America. Like it's our culture and framework. A lot of people like try to meme on it because they don't understand. Like American culture is the risk takers. We are the innovators. Because whenever you deal with another culture, like you talking about the Chinese, like just culturally, it's not really ingrained to like innovate and push boundaries and like break structures.
America,
it's to stay within the structure.
It is just the opposite.
Yeah.
We are mavericks. We are pioneers. We are innovators. We are risk takers. And we are the envy of the world. You don't see it if you just live in America. But boy, I tell you, one of the blessings of my life, when I was the general officer working on the joint staff for the chairman in charge of policy and strategy to Russia, Europe, and NATO, I got to travel and visit so many countries, both in NATO, Russia, and Africa and the Middle East, because Afghanistan was, in the middle.
That don't think the U.S. has a unique culture, or people that haven't been outside the U.S.
of its aggressiveness, and they fear us, they hate us, and they are jealous of us all at the same time. Mm-hmm. They're jealous of us because they are not allowed to do what they see us doing, and they wish they could. But most people that are born around the world are born into a system where there is a glass ceiling, whether it's their socioeconomic status, their political status, their social status, the caste system that get built in, or in Africa, where I grew up, where a youngster looks around and says, there is no way I can be a hero in this condition. I mean, and so they all want to leave and they want to go to the US or they want to go to Europe. And fewer now want to go to Europe because they see the suffocation of Europe and the policies that are killing
Europe's
innovation.
so bad right now.
I
don't know.
there
I'm
are some,
actually more worried about Europe than anywhere else, to be honest. I don't think people like. I follow a lot of international stuff. Europe is bad. They're suppressing political parties. They're having massive, massive problems. Germany. I think Germany has a stabbing terrorist attack fucking every other day. Yeah, mate. That was yesterday. 38-year-old German woman carried out a knife carried at Hamburg's train station, injuring 17 to 18 people. Have occurred this year. Hungary, because really it's like, oh yeah, they hate that crew. One, two, three, four. $3,000 to $4,000 knife attacks? Jesus. 1,400 incidents? What? Dude. Now, Germany's trying to ban an entire political party. And that's literally like one of the biggest steps to getting an authoritarian government is to do that. If you have a what percentage? Okay, hold on. I'd probably too park it. What party in Germany are they trying to ban? And what percentage of the population supports that party? I don't honestly think anybody really likes having a democracy. They like having a democracy until they get until they lose the vote, then they don't like it anymore. So democracy too, I think to most people is actually another luxury belief. This is like something that has historical every single time. AFD with 25% support nationally, making it either the most popular or second most party. The political party in Germany facing calls for a potential ban is the AFD. And the AFD has 25% of the entire population. And then they classify it as an extremist group. Dude, the Germans are speedrunning World War III doing this. It's bad. Imagine in the U.S. if one political party, the other one just said outright banned and they couldn't vote or do anything anymore. Like the pushback and the problems that would cause. But yeah, Germany isn't the only one. They're just one of the main offenders right now.
Much they fear us. One of them, and I'll keep this short because it could be a long story, but the essence is this. I was in Russia. We were trying to convince the leadership of Russia. Okay, this was when Yeltsin was in charge. And Makarov was the equivalent of, General Makarov was the equivalent of the chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff. And we were trying to convince them that our missiles, the Aegis Ashore, Aegis at Sea, this is the SM-3 missile that was primarily on Navy ships, and we were looking at putting it in Poland. designed primarily to defend America from Iran and missiles coming to America from Iran. Russia was dead afraid of that because they were afraid it was going to threaten their ICBMs and their nuclear deterrent posture. And our mission was to convince them that it was not a threat. You know, all of the velocities and all of the physics of proving to them that whether it's at sea or on shore, this cannot threaten your nuclear deterrent posture with America, which would be destabilizing, and rightfully so. And after literally days and weeks of arguing and face-to-face, you know, General Makarov slapped the table at one point and stood up and went on a 20-minute tirade. And his interpreter, a young 20-something kid, scared out of his wits that there was yelling going on with state leaders in a very, very serious conversation.
That the yelling with state leader stuff is something that happens all the time. It just happens in closed doors. What makes the one like in the White House like a couple months ago unique is like just cameras are seeing it. But this is how this stuff is worked out constantly. Actually, I wish more of it was just in the open so you knew exactly what was going on, to be honest. It doesn't
just
scare me. It
basically
actually,
said,
I
you
like the
Americans don't
transparency.
understand. We put Sputnik into space in 1957, and you Americans went apeshit and
Going
put a
for
man on the
speed.
moon. You can do anything you put your mind to. You turn to your industrial base and your innovators, and those missiles will kill all of our intercontinental ballistic missiles the moment you tell your industrial base to solve that problem. So we don't give a shit what you say or promise until we get a signed document from President Obama that you will never threaten our ICBMs. We have nothing to talk about, so stop wasting our time.
Wow. Wow.
And the subtext from the general officers at my level, not the chairman or the vice president or the president's level, was, I wish we had that kind of industrial base. Now, the Russians have some of the greatest innovative minds on the planet. There's something about the culture of Russia, and I know what it is. Culturally, it's that the Russian youth are forced to fight one another and take risk and be in situations where it's life or death. They use nature, they use fighting, and the martial arts, and they celebrate the fact that they put their kids through the crucible. Doesn't mean they don't love them, but they know life is hard, and it's harder when you're stupid, lazy, or weak.
Dude, that's such a crazy story.
And so their innovators are just killer. They innovated, they were the ones that created stealth,
Did the
and then
Russians
we operationalized
believe
it.
more in
They
the
are doing
Americans than Americans do? That is
things
that
in
is
space
crazy.
with hypersonic missiles in the mesosphere that, make us look at it and go, holy
It's
shit,
almost like
that is
I should
amazing.
play the game.
What are they
is
doing
this
in
an
space?
American protest
Yeah,
or
so
a foreign protest?
but those scientists and engineers are jealous of us because the system does not allow them to innovate like America innovates as quickly as an American can innovate. But America is at risk because this is a military-industrial complex. And back to your first question, why are these technologies not coming to the market? It's because we are becoming our own worst enemy at this superpower we have in our culture and in our mindset of being the innovators, self-sufficient mavericks that are willing to take risk and allowed to take risk. And now the government says, no, I know better. You got to be safe. You got to put safety over, innovation. Now, we want to be safe.
God, safety.
But I'm here to tell you, the 2 shuttle disasters, when you read the safety reports on that, the reason it happened is because we were trying to be too safe. It's a dilemma. It is sometimes hard for people to understand. But I challenge you to read the books on the history of both disasters of the space shuttle. And you'll find the root cause of those disasters is that NASA had adapted to a culture where safety was more important than effectiveness. And that's part of why we do not see innovation here now. So forgive me for making that final point on why we are the envy of the world,
Dude,
why the world is looking to
hate
us,
the
and why they
fixation
are
on
so
safety.
energized about what President Trump
That's
is
what the
saying.
Navy's
Even what he
fixation's
said
on.
in
That's why
Saudi
captains
Arabia
are going
yesterday.
Navy. It's
If you
like-
haven't
its
seen that
fixation
speech, you
is
need to see that
consistent.
speech.
So consistent on safety. like I'm sitting in a war vessel being lectured to about how safe stuff needs to be constant. Can't get this done. Can't get this done. It's got to get safe. It's got to get tagged out 45 times. I don't care if you guys have to live here the rest of your life as long as we're being safe. Well, it's safety through one lens, not safety of personnel, just the safety of ship. We don't care the mental taxing. We don't care about the physical taxing of sailors. We just care about, well, we just don't want the ship to have anything that's unsafe. Oh, okay. Dude, I used to frame it like back in the day that like 90% of the shit would go away if we were at war. So why are we not preparing for war fighting? Why are we prepared for inspections and deck stuff? And tagging this out 35 times when if we were at a war, 90% of the stuff would instantly go away. And the people that have to pay the price are the sailors because, something that should take 10 minutes takes 4 hours because of 400 safety controls for no reason, for an outlet, a plug-in, because there's a slight risk that you might be stupid, which, okay, if you're stupid, then you get to deserve the consequence of being stupid. But now 99.9% of people that have common sense have to spend 4 hours on a task that should take 10 minutes. Maintenance queens? Nah, it got worse. I would like to tell you it got better, but it got worse. All right, I gotta get out of here, chatties. It's time. Hopefully you enjoyed the ooies. Put some Clair on real quick. Can't finish this. I had another video, but we might do it tomorrow or another day or something.
He's clueless.
Totally different one,
me
though.
shoeless.
So, thanks for chilling.
You're shoeless. Yeah,
Have
but
a
you're
good
a
night.
towel.
Hopefully you guys get a long weekend. And I should be back tomorrow. Maybe Sunday we'll do a long one. I got lucky that I was able to put in almost 7 hours today. So have a meet and squeak, and I'll catch you next time.
Lunchbox, we found a